Faster. Go. Faster, harder, higher, go. Faster. Faster, harder, higher, go. Go.
I just want you to be more efficient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Tara, let's go, let's go.
Tara, tara.
let's go, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ立ち日グループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you have a specific rank you think all coaches below this rank should get kicked if you can't reach top 200?
Pavado.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's okay. We can reach that. Hello, everyone, and welcome to VCT Pacific's Time Out. We have some of the greatest minds that we have in VCT Pacific here today joining us, and we are going to hear everything from behind the scenes on what it's like to be a coach, what does it take, and maybe some fun stories here and there as well. You're already giving me some looks of doubt, so we'll see if it's actually fun or not, but we'll get there. So today we're going to be discussing just, kind of getting insight into what is it like to be a coach, what does it take, what are some experiences you've had, and also just want to assure you, obviously, we're not here to try to uncover your playbook and all your strats, so don't worry about that. So before we start, just in case for our fans, if we can just go around, say your name and your team, just a quick introduction.
So I'm Carlo, head coach for ZETA division.
I'm Evan, or Warbirds, and I'm the head coach for Team Secret.
저는 DFM 감독 아스텔이라고 합니다. Hello, I'm Autumn from T1.
Ewok from RQ.
Awesome. So to get started, I know this is probably a very basic question that you get asked often whenever you have a chance, but what is the role of a coach? And maybe you have different opinions, but I think a lot of fans are always curious, what does a coach actually do? Or, what does it take to become a coach? Warbirds?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I was gonna say you.
I can tell that you're trying to escape my
yeah.
so.
I mean, I think the big thing is it's to elevate the players and to just try to get as much out of them as possible. Everyone here has really high ceilings, so just trying to extract as much of that as possible. It's not about you taking credit or elevating yourself, it's about elevating others.
I agree with him. I think when you push players to the potential that they don't even know they have is when you can bring everything that a coach needs to bring to the table. So I'm 100% with Warbirds.
I think all of our jobs are very different, but under the same name. I think it's very much depending on the team, what the team needs. And that's kind of what you fill. If it's the roster gets started by the coach and everything, that you can kind of align how it needs to be, and then there's different ways. All of us kind of came in at different times with the roster. Some have a stronger hand in it than others. So then I feel like the job is very different depending on your team.
코치들이 또 여러 명 있다고 생각하는데 어떤 팀에도 근데 헤드 코치잖아요. 그래서 좀 팀을 하나로 만들 수 있는 그런 이끌 수 있는 능력이 필요하다고 생각하고 그런 부분을 열심히 하고 있는 느낌이라고 생각해서.
For me, it's a leader who should make a decision and who should take a responsibility about that.
Okay, I want to ask a question where we can use our X's and O's panel, so use these panels. But the question is, do you think vibes are the most important in leading a team as a coach? So do you think getting very personally close, right, and becoming like a friend or a family with your players is important, or do you rather keep a little distance with your players? If you would be a brother, then O. If not, if you're like coach is coach, players are players, then X, okay? 1, 2, and 3. Ooh.
I'm in the middle.
You're in the, no middle.
No
so you
middle?
can only
This
I'll
is
do
like this, but have some points.
Yeah.
Okay. But if you had to choose, you
I'll
lean
choose this
more.
one for sure.
Okay. Let's start with the O's.
Yeah, I think it's not the most important part of the job because at the end of the day, you have to be the guy that go hard on them every time and request them to do the best. But at the same time, you have to understand them, not just players, persons. Understanding players leads you to take better decisions.
Yeah, I would agree with Carlo, where you want to make sure they're happy and healthy, but at the same time, you have to push them. And that's kind of why I was in the middle of
I tend to agree as well. Leading with empathy is very important. If you're just a drill sergeant, it's sometimes hard to appeal to the emotional side. They're not just robots playing the game. I'm doing it in a genuine way, not just being, I'm gonna be nice to you that I can get more out of you. I feel like that part's really important.
Sure.
코치들은 그래도 선수들한테 조금은 거리 조절이 필요하다고는 생각해요. 너무 편해지기만 해도 선수들은 그래도 어린 친구들도 많고 그래서 좀 말을 안 듣는 경향이 생기거나 할 수도 있는데 그래도 팀 전체적인 분위기는 좀 더 패밀리하게 가는 게 다들 연습을 그저 일이라고만 생각하지 않고 즐겁게 하면서 다들 열심히 할 수 있는 그런 느낌이 되지 않나 생각하고 있습니다.
Autumn, you said no. Why would you rather kind of keep it a strict division?
Oh, honestly, I really want to be a family and make a good relationship with them. But before that, so I think priority feeling should be the real respect as a human being. I don't think if I have a good relationship as a brother, I don't think I can have real genuine respect from them because they should consider me more familiar.
One other thing that I think a lot of people are always curious about when it comes to coaches is, so what do you actually do outside of the game, outside of match day, right? Because on match day, we see you, right? And the players, we always hear them talk about, well, I had to do the scrim, or they're streaming, or they're talking about playing solo queue. But okay, so during scrims, obviously, I'm sure you guys are involved in the scrims as well. But outside of that, what are coaches usually doing as part of your job? And maybe it's different amongst you guys.
At least for me, it's like most things, like whether it's, you know, trying to get people to go out and chill. We used to have Friday night game nights, so we'd get done with scrims and we'd all play a game together. Or I'd do a lot of our data analytics, game analysis, or that kind of thing. So it stretches the game. It's like, oh, making sure that people are happy and healthy, but also making sure that we're still doing something with their time.
I usually I like to watch games of Valorant, so I can study like Valorant a lot, and like also have my time to see what's going on inside our practices and like inside our like matches to see like how I can make this look better.
Very much similar, trying to identify if there's certain things that is not going as well as expected, things that we need to focus on tomorrow's practice so we can fix problems before they become too big. Whether that be between players, in-game, whatever. Like that's, the buck stops with you and you have that responsibility. If the team goes boom, it's you. And then, yeah, just trying to watch as many games as possible. I only play the game if I'm trying to test something. I don't really test the game if I'm trying to test a new agent.
That's like a really big thing is like people are saying like, oh, coaches need to play at a super high level. I don't think the majority of the coaches even, like, we don't have time to play.
Yeah,
like, we don't.
Yeah.
Like, we're working pretty much like 24/7, like on the game.
This begs a curious question of mine. A big part of people saying that is they're like, well, you need to play at a high level. You need to play at like a high rank to understand the game, right? What do you think is the realistic, like, well, you should probably at least, if you have the time, like reach X level. Is there something like that? Or do you think like, no, that just doesn't matter at all for coaching? There's other ways that you can really excel.
Some of the best coaches I know have not even played the game before or play less than 10 games.
It depends what type of coach you are, right?
Yeah.
If you're trying to teach mechanics, I would sure hope that you're a bit
exactly.
But it can teach you maybe the way that you're entering is wrong, your pathing is wrong, maybe this angle's bad. So I feel like you need to know what are you bringing to the team.
But outside of that, not as crucial in terms of...
I think most people can hit a mortal pretty easily.
80%, 90% of our viewers are crying right now.
Yeah. Well, like, if you put in the time, you can get there. And I think a lot of coaches like understand the game really well fundamentally. That any coach then could probably get a mortal.
If you had the time.
If you had the time, exactly.
저는 원래 코치하기 전에 선수였기 때문에 언제든지 레디언트 찍을 수 있어서 그래서 다른 감독님들도 어느 정도 티어가 높아야 그래도 게임 보는 눈이 생기고 그런다고 생각하거든요. 뭐 이런 각에서 이런 식으로 싸우면 유리한지 불리한지 그런 유불리를 자기 자신이 알 수 있는 그 정도의 실력은 되어야 된다고 생각하고 있습니다.
Do you have a specific rank you think all coaches below this rank should get kicked if you can't reach top 200?
적어도 Immortal 1.
Oh, that's smart. Yeah, real good. Yeah, that's okay. We can reach that. What's your guy? Okay.
I have a hit more.
Oh, that's the reason I'm not a coach, I see. We've talked a little bit about like different styles and whatnot, and I'm curious, is there a coach that you like absolutely respect?
In my point, I respect all of them because I know how hard it is to get to that point that we are.
I really respect everyone because I already know all the Pacific teams have the progress and everyone make every team looks better and better. So I really respect them, everyone.
Is there a specific one?
Yeah, if you had to give an award, let's say it's an award, not like necessarily more respect, other than yourself.
He ain't giving that.
I was telling Autumn just before that I'm really curious and kind of fascinated by the move that they made. And it looks like the roster is coming together well. And I think that it...
리더십 같은 부분에서 되게 리스펙하고 있습니다.
So I'll give my trophy to MCE. I think every single team he's touched, like Cloud9, Guard, I think he did a really good job with them. You know, a lot of them were either built from the ground up or like that he had a major hand in it. So I think definitely him.
Okay.
He's pretty good.
Who's the one you like the least?
You.
Oh, is that how we get spicy takes? Okay. Which coach? No, I'm least favorite coach. I'm curious, this is kind of a personal question, but is there anything, or what is the most kind of annoying thing that you often hear casters say about like your team or the play? Is there anything that's, and you can be real, because I'm a caster, so I'll take it. I'll be the representative.
I'll go for. I don't. It's not.
Everyone had a reaction back. He's so ready.
I already know.
You always do this. Yeah, he's like, I can't wait to tell.
It's not specific to casters, but there's like this whole narrative of like Vosh is so old or whatever, or like old core, and it's like, bro, like Vosh does so much for the team, and it's so tilting to see people just berate him all the time. I remember someone posted something where it was like, oh, if you're above the age of 20, that's when you start to fall off. It's like, what? Like, no.
No, we
definitely focus on that a little too much as well. I will take
I know you guys talk a little bit about like the age, but it's like it's more the community is
Well,
like
yeah. Autumn, you had some strong reactions when I mentioned it. Does it ever annoy you if cats just say like, well, they got lucky here?
For sure, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, my goodness,
every-
this is hard, man.
pretty much everything is planned. So
Yeah.
like,
Yeah,
For
most of the
sure.
stuff. If you see an insane setup, most of the time, this is not the first time.
Yeah.
Like, you don't just run most of the things in tournament all of a sudden. Oh yeah, nice setup, guys. Or that result was insane. He got so lucky. But meanwhile, there's 4 other guys using their Yuto to try and set him up.
Yeah.
Right. But of course, it's also if you're not in the server and you don't see the prep, you'll never know.
Yeah.
So it's very
so
hard to tell.
Yeah.
gamble stacks aren't a gamble. That's what I'll say.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because
Yeah, they
it's
are.
generally from like
Yeah,
tendency.
it's like
Yeah.
a lot of it is like, oh, okay, like they typically like to hit this site. Everything is like planned in advance. So.
All right, so I will delete the words lucky and gamble out of my vocabulary for future casts.
You can give credit to like anyone.
Yeah. Let's do a quick X and O question on the roster build. Okay, so you have the opportunity to pick one of 2 players as a new recruit, okay? So your new addition is either O if you would pick the super cracked Jet, but they just never comm. They say nothing in the comms. Or X if you're picking the guy who just reads the game, he's making all the comms, he's got big brain lineups, etc., but he's dropping like 3-4 kills a game.
Oh.
All right, O for the Jet, X for the big brain. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, he's changed after
Yeah,
that.
because of 3 kills is insane, man. It's impossible. Yeah.
I was also leading that.
I'm
3 every game? Okay. Well, Astel, you still chose the big brain. I want to hear your thoughts.
우선 네, 3킬은 말이 안 돼요. 3킬은 말이 안 되고
Okay, so
적어도
3 is ridiculous.
3킬은 말이 안 되고 뭐 10킬, 12킬 정도 해준다고 치면 한 게임당 그래도 더 유리한 각을 만들어주고 팀이 더 잘 싸울 수 있도록 해줄 수 있기 때문에 팀 전체에 대한 영향력을 생각해서는 IGL이 중요하다고 생각했어요.
For me, I've always historically felt like I can teach players how to like use their brains or like calm more or that kind of thing, and I've always found it harder to like make people play mechanically better. Like if they already have the mechanic, I feel like it's a lot easier to teach them like the fundamentals and that kind of thing. That's how I've always felt, at least.
We have so many good duelists and skilled players in Brazil, but finding that IGL, that guy that can like be more team effort, is hard.
But not 3 or 4.
Yeah, 3 or 4 is the same. It's the same. I can do that.
But counterpoint, it's a gun game. So if you get shot, you
in the
die.
head.
Yeah.
So like,
So for me, that's it. I think this point is also that there's no
Yeah.
right or wrong because
yeah,
that's it.
there's no wrong answer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
you can have all the reads in
just
the
give me
world.
both.
Yeah.
I want to now bring this back to kind of more like match day stuff. One of the first things that fans get to see that coaches do is obviously the map draft. Do you think a game can be won or lost simply because of map veto? 1, 2, and 3. What are our answers?
Nowadays, I don't think like any team in the franchise go to a match that didn't know how it's going to be the draft. If you really like make a bad draft, you can ruin that, but I don't think like any team makes bad drafts anymore.
맵 밴핑은 되게 중요하다고 저도 생각을 하고요. 저희가 예상한 밴픽대로 나오면 또 굉장히 게임을 편하게 할 수 있을 거고, 그리고 선수들의 자신감에서도 난 이 맵이 좋아, 저 맵이 좋아, 그리고 이 맵은 싫어, 그렇게 됐는데 싫어하는 맵 하면 자신감도 부족해서 발로란트는 역시 좀 자신감이 되게 중요하다고 생각해가지고 총싸움 이기는 게 가장 중요하기 때문에 결국에 자신감 있게 할 수 있도록 하는 게 중요한 것 같습니다.
So then the next thing that we get to see from the coaches is obviously after the walkout, you guys have huddles. How important is this huddle, and what do you normally talk about during this team huddle?
In my perspective, everything that we need to prepare the team, we do like before the match. Right there is more to have a moment, everybody like together as a team right there before start.
Yeah, I think for me, it's just like the focus of the match. So like I try to get them hyped up. So like, for example, versus ZETA, it was like, oh, they knocked us out of LCQ. I'm upset about it. Like, we just lost to Gen G. We're all mad. Let's take it out on them. Or like, you know, just like a focus point of like where they can direct all their energy to. For me, it helps out a lot.
For me, I really think that timing is very important. So I always think about what I have to say through the night before the match. Really?
Really? Okay.
That's nice.
Yeah.
경기 시작 전에 진짜 좀 마음을 다잡을 수도 있고 팀원을 믿고 서로 믿으면서 만약에 뭐 불리하게 시작을 하더라도 끝까지 믿고 열심히 끝까지 하자는 얘기를 많이 해주는데
Right now, I had to just like stay on some Japanese words like "ganbatte."
So we actually have a sequence of rapid fire questions that we want to ask you guys. And for this, basically we'll just make rounds and you're going to give me your answers, right? Okay, so first is, this is on your own team. We'll start with you, Carla. Who is the fastest learner?
Yuran.
Probably NDG.
I'm Sam.
X-Ray?
Mostly a lot of the newer players, it seems like, that are joining it. Okay, now who is the most like wild cannon? They're most likely to just go off on their own and go out of the plan.
Tell me more.
Rossi?
메디우사.
Probably Borkham.
Deb.
But in a good way.
But in a good way. Okay. Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, because
It's
like,
not a negative thing.
Yeah,
It's like a positive.
Yeah. It's
Because-
not that they're losing it, but
Yeah, they try to find like their timing or make their play.
hey, is it like a personality thing or
이때까지 그런 부분에서
Even though he is on the bench, but it's not like it's an easy role and he's just sitting back relaxing. He is also still working really hard. So for him, it's about keeping his mentality strong as well and seeing how he can team also in different ways.
as short as possible, ideally one word, what is the most important quality in a player?
패션?
I was gonna say drive.
Okay. So of each other or of the game? Well, of everything.
Yeah.
That's a good answer. We have a bit of a split, so like professionalism and drive and passion. Now, obviously, mutually exclusive, but sometimes they can clash, right? Sometimes for the guys. Oh, okay, yeah.
That's what.
Cool. Well, it's great to hear all the insight. Now, before we go, we do have a small mini game prepared, and it's called Timeout or Not. All right, so we have a few clips prepared for you guys. And we'll take a look. It's not the entire round, but just with the information you have, the question is would you call a timeout or not? And here on this one, we're going to be looking at the attacking team.
Seconds left.
The timing on this is everything that sees to swing out, but Zaz somehow getting two. Seems like it might be bonus back, but Wisey with the counter punch. Yosemite with another in control for BLG.
Got his nade back too, so allows for this plant to go in, but it's a safe plant. They cannot commit to playing post plant from Mound.
A divided attempt to taking the site back as they approach it from two fronts. Rin tucked in the corner. Do you check it? Yes, you do. Even crouch, nothing converted. Yosemite's gonna have to do it by himself. Let's get down to a 1v1. Time on Yosemite's side is Mako playing swing around the Rosie, trying to find the timing. No idea of what's on the other side, and Mako
As
reads it well.
the coach for this round, would you call the timeout here or not? 1, 2, 3. Astel would. Let's hear from Astel first.
전 상황을 잘 모르긴 하는데 결국에 우선 C를 잘 들어왔고 좋은 셋업으로 들어와서 3대2가 된 상황에서부터가 문제라고 생각하는데 사이트 안에서 저기 설치 위치에 그대로 숨어 있었잖아요. 근데 저 자리가 트레이드 내기도 되게 힘들고 찍샷 당해서 그냥 죽는 자리인데도 저기서 그냥 아무것도 안 하고 있다가 트레이드도 제대로 안 되고 그냥 다들 쫄아있단 말이에요. 근데 또 저희 팀 특성상 저희는 이번에 랜섬 빼고는 다 퍼시픽으로 처음 온 친구들이고 대회 도중에 좀 긴장한다든지 그리고 쫄아있다든지 그런 부분에서 저런 플레이가 충분히 나올 수가 있다고 생각해서 연습 때는 절대 저런 경우가 안 나오거든요. 3대2에서. 근데 분명 대회에서 저런 경우가 나온다면 저는 바로 타임을 걸고 너네 너무 쫄아있다 그런 매크로적인 부분에서보다도 3대3이나 3대2 같은 소인원전 이기는 게 가장 중요하니까 그런 부분에서 좀 더 자신감 있게 했으면 좋겠다라고 할 것 같습니다.
For everyone else, you guys said you wouldn't call a timeout. Where are you coming from?
I assume it's later into the round. If it was earlier into the round, with the amount of util, then you're walking into the site and the defending team knowing that it was C, the macro was definitely not good. The way how they entered the site was not good, but I think it's not that bad. They could have used a little bit of better util, but they'll most likely know it.
All right, let's try another clip. So this time, you are, once again, the attacking team.
It's going to make this retake just that much more doable. Finally unleashed. Flash round the side. Taking the fight straight to them, and they're going to be favored. Positioning, it's not good. Cryo constantly having to adjust. He's finding his way. One more down. Still finds a 4.
Do you call the timeout? 1, 2, 3. Okay, nobody.
It's you won a clutch, which means the momentum swung super heavy in your favor. It just looked like they were just ult dumping. So it's like, even if you lost the round, it's like, okay, they just like lost all of their ults. Like, I don't think you would need to, in all honesty.
There had to have been something else very extreme wrong behind the scenes.
In the setup, yeah.
I think it's sabotage if you call a timeout here. I think you're giving them a timeout.
Yeah,
You're throwing
100%.
if you're...
So for the last couple of minutes, again, I want to leave this open for you guys to maybe ask each other questions. Do you guys have any questions that you have for each other, or something that you've always wondered about each other or each other's career, teams, things like that?
I wanted to ask Autumn, earlier you mentioned that your team now versus last year, it's more energy and there's more comms. How do you feel like that affects the in-game performance? The reasoning why I'm asking is because last year for us, we used to be more depending on that energy and we used to be more high energy. And this year we feel like we play better when we're a little bit more calm.
This year, I want to pick Iju on this team, and I really think he has a really good talent, but he's very young. Probably for him and for this team, his growth is very important. So I just realized for his good vibe through the season, we'd better set good team chemistry and energy for him. And I really think it affects really well for him. And it can be really good snowballing to others too, like especially like Carpe. Recently, I can see his passion and hunger for everything is much better than last year. So it's up to the team's roster. Yeah.
Interesting.
I had a question for you. For Genji specifically. Yeah, I know. This might come out a little toxic at the start, but so like your last 3 matches, you lost to Genji very like barely, right? Coming out and going into stage 1, is that more of like a motivator, or is that like a hindrance almost? Because like for us, before me, like we had always lost to Paper X. So a lot of our drive was for like, oh, we have to beat Paper X, we have to beat Paper X. Is that something similar, or is that different for you?
So the first series we played last year, I felt like it wasn't winnable. After the game, it's not like we should have won. I felt like they were better.
Okay.
Second time we played last season, I felt like we were better, but still over the long run, in terms of map pool, still they were better.
Okay.
First series this time around, I feel like we should have closed it 2-0, but last map went in their favor 13-8. So map pool, they had us. And then the final series, it felt like we made that extra step. The last map, we should have converted and we should have gone 2-1, which I feel like we've made improvement from series to series to series. It's more of a logical next step. This is what we expect from ourselves. Next time we play, we convert.
Okay.
Yeah.
좀 모두한테 묻고 싶은 게 있는데 선수들이 막 페이퍼렉스 따라하고 싶다 막 그런 얘기하는 선수 없는지.
Of course. The Indonesian background.
They're friends.
When I arrive here, same talk.
Really? Okay.
I mean, for us, it's like we don't play that kind of style. Like we play a lot more structured. So for us, not really.
I'm curious, Astel, why did you ask that? Is that something you have to discuss with your players a lot, or?
아니 그냥 가끔씩 나오는 얘기인데 뭐 우리도 되게 페이퍼렉스처럼 뭐 자유롭게 하자 막 그러고 하는데 제가 또 가끔씩 말하는 게 쟤네는 페이퍼렉스니까 저렇게 할 수 있는 거다. 우리도 뭐 하려면 할 수 있겠지만 지금은 아니다. 그런 식으로 얘기를 하고.
So as we are about to say our farewells to our fans, I just want to give everyone a chance. So we'll just take our turns going around. We'll start with you, Yuan.
Yeah, it's always fun to be able to do something like this because there's a lot of things that is very sensitive to the nature of our job. So then to be able to discuss things and understand their perspective as well, I think it's important to hear the other opinions.
For me, it's really meaningful time. We probably have mutual respect, even we don't know them deeply. So this time was really helpful for me to understand these guys more and more. And for fans, I really think their supporting is always awesome. And for all the Pacific fans, as they can know through this time, all the teams have a really good direction and good leadership. Probably our Pacific League will be better and better. Honestly, all the Pacific teams' goal is getting international trophy. So yeah, we can do that together.
네, 이런 자리에 불러주셔서 너무 감사드리고 우선 다른 감독님들의 생각을 이렇게 들어볼 수 있어서 너무 좋았던 자리인 것 같고 그래서도 많은 공부가 된 것 같기도 해서 정말 좋았던 것 같고 네, 앞으로도 DFM 많이 응원해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
As you all kind of said, we don't really talk that much because of the nature of our job. into how secretive it kind of is. So it's really cool to be able to like understand each other and hear each other out and get to know each other. And a lot of that is done through the fans. So a big thank you to them. Otherwise this wouldn't happen.
Yeah, for me the same thing. Like it's not normal to have times like this with everybody. So having this time was like really good. I'm new here, so it's good to know like everybody here because I respect everybody so much. Thank for all the fans from Japan that is like insane support for me. They send like a lot of like good messages for me that I hope I can show in a really good ZETA this year, that they like it and they can enjoy seeing us playing. So just thank for them for everything that they are doing to me.
Awesome. Thank you so much for all of you guys. For all of you watching from home, hope you enjoyed this content as we get just a bit more insight to how these teams work and what work the coaches are putting in alongside the players. If you are interested in finding new teams to root for, of course, VCT Pacific Stage 1 will be kicking off soon. So you'll get to meet all these teams and, of course, our lovely coaches on stage soon for VCT Pacific Stage 1. We'll see you then. Is this a round where you say you idiots? Okay.
You idiots only comes at the start of the round.
Okay.
The start of the match. If I come out round 3, I'm like...
Okay.
Today, 2 of our VCT pros are going to be taking on 5 cold players. But here's the twist. They're only allowed to use classics, the default gun in VALORANT.
Vad hände där? Oh, backside! Jag har flash, one aim in.
One aim in, one
aim in, 3! One more side, stunt! No, CT!
Oh, on the right.
Oh,
let's go.
Surely, there's wall here.
Yeah, go.
Oh! Bro, this guy's old to me. They're still
Really?
coming here, man. They're in.
I'm coming. Wait, I can flash right side for you. I'm flashing right side. Hey, on your right.
I'm 1 HP. 1 HP. I'm gonna stun this and you pick. Ready?
One min.
No! It's 150. Okay. Whoa! What the f? Tappies, bro.
The kickoff event was a knockout tournament.
ZETA Division clears this out 2-0.
Majority of us were just angry. Like I just wanted to like beat the team, you know.
There was a pretty big crash, but there was really no time to sort of ponder on that crash because we had to play again the next day.
Against Bleed in the lower bracket, we had to change our mentality, the way we go into the game, and our composure needed to be fine.
Global Esports Alive eliminating Bleed from kickoff. Oh, insane, bro.
I do feel like the guys did want revenge against ZETA.
I would just say that ZETA was far better team than us. We just got owned in a lot of ways, yeah.
It's gotta be frustrating for Global Esports. Oh boy. Yikes. Yikes.
It was a hill that was too big for us to climb on the day. Nobody's happy about losing ever. All of us are, moved to a different country to come and compete in this game, and then when you lose, it hurts.
It's a beautiful spring day in Seoul, South Korea, with cherry blossoms in full bloom around our brand new venue. We're fresh hot from the recent Masters Madrid, where Gen.G cinched second and Paper Rex taking third. And today, right now, the APAC teams are here at the famed COEX in Gangnam for Stage 1. This is VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific 2024. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja, and with me I have my analysts, Achilleos and Asarai. How you guys doing? I mean, since Madrid happened, and we're in this brand new venue.
Oh, it's just been, I've been great. I've been ready to get back into the action, was watching everything that happened over in Madrid, ruining my sleep schedule, and nearly pulling out my hair at certain moments. But hey, you know what? We got 2 teams in the top 3. That's pretty damn good. That trophy, we might not have it yet, but it's coming. We're gonna get it.
We did damn good. Top 2 spots.
Absolutely.
I think there's a little preview of what's going to be happening later this year. Gen.G also, tipping things over in kickoff, taking the win for kickoff.
Yeah, absolutely. I think some people were kind of expecting it, but at the same time, they were kind of still hoping that DRX would overtake Gen.G here. Absolutely not. So they might be the new kings of Korea.
I mean, right now it's trending in that direction. I mean, there's plenty to talk about with DRX, and we'll get into that way later on. But yeah, I mean, Gen.G, just what an incredible performance. We were curious, is that dominance that we saw going to translate to the global stage, and it very much did. I mean, you know, kudos to Sentinels. We're able to figure it out. We're able to take them down in that 5-map set, but I was worried that, you know, Texture and Meteor, they were going to go over to Madrid, and they weren't going to hit those high highs, but they absolutely did.
Yeah. For a team where a lot of them, or a few in the Texture especially, their first time on the international stage and performing so well, Karen as well, doing amazing. And we will talk about DRX later today, especially with Achilles here. I know a lot of people are giving Achilles a little bit of heat about this, but let's first talk about the Stage 1 schedule. This is very different than kickoff. We're starting off with the first couple weeks that lead into playoffs, Asarai.
Yeah, so as you can see here, we have 4 weeks of the regular stage. It's going to be at 4-day intervals, starting from Saturday till Tuesday, and then everything after that is going to be the playoffs, which is segmented between the first part and then the second part, where we'll be having also a double elimination bracket here. So there's still a chance for those teams that come into the playoffs that even if they lose, they still can get that second life.
Yeah, I mean, you'll be able to hold on there for a bit and see if you can make that run back, you know, go through that lower bracket to get yourselves over to that grand final, which, of course, everybody is going to be looking for because there's so much at stake as we move into this stage. You know, we'll break down the championship points in a little bit, but there's way more at stake here compared to kickoff, and also you have Masters Shanghai on the horizon. But we have our two groups, Alpha and Omega, and this is essentially just going to be a cross-group round robin.
Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, that's the best way to explain it. But for those of you who don't understand what that means the Alpha group is not going to be competing within their group. They'll be competing against the Omega group, and obviously vice versa. In Stage 2, they will be competing within their own group. So every single one of these teams will be facing each other at some point. And, of course, the top 3 teams from each group will face off each other. And then the top 3 of those will go to Shanghai.
Hell yeah. And yeah, I can see here the mid-season playoff. This is where it gets a little bit interesting. I think Achilles was the one that mentioned it as well. The first couple of seeds, if you get eliminated, that's not going to be double elimination, so you're really just out of the playoffs. If you can get into those match 3s, match 4s, that's when you get a chance at that second life if you lose that first series that you played.
Yeah, I mean, for anybody who paid attention, you know, last season in the LCQ, it's going to be something fairly similar. If you're in those first couple matches, you're still very much at risk. You have to be able to get that first hurdle, get that first win, and then you're going to be a little bit safer with the double elimination.
Now, what's interesting is not just who will qualify for Master Shanghai. Starting now, every single match win gives you 1 point. These championship points are extremely important because, you know, whoever wins out for Master Shanghai, that they may or may not make it necessarily into champions.
Yeah, I mean, there's a multitude of ways that things could really shake out, but just the baseline here is accrue as many points as humanly possible. That is going to give you the best potential opportunity to get yourself over to champions. So just as many wins as you can get, winning that finals, being able to go over to international competition, all of that is going to assist you in that road to champs.
And Genji is off to a really good start, starting with those 3 points from winning kickoff, and those are very precious. So every single match really matters, not just for Shanghai, but for champions. Now, what makes Valorant so unpredictable is because we also get new maps and new agents. Sometimes we don't see the agents being played a lot, but there's an introduction of Clove, described as the Scottish troublemaker and also described as a controller, but I feel like there's been some debate about this.
They tread the line when it comes down to controller. You know, there's been a lot of discussion, a lot of comparisons that have been made to, I mean, Reyna in particular.
Yeah.
But yeah, a much more aggressive style controller here is Clove. And I mean, it gives you some opportunities to, you know, have that overheal, put vulnerabilities out into people, be able to put smokes out from Beyond Death, as we'll get ready to break down all of the abilities as well for those who haven't seen them. Because it's probably the most unique character that we have in the game right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we did have Harbor, which was compared to a initiator kind of controller, but with Clove here, it's a very aggressive controller. I think you got to sample a little bit, Asarai.
So I've kind of played against Clove a lot more than I've played Clove because I haven't bought the agent yet on my account. Just got unlocked it. But anyways, if you want someone that's more aggressive than an Omen for your plays, Clove definitely is the one to pick up for.
And Beck, let's talk about Clove's abilities. Pick Me Up, starting with Pick Me Up, is sort of like Reyna's heal and overheal.
Yeah, a little bit like a Devourer, you can get, a maximum amount of HP on top, but I think the biggest thing that is a difference maker potentially is going to be the haste that you get. Being able to have that additional move speed, rotate around a lot faster. I mean, I saw a clip from Tens last night on Twitter where he basically utilized that in a pistol round and was able to pull off a 1v5 ace. So having that haste and be able to, swing and really offset people's natural timing readings, that could be absolutely monstrous for you as a Clove player.
Absolutely. And next up, we got Metal. Metal is a decay. It's similar to ISOs, but probably a little scarier.
It definitely is. You have a flat damage of -90 or decay of 90. So that means that if you don't have any shields, it's basically a one-tap any part of your body kill shot, right? So it's very strong in kind of finding those situations where as long as you can hit that, you're so much more confident in chasing those kills down more than anything else.
And Ruse is probably the most controller thing about Clove.
Yeah.
It's the smokes. And probably the pretty smokes I've ever seen in Valorant.
I mean, it's what makes them, a controller. It's what allows you to make that argument that they are, in fact, a controller. Yeah. But, of course, the biggest thing is being able to still contribute to the team and put these smokes in while you have already been picked off. That's something that we haven't really ever seen before. It's something that is very unique. So I'm very curious to see, which team is going to be picking Clove up first and which player is it going to be? Because I think collectively around the world, everybody was saying, like, oh, Clove is made for Angel. You can IGL from Beyond the Grave. You could still be contributing these smokes and whatnot. But here in Pacific, I'm curious, who is going to be able to pick this up first?
Yeah, that's definitely the question. And not dead yet. Clove's ultimate. It's sort of like the reverse of Phoenix, but also scarier. All of Clove's abilities are like scarier versions of the other agents.
Yeah. So basically, again, it's a self-res. You got yourself that quick dismiss after that res that allows you to get back out of harm's way so that you can recompose yourself. You have 12 seconds to get a follow-up kill so that you can keep yourself alive, and then you're just back in the game. It's just so strong in situations where you just want do-over once more.
Yeah, and I mean, it's another one of those things that really kind of just pushes that aggression, because it's not like a Sage res where you just resurrect yourself, you're back in. Like you said, you have to chase for that kill. You have to get yourself in position to be able to do that. So even though you have that little dismiss to be able to pull back, get yourself into a safe position, you have to go right back out into the open and try to challenge right after that. So I really like it.
Now, we got some thoughts from our players as well, our Pacific players, on what they think about Clove. Mei from DFM is like, no way, that ain't fair. Self-res.
Again, if both teams have Clove, I think it's perfectly fair, because you can both, if you think that it's overpowered, then you can both utilize that to your advantage. So there you go.
And for Envy and Laz from ZETA, they seem to feel Clove is just completely overpowered. In fact, Envy seems to imply Clove is a must-use when allowed in tournaments. Do you think Envy's
money where your mouth is?
Yeah.
Let's see it. I mean,
bring it out.
Go ahead, bring it out. Day one. Why not?
Yeah. Who do we have next? Up here, we've got Xfero and Texture. Oh, I love Texture's comment here. Actually, both of them. But Texture is like, if you don't really know how to play a controller and you're forced to play it,
I do want to just add that there's also some nifty little tricks that you can also do with Clove. Like after you use the Not Dead Yet, if you're able to win the round and you don't get any kills but you're still alive after the round ends, you can carry over your life, your weapon. So it's very strong in that way that it's kind of like Jet's ability where the Blade Storm kind of makes you good on economy, kind of does the same for Clove where you can save a weapon into that next round if you can win that round.
Yeah, I mean, as per usual, whenever we introduce, now we've introduced a new gun, so I guess we can go ahead and include the Outlaw in that. But any new agent, any new weapon, maps, we have to wait until we see these pro players bring it out to really know what the apex of performance is when it comes down to it. So I'm really curious, especially, if it's somebody like Forsaken, who is known for their flexibility, but also known for their aggression in their own right. I think that's where we really start seeing what limits Clove can push. So I'm really excited to see these guys get their hands on it.
And Governor was saying you just need to aim good. If you can't aim good, you can't play Clove. But I would argue,
if you can't aim good, don't play Valorant.
for any agent, that's right. Now, let's talk about this week's schedule. Every single one of the 11 teams will be playing this week. Which matchups are you guys most excited for?
I mean, honestly, I'll start with today's because there's a lot of question marks surrounding DRX with some of the changes that we've been seeing so far during the downtime between kickoff and here. Team Secret, a team that had been able to best them in the past with the just solitary go A on Haven strategy last year. I think that is going to be a damn good series, and it's going to be a big insight into the growth for the side of Secret, as well as, you know, the developments here for DRX with Bane joining the roster.
For me, if I could just select one, probably the one Genji match that we'll be having on Tuesday, just because it's the comeback into Pacific here for the current kings of the scene.
Well, the other one that I was going to highlight is, you know, speaking of comeback, Bleed, right there versus Talon coming up tomorrow. There's been so many questions. I mean, a bit of a disappointing and rough start, frankly, in kickoff for the side of Bleed. Now being reinforced a little bit. We get the comeback of Zest joining that squad. So I'm curious to see what kind of impact he's going to be able to have.
And starting off today, we've got Global Esports and ZETA Division. I know a couple of you guys saw a bit of a preview of what our predictions were, and it's heavily favored towards ZETA. We'll break that down a bit more later. And Team Secret versus DRX, like you were saying, Achilleos, I think this is going to be really exciting to see this matchup. Secret was the first team to defeat DRX last year. Now, I do hear some of the players are getting ready to come in. We have Jen on standby who's going to interview a few of them. Global Esports is arriving now. Let's see what they have to say.
Hi, Polvi. Now, you guys are facing ZETA Division for the third time this year. What do you think? Third time's the charm?
Yes.
What are you listening to right now?
New Tin Super Shy. Banger.
Super shy, super shy.
Oh. I couldn't hear the audio from where we were sitting too well. Could you guys hear that? No?
Unfortunately, fine. I
like
caught
that she was
all the
dancing.
awkward from the visual.
It looked, I don't know what was happening. I kind of wish I knew what was happening there.
Were they dancing to like K-pop or something?
She asked what he was, what music he was listening to, and I couldn't quite catch what the band was. I couldn't see what the image was on his screen, but she's just vibing along to the song. But the one thing that I'll say off the rip, I like the new jerseys. I like the new look here from Global.
Yeah. First of all, their jerseys look cool. I like their new look this year. And ZETA is on standby for their interview. I don't know if we're going to get more dancing.
or kumbanglade. Now, Polvi over there feeling super shy today, but you guys going up against Global Esports already beat them twice this year. So how are you feeling about today's matchup?
Fearless.
Fearless. All right. Bum, 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 bum.
I mean, okay. Well, they have no fear facing Global Esports today. Now, ZETA Division was pretty exciting to watch here and kick off with two new rookies on their roster, right?
Yeah, Huron and Euron. I think they showcased what they were able or what they wanted to bring when they came out in kickoff. Unfortunately, it might be a little bit too not there yet. Still developing, but definitely looking forward to what at least now they can bring into here on stage one.
Now, these two teams have faced off before, and well,
yeah, a couple times.
Yeah, a couple times since last year, quite a while. And whether it's the old ZETA or the new ZETA, so far they've been pretty dominant against Global Esports, Achilleos.
I mean, dominant, but not necessarily in a sense where the wins were clean. It got better the second time that they squared off against each other, especially on that Lotus. That was a very one-sided affair in favor of ZETA. But especially off the rip, that first bind, it was one of the more frustrating and confusing games that we had seen. ZETA, they were able to get the win in the end 13-10, but it always felt like it should have been a lot easier for them than it really was in that moment. There was a lot of questionable decision making from, I'd say, both teams, but it felt like ZETA should have had an upper hand right off the rip, given that we saw Global coming out with this solo Viper controller on Bind, which is not something that pretty much any other team has leaned into, but they still struggled there. But Greta, we did get to see the improvements from ZETA in the head-to-head versus Global going into the second series, but then not much else, not much other growth, not much other explosive play for them in their follow-up series, because from there it was basically just 0-2s to, miss out on playoffs and whatnot. So I'm really curious to see how collected they look here today.
And these highlights are not just from kickoff, but since last year, Azrai.
Yeah. So I kind of wanted to add a little bit on what Achilles has mentioned there, where teams might not be looking as sharp, but for me at least, it feels like it's because Global Esports on their end was doing as many things as possible in as many avenues as possible when they were playing here against ZETA, as to, I think, why ZETA just didn't really figure out that part when it was on the second half. You saw that they were struggling on, I believe that was like Icebox, but then they just kind of figured it out and then answered back against Global here.
And now we're looking at our key players. Polvi, who's replaced the duelist role from SK Rossi since last year, and Depp. And there's a big disparity here, but I mean, how can you be compared to the child of God that is Depp?
I mean, Depp, he might not have been necessarily speaking for the entire team when he said that they were feeling fearless today, because that's pretty much how Depp always plays. He's never really seems phased no matter who he's going up against. He always looks cool, calm, and collected and just confident. And for Polvi, this is somebody who has very much put their skill on display. We have had some fantastic moments from him, even, yes, in those losses that we saw from them back at kickoff, but going back over to Convergence, where he was kind of debuting with this Global Esports squad, we saw what he was capable of. This guy is an incredibly talented player in his own right. I think that Global, they may have just needed a bit more time ahead of kickoff to get themselves ready, to get themselves comfortable, get used to the, the comm structure and everything else that they have going on. So I'm hoping that with this additional bit of downtime coming into today, they're going to be looking like a much more scary and dominant team.
Now we have the Global Esports and ZETA data here. This is only from kickoff now, the stats from their map picks and their win-lose percentage here. And if any of you guys saw the Pacific content with the coaches being asked how important are map band pick and how does it affect the outcome of the match, interestingly, the only coach who said it didn't really matter was Global Esports coach Spin.
Yep.
I was actually
You're
waiting for someone
like,
to actually
you're
chip
like,
in.
oh, cool.
Sorry, I just wanted to add as well that it did feel like they're just okay trying anything and everything in terms of the maps. That's to why maybe he answered that during the video.
Yeah, I mean, he had a fair point. In fact, we're going to go to the map band picks right now. Let's see what we got.
First match, a coin toss will be conducted to determine the higher seed. Global Esports has heads the bird, and ZETA Division is tails the number.
Bird.
Alright, so it's heads the bird, so Global Esports, you may now choose to be Team A or Team B.
Team B, please.
Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, time to ZETA Division, Team A. Alright, so we'll begin with ZETA banning the first map.
We ban Breeze.
ZETA bans Breeze, ban for G.
Bind.
Bans Bind. ZETA, you can now pick the first map.
Sunset.
It's Sunset. Cypher G.
Attack.
It's Attack. G, you may now pick the second map.
Icebox.
Picks Icebox. Cypher ZETA.
Attack.
Attack. Ban for ZETA, you have Ascent, Lotus, and Split left.
Bounce. Yes. This one, right?
Yeah.
Ban split.
And Split. G, you can now ban either Ascent or Lotus.
We'll ban Lotus.
Bans Lotus. Final map will be Ascent. Cypher ZETA.
Defense.
All right, well,
Okay.
ZETA continues to ban Breeze and Split. And Sunset, we're starting off with Sunset with Global Esports.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most interesting thing, I think, for me, is the Sunset pick coming in here for ZETA Division. Not one that I kind of expected, but with Ascent as a bit of a round-out map for them, I think that this, I mean, I'm really curious to see how this one's going to shake out. Clearly, going to be feeling confident about Sunset, going to be thinking that they've really solidified their comps on this map, so I'm curious to see how they're going to be piloting this.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think ZETA has actually played Sunset before, so this is probably just because, we've been playing it inside the lab a little bit more, probably just more confident about how it is going to be, even though this is one of the maps where Global Esports has actually gotten, I think, 100% win rate because they did get that one map off of, I believe that was T1, was it?
That sounds correct to me. But yeah, I mean, we did get to see it from ZETA once, and it wasn't the greatest. You know, you can see right there in the attack rounds, 4 and 8 on the half, only able to find 3 more on the back end. So I'm really curious to see if there's going to be a change up in the comp, or if they're still going to be sticking with this kind of like Fade Breach that they were bringing out. So, because Gecko, it seems like that has very much been dominating the meta on Sunset. We've been seeing that internationally, we've been seeing that from a multitude of different teams. So I think that leaning into that a little bit more could be curious, but it would also be a very different look for ZETA Division.
I thought they actually didn't play it because it just feels like it was a one-off, so... That was my bad.
It wasn't the most impressive thing, so I think it is a little bit easier to kind of forget that they had played that map.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think when you see a team, you know, only play a map once, kind of get smashed on it, and then still like to pick it, you're either RRQ from last year, or you have actually cooked up a really good strategy. I love you guys. A really good strategy to get yourself in a winnable position off the rip. So I'm very much interested in seeing what ZETA does have prepared for that one.
They did have a few weeks to prepare for this, you know, since kickoff, so I'm sure they got something. Now we got to talk about predictions. I know. This is an unusual pick, and I did have a whole justification for it, but then I ran into Global Esports not once but twice in the lift. The first time I told them I predicted them, they looked shocked. The second time I told them, I asked them, like, you know, how are things going, and I don't know. They looked relaxed, and I like that. And when it comes to a game like Valorant, it could be anyone's game. We've seen crazier things happen in the history of Valorant, especially in other regions, maybe like less so here in Pacific. So I do think at this point, I wouldn't say I'm overly confident with my prediction here, as you might expect, but there's a chance. There's a reality, there's a timeline where Global Esports gets it together. They have a very different team than last year. I know Spin has definitely been working really hard with his team to, you know, try to make this work. And yeah, this could be it. I don't know.
I think there's a multitude of realities where they get this win. I don't think that this is nearly as cut and dry as it might seem like. I think Global, with a little bit more time to really continue, you know, working on compositions, especially, I think that they could become a team that is going to be a bit scary out here and that can take matches off of a lot of the other squads that you wouldn't necessarily expect. The reason that I'm going with ZETA is just because they have the math right now. They were able to take them down twice, and I think that with more time for these rookies, they're just going to continue to get better and better as well. So I'm just kind of going off of, you know, that recency bias that we saw from kickoff.
Yeah, I think Global Esports, for sure, no matter the outcome of today, they are going to get wins in their pockets this stage 1. I'm fully confident of that. This is a very different Global than last year. Now we got to talk about team capsule sales. We do know PaperX is #1 in the world over Sentinel. So while they didn't get the first
We
place,
might not have that trophy.
Yeah, they got team castle sales, so I'm pretty sure they're enjoying their dinners right now from those sales. And this is now regionally. I was very curious about within our region who is, you know, who's topping here. And ZETA, maybe unsurprisingly, is second highest in sales, and the rest are Korean teams. They're really nice looking capsules though.
Are you just looking at me because like the only one I bought was the PaperX one?
PaperX one? I mean, this is probably
it really is
why.
nice looking, yeah.
I think I've got like 2 of the ones out of our list, and then I did buy the send button.
Yeah.
You know, I got to give it up to the guys over there.
I'm going to be collecting them all. We don't have that much time left to buy them. And we have an interview now with ZETA Division's Coach Carlisle. So let's welcome him over to our analyst.
Welcome.
Hello, welcome.
Hola, good to see you.
Yes, please.
Oh, he'll take the Tactibear. Excellent.
All right. Okay, I got to ask you, Carlisle. I mean, this is the first day of the regular season. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling okay. I think we had like some times to fix some kickoff like mistakes that we did. Some time to practice, some time like to try to bring new stuffs for the table. So I'm okay.
Yeah, you're looking like very relaxed right now. You're looking...
just a little bit.
We definitely wanted to ask you about the rookies on your team, right?
Yes. I just wanted to ask here, you know, with regards to the performance of Hiroron and Euron during kickoff, it looked like they started strong, but then maybe nerves settled in. Is this something that you addressed during the break now coming into stage 1? Or, you know...
Yeah, I think that's going to be part of the process for the young kids, right? Like, they're going to be like good matches, bad matches. It's part of the process for the rookies to deal with like another level performance that requires them right now. So I'm really proud of them because they have like good stuff, bad stuff, and it's gonna be tight. More time to them, they will be better. So.
I do have to ask about the rookies overall. A lot of people have described this year as the year of the rookies across the board for teams everywhere around the world. How are you feeling generally, how your rookies are sitting amongst the wealth of them?
I really like my rookies.
Understandably.
I really like to work with rookies because Inferior was the same thing, like Kisuke and Khalil was rookies like since that area. So it's things that I really like to work with. So I think they're like getting better and better and better, so I can show that to the world, how good these rookies are.
To follow up on that, is that because you think that, you know, with rookies you have a bit more moldability and you can really guide them a bit better compared to somebody who has a very veteran mindset and it's, you know, feels like they've been around the block before?
A little bit, yeah, for sure. Like the rookies are the new generation. They are like kind of like more listen to like everything that we like show them and like we can build them as a professional. So a little bit that, but I think that the new generation that is coming is really strong, not just here in Pacific, but in the whole world. So I really trust the new generations for the rookies.
Believe in the new gen. I believe in that too, and I think we've seen that evolution happening throughout VCT over the last 3 years. Now, your first match is against Global Esports. How are you feeling about that? Honestly, are you nervous, comfortable?
I think like for sure Global will be a better team from the kickoff. We won them like twice, but pressure's on us, right? We have to win them because we already win twice. So I'm feeling comfortable about it, but I know it's going to be a really hard match. I'm 100% sure they will be a better team, so we cannot make mistakes. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, no, I'm glad to hear that complacency is definitely the killer of a winning mentality. And we have to ask this question because we've been wondering this since earlier this year. Is Laz finally going to play the chamber?
Let's see.
Are you thinking about it?
Let's see.
I think we can get surprises for this first map.
Okay. Oh, I love that.
I mean, hey, I can see it. I can see it on Sunset. The chamber can work. So I'm crossing my fingers.
Yeah, okay. No, let's see. I think you got a good surprise today.
Oh, I like that. We like surprises here in Pacific. Well, thank you so much, Coach. Good luck on your match against Global Esports.
Thank you so much.
Yep, take
Thank
care.
you so much for the time. Best of
Yeah,
luck.
thank you. I'm gonna take Tac to Bearbat. Do you want to take him with you? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Cool. Yeah.
Good luck.
Actually, we were like, we need that back. What is he? What is
It's fine.
15?
We have plenty of tactics.
We got a merch store downstairs. We can replace it.
Yeah, well, I mean that's pretty cool, and I like that humility. Even though a lot of people historically ZETA has defeated Global Esports, Carlisle is never gonna underestimate any opponent.
No, I mean, and like you said, like complacency, that is a killer. As soon as you say like, okay, we beat these guys time and time again, that's when they catch you off guard. And it's good that they're just going to keep going into this mindset, expecting that Global is going to be a significantly stronger team. I fully agree with that assessment as well. So if you just kind of glided into this and said, okay, you know what, we got them twice before, we looked better even in the second one, we looked better on the third one. That's probably where you get caught off guard.
So we are going to go to the stage really soon, but Asarai, I do want to hear a bit about your thoughts about the matchup we're about to see.
You know what? I'm just hella excited to see how the matchup between Depp and Colby is going to be because those two were just firing on all cylinders that last time, and I'm just looking forward for it.
Yeah, well, I'm so excited for this first split one here in VCT Pacific. 2 of our Pacific teams already made to the top. Let's see how they do this time. Let's welcome our players.
사 4년이나 걸렸는데 그래도 좀 보상받은 것 같아요.
Genji now up to double digits, 3 rounds away. He'll turn his sights over, he's spots him, he's got it done!
그래도 챔피언으로 시작을 하는 거니까 기분은 좋은 것 같아요.
킥오프 처음 신인으로 출전하면서 저는 제 플레이 많이 보여줄 수 있었던 것 같아서 되게 좋았습니다.
Flashback is here on mid. They haven't cleared him out.
DRX가 가지고 있는 팀적인 강점은 젊음, 형들 아주 날라다닙니다. 정상에 오르는 건 DRX가 될 거라고 기대하세요. Pacific is very strong. Those were the impressions that I got. You know, after a big match win, seeing, you know, the highlights definitely gives me a big feeling of confidence. Because we have to plan differently for every team and strategical options for each opponent, I'm really excited.
My memorable thing, I think, when I was playing against ZETA division, I'm hitting a lot of crazy shots.
Yikes, X-Spirit, what a mad lad.
We really want to make T1 one of the best team in the world. And for the upcoming stage 1, it's really our first step to achieve that.
This is a very bad situation.
They have to go inside it to defuse it.
After kickoff, we had a lot of reflection time. We spoke very deeply about everything and we figured out a lot of things that we can use moving forward.
試合内容はもちろん負けてるので良かったとは言えないんですけど、最初からでかい目標は掲げずにまず1勝したいと思ってます。
When I first saw the bracket, I feel like, this is a tough group. When we play against Genji, we lost to them and we won against them a map, but it's okay, we'll come back stronger next time.
We've been using this time to improve our strategy and I'm really excited to show you guys what we have for stage 1.
何が問題だったのかずっと悩みました。諦めるつもりは一切ないです。
오랜만에 또 퍼시픽 오니까 되게 신나고 좋네요.
Yeah, gotta aim for the top like. Hold up, yeah.
퍼시픽으로 돌아온 계기는요, 새로운 느낌의 팀에서 해보면 어떨까 싶어가지고 재밌을 것 같아서. 예희 선수랑 시너지는 샷이 너무 좋아가지고 인게임적으로도 되게 잘 맞는 것 같아요. 킥오프 때 블리드 모습 생각하고 경기하면은 많이 당황할 거예요.
Kickoff was a big lesson for us. Compared from last year, the Pacific teams are better this time around. We've fixed some problems during this time coming up to stage 1 and I think this time around it's going to be different.
そうですね、一番はもちろん日々の練習でチーム全体レベルアップできてる、試合を見て応援してくれてる方の声もすごく力になっています。ステージ1では本当に一試合一試合大切に見てて楽しい試合ができるように勝ち進んでいきたいなと思ってます。
We learned a lot from the kickoff, but I think the disappointment is having a tough loss. Despite the small losses in kickoff, I still think that I'm the best player flex in the world. At the Madrid, I don't really expect that much, but we still made it to top 4. It was not easy, but it was fun. Because having Jing back, we kind of like need to change a little bit for this tournament. I hope it's gonna be different, you know.
우여곡절이라기보다는 솔직히 좀 많이 힘들었지만 그래도 발로란트가 좋다라는 거 하나만으로 열심히 하다 보니까 잘 버텨왔던 것 같아요. 다른 사람들의 시선은 그렇게 중요하지 않고 저희끼리 그냥 열심히 했으니까 저희가 우승한 것 같아요. 그렇게. 마스터즈 준우승은 솔직히 좀 아쉽긴 하지만 이제부터 실력이라고 생각을 해요. 젠지가 어디까지 강해질 수 있는지 스테이지 1에서 보여드릴게요.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Stage 1. Now we're starting things off with Global Esports versus ZETA Division. Hey, I'm Quack, your cast for today, and alongside me is none other than Paper Thin. How's it been?
I'm good. I'm blocking elevators. I'm keeping players. Not just yet. Not yet. No. Okay, we're almost ready for games. I might let a few people out, but no, I'm really excited for today. Some really good matchups. Some teams that weren't able to make their way to Masters Madrid, but still had some pretty strong showings along the way. I mean, I think GE and ZETA, there's still something a little bit lacking there, as we saw. ZETA felt a little bit predictable. GE just didn't seem to really have all their parts fully integrated yet. So I think for both of these teams, there's a lot to prove here today. There's a lot of progress that they want to show. And Carlisle was already talking about it, right, during this pre-match interview, that he was saying, you know, we're not underestimating GE. We know how much they can improve because of the caliber of players that are on here. You know, just the extra time as well. Everybody's going to get better.
Yeah, it almost feels like there's some more pressure on them, a little bit higher expectations because they've already beaten GE so many times before in the past. Now they have to keep those expectations up. But now coming into the game, you know, that's the thing about Pacific. You know, we saw kickoffs, but everyone's still growing. All the pieces are in place. And welcome to the stage. I mean, Global Esports. Take a look at this. Woo!
We got
spike going off.
Yeah, man. Oh, it's got the capsule banners there as well for the teams. I love that. That's so sick. Our new stage, dude. That spike when it was coming up at the beginning, it like shook the stage. It was insane, dude.
The effects and everything, but of course the players now taking their places.
I'm really, really curious for both of these teams because definitely, again, something to work on. But I mean, you could see flashes of brilliance. I mean, with ZETA, you kind of always know that Depth is going to be that hard carry. He's going to be that guy you can rely on. You know, they showed in the during the analyst desk that Polvi matching up with him, it definitely wasn't nearly as kind of dominant. But Depth's been dominant in our league since its inception, so that's a tough task going up against one of the best duelists we have here in Pacific. And then you got to talk about Yuran and Yurodon, like very, very good players coming in for their first time. They looked sharp. It kind of fell off as time went on, but I think that was more of just ZETA just kind of seemingly running out of energy and running out of ideas a bit. So I think with some time off, this should be a rejuvenated ZETA coming in here against GE.
Yeah, right? Like everyone's always trying to improve, especially with the coaches now stepping up onto the stage. They've got a lot to provide, especially Coach Carlisle, you know, different perspectives from different regions. Hopefully that adds a lot more to ZETA Division, but at the same time, Coach Spin and Global Esports, they are that hope for South Asia. It's not just Polvi. Polvi is a great entry player, but we're also looking at guys like Russ, guys like Lightning Fast, and we want to see them step up. They have shown us quite a bit. They beat Bleed before. Yeah. So can they keep on this upwards trajectory? Can they keep showing us their improvements as Pacific Stage 1 continues?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think they can. I like the caliber of player on this team. I think they just need a little bit more confidence, a little more teamwork, you know, set Polvi up nicely. It felt like sometimes they're having a little bit of trouble with their entries and things like that. Previously, it seemed like maybe the coordination wasn't always there. But, you've got guys like Blaze King on here as well, who is absolutely cracked out of his mind. He can really change the dynamic of a map if he can pop off. You know, we know Benkai's super smart. We know he's going to be lurking around the map, trying to find those weaknesses in your defenses and things like that. So this is a team that can certainly do it. I'm a big fan of Coach Spin. I think he can really get these guys in the right place and in the right mindset. But that being said, you're still going up against a ZETA team that's still very, very stacked.
Yeah, I think that's the main story for today, is the fact that they are going up against those odds. ZETA Division, they've beaten them several times before, you know, not just in kickoffs, but last year as well. So, I mean, can they really show us what they've got?
Yes! Yes!
Oh my god, paper thin.
Yes! I'm so happy right now. This is the best day ever. This is, I mean, when coming into the LCQ last year, right? Like, ZETA was kind of struggling, and I was just saying on the analyst desk and things, I was like, just bring Laz back on Chamber. That's all you need to do. And now, especially with the slight buffs that Chamber has gotten, I mean, you know, he was able to really change the dynamic of ZETA on that agent. He's back on it. He is Chamber. He is the embodiment of Chamber, is Laz. So hopefully he's, you know, hasn't lost his touch with that. Headhunters are absolutely disgusting for him. That is one of the biggest things that sets him apart, is he's so good. He can get you so many early advantages. He's so good at holding the off angles for you because he's so good at trading when he's on that Chamber.
For sure, but the other thing that I want to focus on as well is the fact that we've got a Phoenix pick. It's been a while since we've seen that.
Has Depp ever played Phoenix? I mean, I just, like, all of a sudden I just had it in my head. I'm like,
I don't think so.
Not that I've seen in Pacific, I know that, but he's maybe played it before. He's played it a few times before. Okay, I just looked. It's like he's played it like 5 other times. So not often, but
not often.
But still, it's Depp, man. Like, you know, he's generally going to be really, really solid. But with Global starting on the attack, seemingly lining up for some kind of A hit here, you do have Hirodor and Yuran paired up at the A side. The rookies looking at, but look at this mid setup for ZETA. They're not gonna mess with the front of B at all. They're completely on the other side of the map.
Yeah, actually pushing out a little bit. They're just leaving that trademark to cover everything outside of B. Global Esports, though, definitely taking things a little bit slow, going outside of tiles. There's that hot hands. The flash comes out perfectly, but just tampering with it a little bit. Hang back for a second, go in for a couple of trades, and then Depp with the swing. Spike carrier dropped, and that's a lot of information for ZETA. Last player left alive, and Ben has to try to recover, but unfortunately shut down by that Chamber himself.
Yep, this is what Laz does for you. In these early rounds in particular, he could really set the tone, really dictate the pace. And it's a fast hit here by ZETA towards mid, but it's pretty well read by GE. They honestly kind of sniffed it out pretty quickly and were able to make some good trades, but Laz was holding down the entirety of mid with that headhunter and took 3 players out that were trying to see if they could get there to bail out, to see if they could shut down Depp. Depp good for 2 as well, so already the superstars for ZETA fully online.
Yeah, I even noticed that from before. Laz was actually up on the elevator position, so it's a little bit tougher for Global Esports to trade that way. But back to some kind of setups. We've got alt orbs being obtained, while the rest of Global Esports just trying to find what they can get, but walking straight into the blender here with the automatic weapons. Wow! Actually going to melt Benkai as well with that fireball, so ZETA with the 2-0.
Yeah, just a straight up scrap there. You know, GE trying to deathball it through, but ZETA on point with those Spectres and combined fire. Yeah, what are you going to do against that, right? No, exactly, Quack. Like, that's the way this it goes sometimes on these Eagle rounds. You're just hoping you can maybe get a couple right clicks on those classics to go in those situations. And they do get one, but yeah, it's a pretty good start here. And so far, seeing some okay things out of Depp on the Phoenix. You know, good placement with some of those curveballs, and there with the hot hands, very nicely done. Now we go into the bonus for GE. Already this toxic screen for Euron, cutting off a lot of mid and front of A here. You see a lot of teams do this so they can maintain control over the front of B. You do not want to give up this front part of the site as much as you can. You want to make it really difficult for teams to set up into post plans in this B main area, because if you can get into a solid post plan, it's really tough to dislodge teams from this spot.
Definitely that pulls a lot away, especially with that mid control as well. But I think Global Esports have some options, given the fact that it's really early in the round now. Just trying to get a sense for how ZETA have themselves set up. You still have that toxic screen up around A from Benkai, and they can use that to rotate over, especially if Benkai gets a pick on this lurk. But ZETA are actually really steady right now. I mean, take a look at how they're positioned.
Yeah, they've got this pretty well read so far. You know, Laz can just, again, he's so reliable on that chamber. He can hold down one angle, even with just a headhunter. In this case, he's got an outlaw as well. Now everybody has full armor. It's enough damage on Russ. I think one shot with the outlaw would take him out, but still, I like this setup. Here we go.
30 seconds
Just executing in. We've got the flashes through. A bit of a counter flash coming out from Sugar Zero, and that connects all the way through. Depp able to get a couple of shots off with that Bulldog. Euron staying hidden inside this dark cover. If the timing is right, he springs out. That could be huge, but Lightning Fast has him covered. Pops up on top, picks off Depp with that Vandal headshot, and that gives Global Esports the site plan. Lightning Fast continuing to try to push forward. Doesn't want to let them through. The doorman, as it were, this time. Blaze King now back to trade off, but Euron actually comes back up. The automatic rifles somehow don't quite work out, and it comes down to Laz with the scope, with the shot. ZETA picks up bonus.
Incredible stuff here from ZETA. Again, you know, with Laz just being able to sit over on A with the trademark down through the A main side, and then him on elbow, he's able to completely control that site, keep information on what they're doing over there. They're never getting any contact, so ZETA keeps their feet planted. I gotta credit Euron with the way he plays this round, the way he maneuvers himself. He puts himself into the smoke. I love this. He uses their smoke against them, wraps all the way back up to Boba to bail out Sugar Zero, and then comes through with some clutch play. So that's what you love to see from this rookie, who doesn't seem to be missing a beat here. It doesn't feel like really, other than maybe towards the end of kickoff, that him and Hiroron seemed like rookies. They just didn't. They were just built for this. And that's another thing that they were talking about on the desk, is how good the rookies are. And we know how good Depp is.
Always. And I think just trying to get a sense for how this toxic screen comes out this time. So it's a bit of a punish towards Benkai. Of course, Global Esports on a bit of an eco, so it's not going to be too substantial of a round, but it's just a question of how much ZETA can get away with. And right now, they're starting to feel confident.
No doubt about it. And you can see they're moving pretty nicely. Although this lurk from Polvi might cause some damage. Yuron is right behind him, but I don't think he's going to get there in time.
Okay.
Spike down.
Yeah, not quite.
One enemy remaining.
They could have bought enough time for Polvi to come up from behind, maybe pick up a rifle. That could have been something different, but now if nothing else, it's just going to be walking straight into them. That should be, yep, an easy headshot. ZETA with the 4th win.
Well, already we're seeing pretty good comms from ZETA. The fact that immediately I was watching the players on the mini-map there, and they were immediately looking back towards the back end of the site, towards A-Link and those kind of things, knowing that there was some space left open there. So it's really good awareness, really good comms from ZETA to kind of recognize where that lurking player might be. And it's an easy shutdown there for their 4th win in a row to start Sunset.
Yeah.
This was kind of an interesting map pick from them, right? Not really a map they were favoring during kickoff, but they sure look good right now.
That's the strangest thing, because they definitely did get rolled over by T1 a little bit. You know, it was like 13-7, but then Global Esports had a win against Bleed on this map as well, so picking it was a bit of a challenge. And the fact that they are picking it up this way, a 4-0 start, just says so much. Global Esports actually have to hang back for a second. We might even see a timeout if this round does not go towards Global Esports.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I really think a timeout would be needed if this one doesn't go their way. But
even have a Thrash right now, yeah.
Yeah. So this might catch Laz. Yeah, so he's gonna have to get out of dodge. But fortunately, he is a good agent to have in that situation with the rendezvous.
Ooh, wow! Solo entry on the other side. I guess that works as well. Now you have a little bit of attention drawn over. You've got Lightning Fast from the shadows, teleport over. We could get the spike planted, but we also need post-plant positions to come into play. ZETA definitely on the spot. They're trying to come back for a retake. They've already eliminated one player, so 4-on-4.
I mean, ZETA reacting so well right now to everything that's going on in the map. And again, but getting players out of this post-plant position is really tough.
Okay. Bit of a mosh pit, Sugar tapping it all the way half. That's enough. So they have a bit of an advantage right now, and everything's being smoked off outside of main too. So this is a really tough fight for Global Esports to be in. It's a bit of a firing range, but as soon as they can kind of get their position in, stick it all the way through, it should be enough. But oh, the sprays are too good. Hirodon, despite getting the 4K, is it enough time for Laz? It is. Global Esports could not save the round. ZETA just going on a steamroll.
Yeah, I mean, I think GE's doing a lot of pretty good things in that situation. Blaze King, with still a couple shock darts left there in the post plant on top of the Gecko utility, trying to do their best to delay. But ZETA's so clean right now. Their shots are so crisp. And then, of course, there's always Laz as this last line of defense, or the first line of defense. Either way, he's really good in that role, and Hirodon as well.
That's
so
what we're
crisp.
talking about.
Oh, so good.
Rookies, right? But then they come in and they do things like that. And now this is just such a big advantage for ZETA Division. Look at the number of ultimates that they've got. Oh, Polvi, though, opening things up with an operator of his own as a raise.
I was curious if Laz was going to pop the tour de force, but going to hold on to that since he still got his op from the previous round and trying to see if he can find a pick of his own. Good work there by Polvi. Benkai, a double push coming at him.
Trying to get a play up around mid and tiles too. But Hirodon is just doing such a good job at denying entry around these spots. Global Esports wants to try to extend their limbs a little bit, stretch themselves out, try to get an opening here and there. Maybe a bit of attention drawn towards mid, but it's not quite enough for the solo player Benkai to kind of push into halls. So now, elbow. So now Global Esports with that one player dropped, trying to go back in.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, though, that ZETA's comfortable to play a little bit of post-plan in this one. They're looking for a retake setup. They're going to let him use some of that utility, but good discipline here by GE. Not committing a whole lot. Obviously going to use the wingman to plant the spike, but the Hunter's Fury is just going to maybe... It did delay the plant, so we got that.
Is enough. Oh, counter Hunter's Fury back to Hirodon now. And that's him eliminated. Did he even get a tag onto Sugar Zero? Not too sure. But now it's a 3-on-4 retake. A little bit tougher for ZETA Division. Might have been a little bit overconfident on this one with a retake. Lightning Fast makes quick work, yeah.
Really nice. That was a really good ping-pong in there from GE. They're looking a little more confident here in this round. It seems like they're kind of getting it on, kind of figured out. So Euron and Hirodon, man, are so crisp.
Still able to get some picks. I don't know if there's enough time though. Wait, Recon trying to pull the attention away. Polvi with a showstopper, and that's going to be enough for Global Esports to pick up their first win.
Yeah, really good utilization there by Blaze King of his Hunter's Fury to counter the Hunter's Fury. Yeah, delayed, but I think they were expecting it because they were playing very far back. They were playing pretty safe here, and he's able to ping him out and get the 2 hits to go. And again, this ping pong right here, very, very nice from the side of GE. And then the late backstab from Blaze King, able to secure the round there. And now, indeed, the tour de force, I believe, going to be snatched up here by Laz very early. Still have to run it back for Depp, but he doesn't look to be maybe going through a mid push. Yeah, Polvi is there still with that op, but not gonna be going all the way in just yet.
I think it's a bit of mental conditioning as well from GE. You know, the past couple rounds, they've let Benkai kind of lurk around this A side. If Benkai gets dropped, ZETA tends to think that, you know, this side is kind of open now because Benkai's on the lurk. But that's not the case anymore because Global Esports is trying to send a bit more reinforcements into this A side. Maybe a bit of a split if they manage to take top mid.
Yeah, they're doing a good job recognizing where Laz is kind of having tendencies to play on that chamber. So good jiggle peeking there, and then able to go for the wide swing. Ooh, Op's missing there as well. Yeah.
Still a bit of space taken, but wow, look at how ZETA responds. Hiroran just kind of falling back bound by bound. Now Depp comes back in, a bit of a double, a third! The flash, the run it back, it's just so darn good, and all that's left for this round for Global Esports is just Blaze King. Can't really escape either, able to take down Yuran at the very least.
30 seconds left.
He's got to save though. It just doesn't feel, you know, there is other than him, money is a little weak on a couple players, so I don't think there's any way that he's going to get back to this. Maybe get a couple picks, but see if he can get it done. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if ZETA wants to continue hunting this.
No, they should just guard the spike at this point. There's no more reason to commit any more resources. ZETA's also a little bit low on money.
All right, we're good to go. That said, I mean, not too bad from Blaze King, but the adaptation, the adjustments from ZETA, and it all starts off with players like Hiroran again. You know, getting that information up around top mid. Although we did have Global Esports kind of being aware of how Laz might play, they kind of worked into Hiroran's hands.
Yeah, they just left him on site. They haven't been playing on the A site directly when they've been going for these setups. So that was kind of a little bit of trickery there. And Depp on his own, doesn't matter what agent he's playing. He's crazy, dude.
That's that child of God, you know?
He is. He is. I mean, the best FPS player to come out of Japan, in my opinion, of all time, and it's not even close. He's on another level. I mean, not only is he the best to come out of his region, but he's arguably the best duelist we have in Pacific, on top of it. I mean,
arguably,
he is.
Yes.
I think he probably is, in terms of, like, raw skill. Like, his mechanics are just through the roof, and you saw it there on that triple kill.
We've seen it so much last year on Jet as well, but now on different agents, it really shows that everyone is trying new things. I mean, Global Esports as well. I thought it was a little bit smart that they tried to adjust towards this A site, but, you know, that's the thing, because ZETA has already built up such a strong lead. And of course, it's that information game as well. Hiroran's just doing such a good job. Depp comes in to, you know, execute and secure the deal. How can Global Esports come back into this game at this juncture? You've got the timeout from Coach Spin. It's round number 8. Let's see what they've got.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they consider mid a little bit more, try to put some pressure. It's really difficult, though, with Laz there. With that op or with that tour de force or the headhunter, whatever it may be, he is such a challenge to get through when he's on chamber. He is so talented. I mean, we saw him whiff a little bit in the previous round, right? But, overall, he's been really solid. 7-1.
Yeah, 7-1. If he's playing it safe, you know, defense, that's what this composition does. Meanwhile, Global Esports composition is a really sound one too, but we haven't really quite seen the executes. Benkai again trying to take a peek by himself, but it's not quite working out. The toxic screen, a little bit too prevalent. Op shot whiffed, but it's still information enough, and I think Global Esports does not really want to challenge this, at least not solo.
Yeah, Polvi's waiting for reinforcements. That stutter step there by Polvi saved his life. If he goes a few inches further, he's dead. But again, Hiroran winning these big trades by himself with that Sova. Yeah.
Like Dizzy and then like Satchel in, or?
I mean, I think again, when you're going B, especially with the Gecko in there, you're trying to set up for the B main post plants, but with that paranoia, I think they bought enough space to potentially get the wingman in, but they're pulling off. They don't like the contact they're getting. They don't like that paranoia. You know, likely you're gonna have a couple players over there. So
okay, maybe trying to sell a bit of a fake too, but if they don't do enough. I don't think this fake is going to be bought. I mean, look at that. Simple shot from Laz, and Hiroran still hovering around the A site.
30 seconds
the awareness is just so sharp from ZETA, and they know that they have the numbers for this game.
yeah, they're so good. And look at, they're coming from every angle. I mean, you've got two wrapping through A main. You've got a couple coming from top. This is going to be a really difficult post plant for GE. Not much utility to work with either for GE.
Perhaps if you can hold off the defender spawn spot, might just be able to prevent them from breaking through, but look at how Yuran is coming up from behind. Something that Global Esports did not quite expect. And now that's going to be ZETA with the 7-1.
We good.
It's clean. Again, comms and awareness are really what is impressing me. We know the individual skill is there for ZETA. Some of the problems came with like depth of strategies and things like that, especially on maps like Icebox, which is our next map. So certainly something to keep your eye on as we go along on the day. But you can see they've got a lot of great ideas. There's a lot of pushing and pulling. They're doing a really good job of reacting to different stuff. Like they're not kind of just holding plant, pat and waiting for the plant to come down. They're being proactive. You know, they get the kill on the Blaze King. There's no follow-up behind it if it's a solo Sova kind of, just blind pushing towards site. That kind of raises some alarms in your head. You're like, well, I kind of doubt that this is the real hit. It wouldn't be usually the Sova doing that. So
I don't hear a wingman. Yeah, exactly. Right?
Exactly.
So
exactly.
It's a little bit tough now. And if anything, maybe this Owl drone was a bit of a tell this time. Okay, that's definitely a tell. Thrash coming through. They don't see anything though, so this could be a good site capture by Global Esports. ZETA has to go in with their full investment to retake. Viper's pit up as well.
You do have the drone as well to try to clear that pit. So some tools here for ZETA to work with, a counter pit of their own potentially.
So far so good though, Global Esports staying hidden. Polvi sneaking out the front, on towards Boba, able to get one, but Laz with the headhunter answers back. Thrash able to connect, but Hiroran! He actually wrapped back around Boba again! So that's the initial line of defense getting messed with. The rest of them inside. Oh, the way that they're pushing along with Hiroran's utility. Sugar Zero with the double at the end. ZETA are looking unstoppable right now.
Yeah, the protocol's just a bit off there for GE in that post plant. Nobody able to clear. That recon dart really hurts because it immediately reveals Benkai's presence, and that's a huge advantage that ZETA has going into this post plant, is that Hiroran is not only popping off with his mechanics, but he's saving that utility for when he needs it and able to put it to great use. So it's just insane. I mean, it's so tough because Russ isn't in a position to clear it either. It goes deep enough. A really nice recon there.
And that's the thing. I mean, you've got these players from ZETA Division. Of course, we know Depp is just that good. 12-6 right now, but Hiroran a close second. That's really impressive for this, sort of new player. Back in again, though. Polvi trying some entry antics. The satchel doesn't quite land. Hiroran shuts him down, but the trades come through anyway. You've got Depp with the run it back, though. Lightning fast, able to sneak up behind. Shuts down Depp, but Laz answers back. All of a sudden, you've got Blaze King left alone once more.
Really tough here for Blaze King. The Guardian, one tap potential, but Laz, you got to feel with that op in hand, he's going to be really fearsome.
I have the spike.
You do get the spike, probably can just wrap to B. No reason to try to push through. You know Laz is probably just hanging out. The player you got to worry about potentially is Yuran, but trying the pump fake, and ZETA this time, just going to plant their feet and wait this out. Again, great game sense.
Got a lot of time. Okay, initial tap. ZETA starts to move. He's still kind of paranoid about his back, though, but that recon will give him all the information he needs. Oh, but just a bit of a shoulder. That's all Laz needs. ZETA now with the 9, very close to double digits, and we are nearing the end of the first half, Paperthin.
Actually sinks out.
And I mean, again, it's Hiroran on point on this A site, who gets the opening kill. It's a good attempt from Polvi, but Hiroran's able to take him out before he even lands, really. And no real hope for Polvi in that situation if the player is able to take you out of the air like that. Laz is just, yeah, nice. Yeah, very good. It looks comfortable for Zeta. They have a phenomenal read right now. Now you've got that Hunter's Fury again. You do have the counters Hunter Fury from Blaze King. You do have Yodan's Pit, which he hasn't felt the need to invest yet. Hasn't really had the opportunity. He got taken out
Could
early.
even save it for a retake. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what it looks like he's thinking. Quack, and we'll see how he wants to use it. I thought maybe he'd use it this round just to shut down one of the angles, but what does Sugar Zero do it?
What?
Oh my
He's
God.
pushing along with Depp. A little bit of information for Depp on the other side of tiles too. Because of this toxic screen though, it's just so much value. The setup from Zeta is just too darn good.
And it's so similar to what we saw in the pistol round. A similar kind of push. This time though, you know, just playing it even better is Zeta. I mean, they're just so dialed in.
I mean, it's reads on top of that too. You know, previously we've seen that toxic screen for a bit more mid control. Okay, going in for the hunt now. Sugar Zero cleans up. Classic standard stuff. But yeah, the toxic screen before, we had it towards B, and then they started to get a read that maybe this round Global Esports going to head towards A.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's, you know, GE's trying to dig a little bit, but it's just getting so smothered. I mean, again, it's holding down the angle towards bottom mid for Sugar Zero. This time at Sugar Zero, you don't even need Laz to be the one to do it. And great protocols, great awareness, everybody doing the right thing at the right time, holding the correct angles for Zeta. The trades have been excellent. The individual play through the roof. Nothing to fault. Yeah.
You know, just wanting to stop them in their tracks. But back into it. Oh my God, Hiroran! In a one corner, able to take down two. Russ is the one who trades him out. But at this point, it's a 3-on-4. This could be an 11-1 first half. Is this all that Global Esports has to offer? Surely it's going to be more. Lightning fast from the shadows right behind. Depp feels a bit of that heat. Despite being Phoenix, the rest of them, Zeta tries to provide that reinforcement. Global Esports has no idea that this is where they are coming from. Yudon, heads up duel onto Blaze King, no trades found. It's all down to lightning fast. The hope of South Asia. A bit of a crouch, but last with the operator punctures through his torso. 11-1, Zeta ends the first half.
Switching sides.
Well, you already feel like you're getting the answers to some questions about what was happening during the offseason, and you've got to like what you're seeing from Zeta. Not only with the agent composition, everybody wants to see Laz on Chamber. I'm probably the biggest proponent of just stick Laz on Chamber in every map and just see what happens, because he's just that good. But it's more than that, right? Like Depp on this Phoenix.
Yes.
He's been insane.
And also Hiroran and Yuron too. I mean, we've seen Depp with the retakes, but the information that they gather because of Hiroran's utility, that's the thing that strikes me the most. I mean, this team is just doing everything right. They've got the advantages. They're not doing anything too risky, and everything, the protocols are all sound. They're making the best decisions possible. And I think that's kind of the direction that Coach Carlisle is steering them towards it, and it works out great. Global Esports, on the other hand, though,
yeah,
I'm not sure what it is.
It looks like they're a little bit just off. I mean, like, Hirodon in particular was so sharp on that A site, it made it really difficult for them to, like, they'd read where people were going to be or when they were going to be pushing. Like, I saw Ben Kai holding angles and just losing those fights because they're so crisp right now. I mean, that's hard to go against. When players are swinging you and you're holding that angle and they still outduel you, then it's just a skill. It's just a skill diff in that situation, and that sometimes happens. It might just be an off day, you know, mechanically for you or whatever, and that's hard to overcome in this game. You know, you can be as good with the util and all those other things, the protocols, all that can be in place, and it can still just be a bad day for you with your individual firepower, and that will quickly snowball, especially at this level.
Yeah, bad first day, bad first map. But regardless, we're going into this second half now. Global Esports definitely looking for that pistol win, but it's such a tall mountain to climb. Polvi trying to get a bit of space towards B main, blocking off Zeta. But look at how comfortable Zeta are. They might as well be like, you know, making use of these steel case chairs, just leaning all the way back. Stretch out. Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, Yodan was doing it during the break, so he's one step ahead of you, man. Like he's already vibing. But yeah, I mean, you could see Zeta sensing that there was going to be some kind of pressure, so they took a pause. They held Depp right around the door, ready for a flash in case there was a further push up through B main towards spawn, towards the lobby area. But wisely, GE to go for it.
Okay.
Ooh, just a little bit of damage done to Laz there before he's able to rendezvous.
But great information, though. They sense that there's a bit of movement towards mid. Yuran slowly inching towards A elbow, senses that it's kind of all clear, so everyone is corralling towards this A site. And pretty soon they will have it captured. How is Global Esports going to retake this? 5-on-5 on pistols?
Yeah, and plus ZETA still has a ton of post-plant utility available. A ton. They have everything. Shock darts, recon, snake bite. I mean,
the wingman.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy. Look at that flash.
Great recon, though, from Blaze King. And, the swings come out. Def able to get a bit of a double, but Laz straight right back. It's still a 2-on-2. ZETA still has a chance, and Laz has the optimal angle for this. The headhunter shot's a bit of a whiff, but still buying enough time for Yuran to play around the corners. What is this tap with the classic? Now coming back in. Polvi tries to stay hidden, but he's running out of time. Reload, swings back out. Yuran just clips him in the head.
Just fantastic coordination here between Yuran and Laz. You know, Laz able to hold that angle with the headhunter. Yuran so smart, gets lit up early, takes a ton of damage, and just says, okay, now I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna bait them into Laz's angles and then try to play off of that. And then he plays Ring Around the Rosie on this generator on site. So
nice.
well. Yeah, no, Laz is fired up, and he darn well should be. Force buy here has to be
my
for
God.
Global. No choice.
The dream is alive. It could be a 13-1 paper thin. I mean, I don't know how Global Esports is going to make their way out of this one. You've got a chance in the fact that, you know, some of the ZETA players have light shields. If they can secure some weapons, this could be a different story. But look at how safe ZETA are playing, how safe Yuran was playing in that previous moment.
Yeah, I think they're anticipating that there's going to be some kind of close-range weaponry due to the economy that GE would be facing. So you have to be aware that there could be things like Buckies, like Stingers in the mix. You have to be really cautious to make sure that these tough angles are going to be easily cleared. But a great shot from Russ.
Great opener. Shuts down any hope of an A entry now. But also a bit of information for ZETA. They know that there are more players towards A site. They might just be able to rush down Polvi, take down B. They've managed to force him off with that paranoia. Dark covers all around. Spike gets planted.
Ooh, almost.
Okay.
the paint shells got there just in time to prevent it, but not the end of the world.
Okay, buy stuff for Benka behind too.
Yeah, planted for B main. Just got to deal with this, but you can't. That guy's good for it.
All right. Good chance for Global Esports to extend their rounds in this moment, but ZETA Division actually holding themselves down too with the Bulldogs, with Sugar 0. All they need to do is to stay alive long enough, buy enough time. We've got a bit of a curveball being thrown. Dep, oh my God, with the spray down, he gets the quad to end the map. ZETA Division, what an opening game.
Absolutely bonkers stuff there from ZETA Division, coming in, showing us a new comp, a new look, a new ZETA for stage 1, and they look fearsome.
This is just the first map too. If you end things on a 13-1, I think it's an understatement to say that they have the momentum on their side. That they have so much more.
I'm blown away. I mean, I know ZETA has it in them to be good, but to have a 13-1 to come out here to start stage 1, I will say this: if you're a GE fan, don't get super worried about this, because this happens from time to time, where you just run into a team that's just way better than you on a map for whatever reason. That actually makes it easier to bounce back when you get blown out like this, if you have the right mentality coming into the next map. You know, you think about at Champions, DRX versus Fnatic, right? Fnatic got blown out and fine. They come right back and reverse sweep DRX. So that can happen.
Yeah, mentally speaking, you always need to, you know, steady yourself and go into the next map with a fresh mind, a clean slate, as it were. And that's always the kind of thing. ZETA sometimes just feels like your opponents are having that good of a day. But you know what? We're going to toss it back over to Ades to break things down.
So, stage 1 is officially kicked off with ZETA Division winning 13-1 on the very first map. Sunset Carlisle did not disappoint with the surprises.
No, I mean, good God. I mean, Deb, what the hell was that? This guy has played, this is the 8th time that he has played Phoenix. in his career.
Yeah.
We haven't seen much of it from him, especially not in a very long while. But this has just been something that he's always been straying away from. Laz, we were hoping to see that chamber from him during kickoff. We did not. And you know what? Thank you, Carlisle. Thank you for not being a liar, because when he walked off the desk, I thought for sure he was baiting us. We're going to go into this game. Laz is just going to be playing something more standard, something that we've been seeing from him for, the last couple of months and whatnot. But no, they come out with this new composition, and it just looks flawless. 13-1. This is just utter dominance. I mean, you look at depth. 20 and 10, a 366 ACS to kick things off. Laz, he only died 3 times.
Yeah, I mean, we even noticed, Sarai, Depp had a little smirk after his multi-case.
Yeah. At least at the start of the game, he was the first one when he was just chasing down multiple members of GE on A main. He had like a, he got like that first 3K of his. Really was very strong. And this is where it gets very interesting for ZETA Division, because I felt like because they had such a concrete approach to how they were facing Global in this one, and this is a great example for the highlights, is that massive mid control utilizing the strength of the quick contact of that Phoenix. There was really no answer here from Global Esports. You saw that they were trying to match the speed of ZETA Division. They didn't work out. They started going the other direction, where they were trying to, okay, let's have Polvi go for those lurks. It worked maybe that one round. And then after that, ZETA Division just said, we'll do something slightly different and still, counter you out every single turn that you do.
I mean, the casters are kind of talking about it during that. It felt like oftentimes Global had a decent idea of exactly what ZETA wanted to do, and it goes back to that pistol. They kind of read that was going to be the setup, that there was going to be this, crunch coming through, but they just couldn't deal with it. It just felt like at every twist and turn, they were just getting diffed, and I don't like having to throw terms like that around, because it feels like it's hopeless for the other team, but it really felt that way here in this opening map. ZETA were just in the driver's seat the entire way through. Timeouts called, all of that. Any adjustments they could have made, it was just perfectly counteracted by ZETA.
Yeah, it was a really dominant win there, and Paper Thin brought it up, and it's true. Last year when Chamber kind of came back, like got slightly upped again, when Laz went onto Chamber on Fracture, that's during LCQ, that's when they started looking really hot again. I mean, I don't think it's just because of Laz on Chamber, but it seems to be a trend there. Now, Icebox is map 2. I'm not completely surprised that Global Esports has picked this, considering how ZETA looked on Icebox against Team Secret a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, it just feels like maybe they're going to bank on the fact that they stole a couple of rounds away from, when they were playing on those Icebox maps. So maybe they're just banking on that fact. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, even with ZETA, losing to Secret on that map, I mean, Secret played a really close game versus G on Icebox. So I still feel pretty good for ZETA coming into this one. They at least have one of the wins under their belt here with a 33% win rate out of kickoff. It's just going to be, how much improvement has really come into that defender side for both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams did need work on their Icebox, so I'm pretty sure we're going to see different agent compositions even later on. But before any of that, guys, I know it's been a while since last year when we had our VCT Pacific Games. It's Achilles' favorite thing to do, and the games are back, and this time we even have a ranking system.
Yeah.
So I know you haven't played these games yet, but you like games, Astra. I know you like games. So how this works is production has put a question out, not just for us, but for you guys at home, those of you guys in the audience, and for those of us who got our predictions correct, we get a point. And if you lose, you lose a point. You lose a rank, actually. So that's how this is going to play out. All right, the question is, which team will win the second half pistol round?
Second half pistol
on
round.
Icebox. It's very specific.
This is us flying so blind, but okay. You know what? I'm ready.
So yeah, we got props. We got everything for this. So second half pistol round. Are you guys?
Yeah.
Are we going to see the audience answer, or do you guys? Okay, let's give our answers.
Later, but
ready?
Yeah.
In 3, 2, 1. All right.
Look,
Any rationale?
This is a bit of a punt, I think, either way, just given that we're predicting for second half pistol rounds, so we don't get to see anything.
Yep.
But the way that Zeta's playing right now, they're just aim diffing the ever-loving hell out of GE, and if that's going to continue going into the second map, then I just got to go with Zeta. It feels like they're just going to have this one in the bag.
How about you, Asrai?
No one can keep themselves at 100%. There's that one breaking point, and that's the second pistol round.
Look, they used to be. Last year, they were the pistol princes. You know, they were the ones that were not dropping pretty much any pistol rounds. Granted, the team has changed a hell of a lot since then. But maybe they could bring some of that magic back. Maybe they could try to get some more pistol round wins here. But again, I think that this is tough to call. But given the form right now, you just got to go with Zeta.
Yeah, my vote's because Dep. Dep. I think that's the only reason why. But I mean, I don't think that really determines, you know, the outcome of Icebox completely.
But here's the other question: is I mean, Carla said that they had surprises for us today, not necessarily just for Sunset. So I'm curious if there's more adjustments to be had, and if this is going to be a different Icebox comp, or if they do stick with the Harbor, because I could see Chamber being played on Icebox.
Oh, absolutely. It is a completely
viable
It would
option.
make sense
Yeah.
on Icebox, actually.
I think you just do it. I think even if you didn't plan to do it today, you just make the
Just do it.
adjustment. Because Laz, give that man a headhunter. Maybe not an operator today. That was a little bit rough. Couple of woofy shots in there. But give that man a headhunter, and he's going to be clicking some damn heads. So I think just make the pivot. Just put him on Chamber again.
Well, I think it's up to Global. I mean, this is different than our... What do we think it's going to be a 2-1 kind of game or a 2-0 kind of game, Asarai? You're holding the thing, so I...
Yeah, maybe 2-1, because I'm already holding the Global Esports banner.
They can win the second half pistol round, but then it could still be a 2-0.
Okay, fair. Okay, then 2-0.
You were
How
so
easily convinced.
Because you said that, I thought that was my out.
Yeah, okay, but what do you
there you
guys
go.
actually think?
I think this is going to be a 2-0. I mean, as Paper Thin was saying kind of at the end there, that is sort of the kind of loss that you would prefer to have, or at least that teams say that they prefer to have. I don't need to hold this anymore. That they prefer to have, because when you are blown out of the water, it's really easy to you know, deny the thoughts of like, oh man, like we should have done this and then we would have been able to win. You just say like, okay, they dipped us there. Let's just refocus up and go into the next one. I think the Global, they certainly could have that, but right now, with how fired up Zeta do look and how accurate they're being, I feel like it's just going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to go to agent picks now, so we're going to find out exactly what's going to happen. If we're going to see Chamber again. And Asarai, I mean, how are you feeling about this? This is different than last time.
Oh, I really, really like this. I feel like underrated pick on Icebox has been Gecko. So strong on those angles with the Dizzy, so I'm really liking this. The only thing that has changed on the flip side here for Global Esports is that they're not using the KO anymore. It's Zeta Division's actually picked it up.
KO picked up by them. I mean, yeah, Yura, I'm curious to see how he's going to be looking here with this Gecko. But I mean, so much utility, so much great post plant, but as well as just you know, being able to try to get the diffusers off because you have the wingman into the mix, the entry onto the site alongside the Dizzies. I think that this could be huge for Zeta.
I agree. Let's see what other surprises Carlisle has up his sleeve. We're going to go to our casters, Quack and Paper Thin.
Well, is this going to be huge or is this going to be slightly different? I guess we'll just have to find out, because it is kind of interesting. You do have that Gecko being brought out from both sides, but also lightning fast on the Sage.
Yeah, that's really interesting to me. You know, it used to be that, you know, you're using that Sage to set up your plants and those kind of things, but because of the wingman, teams didn't really feel like they necessarily needed to have that Sage, because Sage on this map felt like it was basically a one-trick where you're just there for the wall, and then you're just hoping that your shots are crazy good. I mean, yeah, the slow orbs help a little bit, and the heals can help in certain situations, but yeah, the res too, but definitely the wall was kind of the bigger piece of the puzzle, but they're going to try to feed the alt orbs early here. 2 lightning fast on that Sage, looking to try to buy a quick res if possible, and not much that Zeta can do about that. Now, on Zeta's side of the coin, this is what a lot of teams are kind of running on this map now with these double initiators, the heavy flash comp where you're really able to control so much space. With the extra verticality that's available to you on a map like Icebox, because you have the room to throw the Dizzy up and do things like that, some over flashes from your KO. It really gives you a lot of like space-taking ability to really make it difficult for your opponents to play anti-flash or to you know, turn the flashes or things like that, because it feels like there's just this volley coming.
Yes.
Exactly.
very attack heavy. It's great for retakes. It's even better on the attacking side. So that could be why Global Esports is kind of hanging so far back, especially on the A side too. But then again, it just brings us back into a bit of a full-on pistol battle, pistol firefight on this first round. Global has made their way through. Euron gets all of that juicy information. Hey guys, we're hearing a lot of footsteps. Just watch out for this. Dizzy gets sent out. Depp tries to reposition, but 3 players dropping down on top of him. He's not quite able to land the shots. Euron crouches down, able to cut down Blaze King, but not quite enough to fend off the rest of Global Esports. Russ with a reach shot to the head, and now that's going to be down to Laz. The wall comes up for the defuse. Polvy's just sticking all the way through. Lightning Fast trying to jiggle back and forth. What a move! He gets the shot. He jumps up with the zip line, and he saves the round, but not quite enough. Global Esports managed to stick the defuse at the end.
That's bonkers! That is absolutely insane, Laz. You genius.
Yeah.
I mean, that wall also probably not exactly placed where he wanted it. He probably wanted to completely cut off that angle. But still, didn't matter. I mean, this is a really interesting setup here. Like, teams are really on this B site, especially with the Gecko able to give you these plants, where if you're kind of given the site for free, you want to push Snowman. Oh no. I mean, Laz still though, like absolutely just crazy stuff. But I mean, look, yeah, GE gets the round, but god dang, that's so smart from him. But you wanted to take that deep Snowman plant, and GE really able to handle that part of it nicely. It's just a little bit of a fumble there on the Sage, and Olvi doing stuff with the Outlaw.
Well, that's just the Outlaw stuff, you know. 2 shots completely shatters you if you don't have body armor. There's the third. Maybe we get a couple more. Oh, a bit of a whip. Swaps over to the Classic. Russ coming in to bail him out. He jumps forward and Classic right clicks. That's going to be Global Esports securing the pistol and the subsequent round now.
Yes, very, very good stuff here with the Outlaw. I mean, why you really are going to see teams, especially in Pacific, dive into this weapon is because of how powerful it can be. On a map like Icebox, it's essentially an operator in this round, so you're able to really kind of do the same kind of plays, even better, because it is 2 shots instead of 1. Makes it so challenging on this attacker's team to try to buy any space, but now you got to dig in, and even because you have to go for the full armor here, just a Guardian, full Hudodon.
Definitely trying to make sure that ZETA can come back into the game. But for now, it just has been Global Esports trying to play around things and trying to retain alt orb control. I mean, look at how Polvy's managed to sneak all the way up on top of Nest right now. Bit of a lurk from Laz. Manages to catch him down. But the rest of ZETA have already made their way up to the B site, along with Little Bro. They get the spike down. Lightning Fast, a bit of a shot through. Not sure how much more they can get. Trying to go up the zip lines now. Lightning Fast with nothing but a sheriff. Unfortunately gets burned by the mosh pit.
Yeah, great anticipation there by Yuran to put that mosh pit in a spot where he kind of recognized that likely Lightning Fast was going to get pushed off that angle from the top. And yeah, really, really nice there. Laz did a great job catching the attempted lurk from Polvy. You feel like he's always good on one side of the map. Unidon with that Guardian. I mentioned it earlier that, you know, just a little bit of economic fall back into the fact that you had to use full armors, right, because of that Outlaw, caused that gun to come out. He's still very, very good with it. Still crisp, picking up right where he left off on Sunset.
We Polvy with the operator this time around, though. ZETA on the attack, still trying to get a read of how they might approach things. For the past couple rounds now, they've gotten a little bit slow, but now that they've got the Thrash, a little bit more wiggle room to push forward. Global Esports, though, actually hanging back, making use of screens, making use of rafters, and that's just going to be a little bit tougher for ZETA to hold. You got Polvy with the blades now. Lightning Fast, first shot down. Snaps to the top of pipes, and that's going to be Polvy up in the air. We've got Benkai coming in now, and that's going to be down to Sugars here, trying to stop this push, but it's not quite going to happen. They knew where he was.
And they find a really good timing. Right as, you know, ZETA feels like maybe they've got some comfort to try to put the spike down, is when GE re-aggresses and strikes and just completely catches ZETA a bit off guard where they're just not quite ready. Lightning Fast has been looking really crisp so far on this map. The Sheriffs previously just as good here with that Vandal, down to 5 HP, no problem. Russ there holding the smoke angle, and there you go, some smiles now for GE. Now they're starting to feel it. Yeah, they're starting to look a lot crisper. You've got Zeta on the back foot economically once again, where they're into a few Sheriffs, a Bulldog, but the buy is very weak.
It should be enough for Global Esports to take things home. And that's just kind of what we were talking about from the previous map too, right? Global Esports, you know, it's not all doom and gloom. You come in with a clean slate, mental reset. They just might be able to push us into a third map. But look at the volley of utility from Zeta Division. They really want this site.
And Euron was so ready for where Polvi would have to escape to.
Right, up on top of the wall now. But Global Esports kind of expects it, able to get those shots down, but Hiroran, okay. Still able to kind of stand his ground. A couple of kills going his way, but he's got a couple more targets to hit. Not expecting Russ up on top, so that's going to be Global with another round.
Yeah, it's not a bad round here for Zeta on an eco, but at this point, you know, things are starting to slide in the wrong direction for them. Now you've got, do have the null command for Hiroran. This is nice positioning here. Trying to cover as best as they can for Polvi, but using that wall against them again. That's, I'd say if there's anything to fault GE for, which there isn't much, they've been playing very, very good. Some of those walls have worked against them. You know, Zeta's able to kind of take advantage of it, but other than that, you know, lightning fast, his shooting's been crisp. Polvi's been a real nuisance on that A side at times, especially with those sniper rifles in hand. Now he's going to be taking a peek down mid. Laz, though, going in towards A site, so nobody available. Lightning Fast gonna have to get out of dodge. Blaze King, nice cover fire.
Just keeping Zeta Division on their toes. You still got Laz on this bit of a lurk towards A though, and that's what I'm keeping my eye on. The rest of them, you know, potentially trying to push into B and then maybe Laz to swing up from behind, but with everyone pushed up this far up front, they have no idea that Polvi's down mid. It's a bit of a hairy situation for Zeta Division to be in.
No doubt. And Blaze King knew that KJ utility was going to be right there. Old Benkai. Let's try. Oh, Deb. Jeez, man.
Still the shots. I mean, Deb, despite being able to get a double, I don't know if it's going to be enough. I mean, it just came down to dry duels, peeking in and out of yellow or orange. But coming back into it now, the Thrash gains all of the information. They know it's no longer going to be a B hit. What they might not know is how deep Laz is in.
30 seconds
Jab
left.
that res.
There's the res.
Yep, and that gets the ult back as well there for Benkai. So lockdown in play. He's gonna have to get this plant down, find some safety, have a couple Vandals. You're gonna have to go deep back towards your spawn for Zeta. Try to make this work. Laz gonna maybe try to go for an early pick, but that lockdown should be coming right outside of the site here.
And would definitely force Laz back away. Oh, in fact, it's just going to be the Dizzy. They're actually running forward without the lockdown. There goes the first half. Baits out the peek from Deb. Well played, well shot by Benkai. And then Lightning Fast off of the wall finds Laz, trying to stay crouched in a corner. Global Esports now with the streak.
Yeah. They don't even need the lockdown. They're just that confident in their numbers advantage and their ability to take that space. Depp losing his trade early made it basically impossible there. GE, great patience to make sure they don't give Laz anything to work with. You know, Depp gets able to find some space on the other side of the map, but again, the coordination here for GE starting to look so good. Certainly the fans in India have to be liking the bounce back that we've seen so far. And my concern for Zeta Quack is I'm not seeing the combinations of the KO Gecko utility that I'd really like.
That's the thing, right? Because you need that to support Depp in those entries, but we haven't really seen so much of it. Even in that previous round, they were just kind of dry peeking outside of B. And, you know, with the setup from Global Esports that they had, you got multiple targets, multiple players up on elevated angles. It's just that much more difficult for Zeta Division to hit. So great setups coming out from Global Esports.
Absolutely. I really like the way they're playing. They've got a really good sense of the timing. Like, they've dodged any attempts, especially on the A side, at some of those util dumps that Zeta has tried, and then they found the opportunity to then strike right when they're kind of least expecting it. So it's a really good mental game that GE has coming into this map, on top of much better shooting. It seems like they were able to do that reset that we were talking about at the end of map 1, and that's phenomenal. That's exactly what you want to see out of this team. Couple big ults again for Zeta Division. Still that null command, lockdown for Laz, blades for depth, but it is an eco, so let's see how much they're going to be willing to invest on this. There is always that lockdown as a bailout if things start to go sideways for GE. It's like maybe a mid push for Zeta. They want to try to see if they can get underneath, maybe go to the B site. Early alarm bot though, Depth's going to dodge. Any vision just yet, using that smoke to kind of push back Benkai.
Trying to sneak through. Benkai does have the
They're going A.
alarm bot available as well. Okay, there's that Dizzy, but no! Depth! Shooting at the after image of this. It's going to be Russ and Benkai to shut them down. Zeta Division completely lost the plot. Sugar Zero trying to make use of a little window, but Benkai just says, hello, you know, you still got to watch your sides. All that's left is none other than Laz with a Sheriff. A good dink on the Blaze King, though. But it's definitely not quite going to be enough. All the heal from Lightning Fast as well. And we're just counting down the seconds to that final shot through Laz's skull. It's 6-1. Not much was going to happen in this round, but that was not what I was expecting, even with the Blaze Storm.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't think he was going to go that deep. I mean, I thought he was going to sneak under tube and try to go for B. You don't see Depth whiff like that on the Blade Storm very often. Generally, he's pretty clean with it, but that time around, like you said, I like the way you said it, the after image, going for the the place where they were, not where they are. But yeah, on Boiler, just so hard to get any other support. I mean, he gets the flashes this time at least, but he's not able to convert on the follow-up.
That's what you call the art of whiffing. It's not something that everyone can do. It's really difficult to pull off. But
I don't know about that.
Back into it, I think one of the things that Zeta has yet to solve is really, of course, aside from the setups, the anti-flash positions that Russ sometimes plays, and also Polvy's operator. Now trying to just full send it into the B site, along with Dap, Tailwind, they managed to get a little bit more space. Little homie actually able to get the spike plant down this time.
Spike planted.
It's going to dodge all that utility too, so they're able to get it down and then get the Viper's Pit as well to go. But behind it, you still have a lockdown if things get really dire. Still the Thrash, and there goes for Euron to really clear this out, to really make sure this is safe, but
you should run.
Potentially a little bit tricky as both lockdowns come through. Depth though, good for one.
There's the two lockdowns now. Sugar Zero having to push forward. He actually able to take down the initial lockdown from Benkai, but then you've got Russ. They've managed to kill the diffuser, and that's going to be enough for Zeta Division to secure the round. That's what the timeout was for. You know, although we saw, you know, a bit of a fumbled eco, a bit of a fumbled Blade Storm, they managed to come in with this setup, this execute onto the B site.
Oh, and it's a must-win round for Zeta if they're going to come back in this map because of the ults they had to invest into this, right? Thrash, Viper's Pit, Lockdown, 3 huge ultimates that have to come through for them to get this round. Now, they play it great. The spike is a bit outside of the Viper's Pit. Not sure if that's intentional or not.
I think that's intentional.
You think it's intentional? That's kind of what I've been seeing it a few times across the various regions that the teams will start doing that now. And I agree. I think you can hold those angles well enough that you don't need to necessarily go that deep.
And it's just spray at the generic angle, you know?
Yeah.
I even saw like the toxic...
and rely on your mollies and things like that.
Exactly. The snake bite that was shot onto it. But now back in the next round, Zeta tries to randomize and swap back over onto the A side Dep with the tailwind. But again, look at these anti-flash positions. Dizzy takes a second before, you know, the blind, the goo hits. So Russ is still able to shoot that down and snaps back onto Dep. Great response from Global Esports.
Exactly, the protocol's so good. I mean, Laz has gotten into the kitchen, but Blaze at least kind of sniffing it out. Still, Laz able to outduel him, not before taking a fair amount of damage.
Oh. Yeah, it's a bit of damage, but still alive enough. That's it. Him up against Polvy. When Polvy has the operator, Polvy has a better chance. On a retake, though, it's going to be a little bit difficult, so...
He's playing, Laz is sort of playing an anti-op spot, expecting this push, has tucked himself in.
Wow, you're
behind the hut. I mean, this is...
It's a bit of a crossfire, too, if Sugar Zero turns around.
Oh, we read it!
Oh, you don't opt the original operator. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
We've got the wall now, but Russ just sticks. Wait, the wall is enough? No, we've got the mosh pit, and that takes him off of it. Sugar Zero going in for a couple more shots now. Last with the quad kill, and ZETA has managed to recover.
I mean, this is Laz taking this round over for ZETA, getting so deep into Kitchen, able to get so much space and winning that really crucial battle there. The utility threw off Blaze King just enough at the exit towards the defender side of Kitchen that Laz is able to win that battle, and this is really smart positioning. That's Laz, just like you said, kind of, he knows how operators like to play, and he's able to read that. And
I approve this message.
Yeah, okay, there we go. He knows they're starting to figure it out now, but again, early in that round, GE, like you said, doing so good with their anti-flash positioning, making sure that ZETA can't really profit from this, try to go for the orb, but not able to fully snatch it. And that's a great opposition and a shot for Polvi.
There we go. That's what Global Esports needs now to shut down ZETA's momentum. Laz, though, up the zipline, actually gets the shot onto Russ. No more anti-flash for you. You've got the barrier off to block off one of the potential paths into the site, but you still have Euron and the rest of them managing to push through. Def use up the updraft. He goes on top of the barrier orb, but he's not needed. Euron's already done enough work on the other side. Def just to finish things off. And ZETA are very much back in the game. It's 4-6.
Scary for GE. It looked so good for so long. Now 3 in a row for ZETA has them right back in this thing. Thought maybe this would be an okay time for a timeout from GE. Try to figure out how you can adapt to what's going on. That's just unfair. What
how he got the kill?
That's unfair. That's just not fair. No other way to put it. I mean, Laz just going for the spray and pray, and it worked. So yeah, I think this is a great time here. I think GE had so many good reads, had so many good setups, so much anticipation of what ZETA was trying to accomplish. We're able to shut it down nicely. But this time around, I mean, ZETA denies the orb early. Yeah, they lose a player, but I mean, Laz is Laz. What are you going to do against that? And what do you do? And then they're able to get deep enough that, you know, players like, you know, Depp and Euron can really get in there and do some damage.
What are you going to do? That's the answer that Coach Spin needs to answer, because, you know, past couple rounds now, what we've seen is that we had those anti-flash positions. We talked about it. ZETA has adjusted. You've got Laz, you know, coming in with such antics. You've got Depp trying to throw them off, you know, going up on top of barrier orbs or walls like that. And it just gives ZETA that much more space to work with. It's a little bit tougher for Global Esports to make use of that. So now they've got to come back into control. You've got to dominate the game, you know, throw something, a bit of a curveball at ZETA that they have to adjust back to you.
Fully agree. And another part of that timeout, I think, is to slow the momentum down, to keep ZETA from really getting heated up, because we saw it happen on Sunset once they did. Ruz gonna get spotted out. Polvi gets hit by the Dizzy, but ZETA really not able to do much other than get just a little bit further towards the pipes. Polvi's gonna try to push up. He might catch him off guard.
Oh, almost. But not quite gonna make it happen yet. ZETA, you know, maybe it was a bit of movement and accuracy, but
I love this. It just gives them so much information about what's going on the map. They know that ZETA can't push A, and they're all shifting over to B.
The situation is incredibly tense.
Oh my.
Not quite able to secure the kill. Sugar Zero just kind of doubles and hangs back. Exactly. Teammates from Garage able to get the kill, but now it's up to Lightning Fast. What a tap. A bit of a double kill. Russ up from Snowpile 2. And that's enough for Global Esports to secure themselves another round.
But it's just kind of one missed thing there for ZETA on their execute, and that's the angle that Lightning Fast is holding behind Yellow. I mean, that's all it took, and that shut the round down. Russ, the great follow-up on the back of an excellent play, as he knows that ZETA's going to have to try to push Yellow to take care of Lightning Fast, and he's right there to sort of finish the job. So again, you can see that there's no awareness of it until the player dies, and then Sugar Zero is like, uh-oh. And then Ben Kai able to hold off the flanker. So very nicely handled here by GE. That was a really good bounce back after some rough rounds.
Yeah, especially on this B side too. ZETA hasn't really had successes at pushing past some of these choke points, especially up around green, around yellow. It's all thanks to Global Esports' setups. You know, now we're seeing an adjustments in the setups, and it works out better for Global Esports. If they can take this one 8-4 as we go into the second half, might be even better for Global Esports.
Oh yeah! You gotta try to find a way to deal with this op. Not gonna happen.
Wow, walked right into it. Hiroran not having a better time on this second map. Hiroran maybe a little bit better, but you know, that's the thing. Initiator's gone. It's going to be a little bit tougher for Depp to work his magic. Maybe it's just Laz who walks up by himself, and that's all it takes.
I think GE just had to destroy their own wall so they can get over to B where Laz is causing problems. Oh! He's unreal.
Okay. What? Lockdown being pulled in. It was the last round. I guess trying to get a bit of space towards B-Star. Maybe sell a bit of a fake, but not quite enough as his teammate falls as well. So,
Show me where
second half, 8-4, Global Esports takes the lead.
Yep. This is exactly what they needed. A great bounce back, a great read on this comp. They really understand kind of the machinations of what you're trying to do with this KO Gecko. And it doesn't quite seem like Zeta's quite there yet with this comp. They actually beat GE on Icebox previously.
Yeah.
But this time around, you know, it looks like GE has really done their homework. The Sage, I don't know how I feel about it yet. I mean, I haven't seen that wall be super effective, to be honest. But Lightning Fast has just been so good. Like, his positioning's been great, his shots have been great, so who gives a crap what he's playing? Like, he's doing really nice, and that's what matters. So, I mean, I think it looks a little bit, that part of the puzzle for GE looks a little bit rough to me, but I don't think that it's a bad idea at all. I mean, I think Sage is still perfectly viable on this map.
Really?
But that part of it, whatever, doesn't matter, because the rest of GE is playing great.
That's the thing. We don't really see any like exceptional grim walls or any crazy spots or whatever. It's just that setup, the defensive setup from Global Esports on their defensive half worked out well against this double initiator composition from Zeta Division. I mean, previously we actually saw Zeta Division playing like something interesting like a Harbor.
Yep.
They didn't bring
Harbor
it out
Viper,
this time. So I don't know, maybe that's one of the things that kind of throws them off a little bit. The double initiator isn't quite working out for them. Like you mentioned before, we don't see that combo utility.
Yeah, I think the Harbor Viper started to get read by the other teams as kickoff went on. So I think absolutely you need to make a change. This is absolutely not a bad comp at all. A lot of teams in the world are running this exact same comp on this map, but it just doesn't quite feel like they've got a real good feel. Like you said earlier, sometimes not able to support depth, sometimes getting caught in positions where they think they've got the flash and they can push forward, but Polvy's still able to hold the angle with the op. Things like that. Depth getting spicy. Oh.
There was that Dizzy, but the blind.
Shut down, yeah.
Yeah. Very easily dealt with.
Yep. It's great cover, and I mean, Polvy's just expecting it. You know, the Depp trying to make some hero plays, trying to get Zeta back into things, and just reading it again is GE. They have a great feel for this map.
Both sides trying to throw jabs at each other, but Global Esports just doing a much better job at kind of slipping and getting a read for these punches being thrown at them. Now hanging back, they're waiting for a movement from Zeta to counter, but it's not really needed. They're just trying to play it safe.
Yeah, they're expecting a lurk from someone, whether it be Laz or Sugar Zero.
Right there.
But that information right there, really huge for Zeta to get. So Hirodon with a nicely timed knife, you can kind of really start anticipating
30 seconds
that
left.
this is going to be a, but still, nobody comfortable to fully shift over.
Oh.
It's Lightning Fast again. He's been so good.
I mean, look at how they approach the site from both sides. Some on top of pipes, some coming out from the other end of 410. Laz now trying to hold up under
10 seconds
Heaven,
left.
and it's just not quite enough. Sugar Zero
Spike planted.
trying to sneak in. He's got a classic. He's got 3 targets to hit, though.
He is
There's the
Sugar Hero.
first.
Is it time?
You got to put on your cape. Got to change your costume. You managed to stick it half. Oh my God! What a connection onto Lightning Fast, but Russ able to extend just by a bit. Gets his head offline.
It's almost the same thing that happened in the last pistol, basically. Jeez Louise. Still, GE gets it. I mean, again, they're showing great patience here. That they're really being diligent about catching Zeta off guard in the beginning of the round and making sure that Zeta doesn't get any of these flanks for free, things like that. And that was really, really darn close. 22 HP was all he had left. One more bullet from that classic and it might have been over. But Sugar Zero trying to do what he can. It's going to be a Ghost and a Marshall. Polvi, once again, with that Outlaw, a couple Bulldogs to back him up. So ZETA just gambling on the B side. A has been left wide open here for the side of GE and should be probably figuring that out pretty quick.
Yeah, if utility's thrown towards green or anything, Blaze King's gonna hear it. But what is this? They're slowly clearing out. They're slowly doubling back in towards the B site.
Poison orb emitting.
I'm sure this is a good idea. ZETA still just staying tucked away.
They never read it. I mean, they felt like it was a trap on A, I think.
Oh, all the flashes being thrown. We're getting Valoranted. ZETA are landing their shots. Yudon and Hinodon with the classics actually able to land things down, and with the pistol. I thought it was going to be the Outlaw that he picked up. He took down Benkai, and now ZETA has turned things around.
I mean, I feel so bad for GE right now because they've been reading this map so well, and this is the one time they don't. This is the one time where they overthink it, and it costs them. Because you have to, they got zero contact in A, and that gets in your head, and you're thinking, it's a trap. Like, they're hiding, they're playing a bunch of, like, anti-flash positions or something.
Admiral Akbar's just whispering in your ear. Like, what? So, kind of an odd decision from Global Esports.
Well, that's a good start.
But they are still sharp with their shots, especially on this map. Still feeling some of those hot hands.
There's no Phoenix, though, this time. No, I mean, that was... I feel for GE. I think they didn't make a bad call. It would just happen to, again, there's like gambling going on both sides, and they just, you know, they flipped the wrong side of the coin is basically what it boiled down to. So I don't think there's anything to be super concerned about. You know, they're still hitting shots. Blaze King and Lightning Fast in particular have looked really clean. Russ has looked good too. Polvi's on point with sniping. You look pained.
Yeah, in the long run, I think that's the thing, because if you look at how ZETA Division are playing right now, the way that they're holding these defensive positions, it's so far back. Global Esports doesn't get a single lick of information. So it comes down to the executes. They make it fast, they make it heavy. It could be enough, but Wingman gets shut down. No spike plan available. Gotta play past the toxic screen too, so just swinging out, trying to find what they can get. A couple of sheriff shots, managed to secure a couple of kills. Depp now with the Outlaw has to come back into this round. He's got 2 shots in the chamber. I don't know if that's gonna be enough though. Even the res gets a puncture on towards Russ. The slow on the other side to deny this one spot. He's looking to possibly pick up the weapon. Tries to mask the sound with an opening shot. Hillwin's onto 410. Another cloud burst.
Still a snake bite as well.
Oh, has to push through though. Oh, look at Lightning Fast with the pistol. Death able to spray, gets the quad kill and sticks the landing. ZETA Division. Just when you think that Global Esports might have come back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, you got to feel good about that round as GE. You do a ton of damage with those sheriffs. You have some really nice plays. A really good recognition here, though, by ZETA to quickly shut down the far left angle of that wall from their POV, because that's where you know that Wingman's going to go. He's going to get, you know, they're trying to use that edge of the wall to position the spike, and that makes Wingman go further in, so they're not able to get that plant down as quick. And if they had, that probably would have been round, because they just could have bought time, and instead it gives Depp just enough time to get in there and finish the job for ZETA. But man, that was so close. A lot of good stuff for GE, despite having a massive weapon disadvantage.
Here.
He just knows.
Oh. It's really close to it too. Global Esports having some of the right ideas, but again, when it comes down to how ZETA are playing, now you've got this bit of a roadblock outside of B, the rest of them walking into A site.
ZETA's like, maybe if we leave the A side open again, but with that operator over there, certainly they don't want to mess with it. No damage done either way.
Don't have Wingman going through yet though. They're anticipating that ZETA might be around the corner ready to shoot him down. Bit of fragment secures the corner, so now they managed to go through it. Polvi able to cut them off on the rotation, making sure that nobody comes through on the entry. Sugar Zero, though, just a bit of noise, and all of a sudden, Benkai has to watch his back.
Oh yeah, monster on they gotta keep that pressure on that backside, at least fake it, but
okay, good thrash.
It's gonna be tough.
Germon's still able to stick it all the way. Okay, back into it. Nobody from Global Esports is pushing now off the spike. Depp with the antics drops down, but Lightning Fast and Benkai have their boots planted firmly in the ground. Global Esports manages to defend.
Just great stuff again from Lightning Fast. 17 and 10 right now on this Sage. It's very battle sagey. He's just so crisp, shutting all these attempts by ZETA on these retakes down so quickly. It's so fast. Great hold there by Polvi. Able to get up, find that opener, make it that much more difficult. Yeah, three kills in that round, and he's pumped up, and he should be. He is having a whale of a map.
Yeah, I want to see more Lightning Fast. I mean, you talk about Battle Sagey, that's the thing. Because he's not just, you know, using the walls for some of these cheeky angles or anything. He's actually getting into the thick of it.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that maybe ZETA Division doesn't quite expect.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, I think ZETA's a lot of times getting caught off guard by the positions of GE. You know, with certain players being pushed up further than maybe you expect. It's a lot of bait and switch. It's a lot of ping-ponging. For the side of Global Esports on this map, we've seen it time and time again. And that has been giving ZETA some problems. That was something they were doing pretty well on Sunset, and ZETA doesn't seem to have that same comfort here. There's a lot of things that still feel like they need some work with this new comp that ZETA's attempting.
Precisely. It just almost feels like it's not fully fleshed out yet. Meanwhile, Global Esports look completely prepared. They have a lot of options and ideas, different pages from their strat book to pull out. 10-6 right now, and with double digits secured for Global Esports, both sides are looking for that knockout punch.
Yeah, and if it's gonna be ZETA finding their way back into this, you feel like it has to come a little bit whiffy, but gonna have to come in the back of this Blade Storm. It almost feels like this has to be that moment where Depp kind of takes over around on this eco for ZETA.
Yeah, if it doesn't, then you're in danger of match point, or map point, so it's gonna be...
I think G heard this.
Really, really
Copy killed.
Oh, that's huge.
Great shot. Now B is an option. Rotation's being pulled over. Let's see what kind of call IGL Russ makes. I guess she's just waiting for reinforcements and then the slow march forward into B.
Yeah, it's taken quite a while. Felt like they were looking for any other lurks, but again, wall up, able to give Wingman a little bit of safety there. That's a good wall for that plant. Really makes it difficult.
Along with the Toxic Screen too.
Yes.
Retake not looking likely. Unless Depp. I mean, even if you jump up with the tailwind, this is not a good angle for you.
Yeah, he's out. He doesn't have any of that. Yeah.
Simple shot from Polvi. Repositions. Everyone's still holding up around yellow. One shot from Laz is all that ZETA got. Meanwhile, Global Esports devours everything.
Fantastic stuff. I mean, just absolutely, just beautiful. It takes a little bit. ZETA's able to at least get into position, but that huge weapon advantage they have, Depp has run out, because Depp rushed over to Snowman, to thinking that it was going to be a really fast rotate for GE, and it just doesn't seem like ZETA has the same read on this map that they did on Sunset. It seemed like on Sunset, every maneuver that GE was trying to make was accounted for. It was red. Let's go, Blaze. Let's go, buddy. You guys are feeling it now, and you love to see it. So a little bit of a push to get up on top of the belt, and it's a pretty quick hit. Blaze. Oh, he gets caught by the flash. Wow. What a setup there by Hirodon.
Looking a little bit better this time. Dizzy out. Depp in position to strike. Gets the double. Spike dropped. Global Esports now in a tough position between a rock and a hard place. You can't retrieve the spike. You can't get those kills. Will be able to get one, maybe a second. Just got 3 more targets to go through. Oh, ult action. Yeah, it's just tough. Depp swings out along with a teammate. No collateral kills this time.
I thought maybe Polvi was going to get something done there. He was really crisp with that operator. doing a nice job, but this early kind of anticipating the pressure up mid. Set up by Laz and Hiruro, perfect. And Laz and Depp shutting rounds down, as they are wont to do.
Yeah.
When they can feel it. And a lot of teams are going to play behind that box and A like Depp just did for that anti-flash. That's the one position that I see left unaccounted for more than I'd like, and it's not just here. It's not just in that particular round. I've seen it a lot globally.
That's the thing. We saw a little bit of it on Sunset too, some of these corners. It just works out so well. Sometimes you feel the pressure and you forget that someone might be playing around a spot like this, but now you're aware.
And it's tough, right? Because there's so many angles on that A site you have to worry about. And you don't have that extra line of flashes here for GE.
Similarly to Yellow on B as well. And I think that's the thing. So trying a different approach this time. Going up from around Pipe's angle. You've got Wingman and the wall coming up. Spike plant secured. Pulvi able to retrieve a weapon. Oh, but Depp punches him down. Retake with advantages from Zeta Division now. You've got so many ultimates.
A lot to work with. Waiting on that lockdown. Oh, lightning fast.
Time though. If lightning fast fends off for, you know, maybe one more kill. Okay. But they're not pushing in.
Swarm grenade out.
Slowly going through now. Ben trying to sneak up from behind. Russ has to stay alive, but not quite going to make it happen. Nanoswarm able to burn off the first. Yeah, that's not enough time for Zeta Division to secure the spike any longer.
My ultimate is ready.
And with that, Global Esports gets towards map point.
I had to focus for a second.
Brilliantly played here by Benkai. I was a little bit worried that if Russ got taken down quickly, that maybe Zeta's able to kind of figure that plant out and able to shut it down, but they're not. That tricky positioning, as you've come to expect from Benkai, been known for it for years. This time it's the nano, and then he's able to find that nice angle. That's a great setup, great thinking through into that post-plant scenario there by GE. And Zeta never even had an iota of an idea that it was happening.
I thought, you know, maybe if Zeta continues to play like a really information-starved defense, they would be able to pull something off, but it doesn't quite work out. Now Depp goes in for a bit of a preemptive strike, and Global Esports has to rethink their strategy. Hanging back in, maybe looking for a bit of a punish towards...
They got the res. So they're trying to clear for it, making sure that it can't get punished easily. Yeah, nicely done.
You don't know? He doesn't hear anything. Whoa! Depp getting the information now. Dude, Laz not able to secure the kill.
Lightning fast is so good on this stage.
He pretty much saved the previous round too. Now coming back up into it. I don't even know if it's the stage necessarily. It's just his skill.
Oh yeah, exactly. It is really just his skill. For whatever reason, he's super comfortable.
Now Ben getting a couple more kills. They managed to push into A. And then you've got Blaze King. Sneaky, all the way up around B. Zeta
They're going to use that info.
Has no idea. You got 30 seconds left too. The pressure is on. Spike back towards B.
30 seconds left.
You can at least recover that gun for Sugar Zero. Potentially upgrade him to that Vandal, yeah. Okay. So you got that going for you if you're Zeta, but this is going to be an extremely difficult retake. And look at where Blaze King... Yep. He's doing it right back to him.
The one that Laz was playing from before. But again, I mean, the main factor is time right now. 30 seconds around or so for Zeta. Hiroron checks. You got Depp coming through Garage. Something that they don't expect. Global Esports has no idea. Spots two. Simple taps. Maybe a third. And it's all too easy for Depp.
Poison's off.
It's just kind of like playing a stealth action video game, and he's just kind of like lines him up, lines and secures the targets, taps him all too cleanly. He's playing Ghost Recon.
He's nuts. He played Ghost Recon.
Sam Fisher up in here.
Enemy kill.
He is Metal Gear Soliding. I mean, he's just... This is so unfortunate for GE. I love what they do in this round. It's just... You know, Zeta reads that positioning from Blaze King. They're like, nah, we know about that spot. We did it to you. And then Depp with the lurk. I mean, give him that, that's easy. That's just stat padding for Depp.
It's rounds like those that really make you believe in ZETA Division because they didn't have the numbers.
Yeah, and look at this outlaw for Depp, knowing that the money's weak, so there's going to be a lot of half armors coming through. So a couple players there, you got 3 there. Yeah, 3 for GE on half armors. So this outlaw could find a lot of value.
This
with
round,
the Blade Storm, of course, as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah!
But of course, ZETA playing a little bit further back, knowing the Thrash is available, lockdown as well. It might just come down to a bit of a retakes game. They can't let them get the lockdown in easily for free, though. But do we have the utility to shut it down? That's the thing. Hiroran tries to toss a fragment. It does land in place.
But I don't think...
No.
Yeah, it wasn't close enough to the center. So, right, for the fragment to clear a lockdown, it has to be right in the center of where the fragment lands.
So enough space for Blaze to now deploy the Viper Spin. And he's got a judge inside of that thing. That's even deadlier. Depp tries to secure the surroundings of it with the Blaze Storm. The Outlaw cutting down Benkai. But I'm waiting for Blaze King. Stays tucked away. Teammates have fallen all around him. And all of a sudden, Hiroran appears in front of his face. And ZETA continues to climb. It's 12-9 now. We've got 3 rounds to go to force this into overtime.
Yeah, Depp's starting to heat up, getting that Blade Storm kill, and that Outlaw getting some value big time, as you would need. That's so fast from Depp. And this is the first, but that's okay. Good for the second. And look at how they're using the verticality here to get up and over the positions to try to make sure that whoever's still in that pit is not going to have an easy time of it. You're not going to just walk in there. You're going to clear all the edges, use that high ground, those angles that you can get from up there to make sure that, okay, if there's anybody left, they're all in the pit, and then we can figure out how we're going to deal with that. You know, do a time push or throw some utility in there, whatever it takes.
That's exactly how you want to dismantle a Viper's pit. So at this moment in time, Global Esports starting to feel that pressure. They cannot let their nerves get to them, and hence we have this timeout from Coach Spin, looking for that knockout punch again to send us into a 3rd map. But, you know, it's a bit of a double-edged sword. Calling a timeout at this point, Carlisle gets to, you know, have a breather as well, and gets a second to think for ZETA Division. What is Global Esports going to cook up? What can we do to counter against that?
Yeah, it's going to be tough here off this eco. No ults to speak of. So just trying to see if you can do some damage to ZETA. But the pockets of ZETA relatively deep in terms of money, so they have another buy round in them for sure. Even if this one goes, well, it wouldn't matter if this one goes sideways, they'd be done. But even if they were to take a lot of economic damage, let's put it that way, they'd be fine. So definitely, you would think that we saw it before where Spin will take a timeout on the eco, and then it'll be the follow-up after that. But not going to be able to get into any ults, really, as they invested so much in that previous round and lost it. Yurda. Nice angle. I think I saw a smile after that one.
It's very calm. It doesn't really like explode and pop off if he celebrates.
But he's apparently a jokester. He's apparently very funny, very like Depp really I was talking to ZETA a little bit, and Depp really likes his new players. Not ready for Blaze King though is Depp.
Wow. That's
Blaze
a sharp
King.
flick and a half.
Yeah, pushed up further than Depp was expecting. Laz gonna see that. Oh, he turned! Oh, he didn't really register it in his brain. Oh my
Are
goodness.
we gonna end this map off of a Thrifty and Eco win? Really?
Oh, that's nice mosh.
Mosh kind of blocks off the plant for a second. Players trying to reposition around. You got Sugar Zero trying to wrap up from behind. But once bitten, twice shy. I feel like Russ is anticipating this now. The rest of ZETA continuing to push forward, along with that flash from Hiroran. They need to clear out yellow. The Dizzy's great, but Hiroran doubles back. A bit of a fadeaway shot. He takes down Blaze King. Timer still ticking away. Russ able to deny the back. Now all you got to worry about is the front door, but Hiroran steps up in the moment when he is needed.
That's unbelievable. I thought after that Dizzy he was done. That was a great play from GE. They should win that battle probably 90% of the time. But the weaker guns proved to be the detriment to them. And Hiroran's just cracked today. I mean, he's having a whale of a day. I know on this map he's only 15 and 16, but on Sunset on that Sova, he was so destructive. The young guns coming up big again. I think we're ZETA Division. Oh my God.
It really just, you know, crosshair placement, the flash initially to set himself up. And then knowing, you know, the awareness to know that someone's going to swing out from the other angle. So he spray transfers. Depp now looking for an aggressive pick.
Here.
Trying to throw Global Esports off their kilter.
It's just so brutal when players are able to do stuff like that against you. It just is so tough to overcome when they're just hitting shots like that time and time again today.
But this round, that timeout must be for this round.
Here.
Ask me.
Global Esports looking to secure this map. If they don't do it on this round, they're going to go into the next one with a bit of a half-ish buy. Russ sneaks up, able to take down Sugar, but last trades. Players in position to take down B now, but ZETA has an inkling.
One suppressed.
Oh,
Really
that's
nice.
enough information too.
Yep, absolutely.
Can't put up the toxic screen because of that.
Nope. Gotta wait. But I really like what Russ did there. Walked through his own snakebite, his own team snakebite to get that kill, because that's not something you expect someone to do.
True.
Trying to be quick. Oh! That's gonna do a lot of damage. Oh my god.
What?
It's okay, you can heal it. You're Sage, it's fine.
Okay. But 30 seconds though, and we're still looking for the plant. Tosses it over. Now secures it. Teammates a bit of suppressive fire. They managed to stick it through. Now you've got a mosh pit lineup.
Yeah, look at this
Where's
lineup,
this gonna
Larry.
go? Okay, and Dev has to get a bit of space too. Thresh comes in, take a couple of shots through. The flash from Hirodon, but oh no, Polvi actually shuts it down with the operator. This could be it. Global Esports might just be able to secure off this round. Another shot from Polvi. It's all down to Yudon trying to sneak up from the sides. Gets the angle on towards it, but not quite the landing. Polvi secures the kill and pulls Global Esports into a third map.
This is exactly what you want to see from GE. A phenomenal bounce back, getting completely dismantled on Sunset. And it wasn't super easy, but frankly, in my mind, I felt like GE just had a much better read on this map, and was able to kind of read the positionings, take a little bit more map control for the most part, and make a lot better usage of their utility combos, their ping-ponging off of each other, all of those things. Yes, ZETA keeps it close through some individual heroics and things like that, but you have to feel really good. GE, when they've got a good game plan, when they've got that trust going, they look like they can absolutely take this match away from ZETA.
It's possible. I mean, they're definitely a lot more prepared on Icebox, but apart from that, the players themselves too. I mean, Lightning Fast was having a great game on this Icebox. But you know what? Our casters are going to break down all of that action, and we're going to go back to the desk.
Thank you so much, casters. GE is fighting. I mean, it was a close scoreline, but honestly, I felt like Global was very much in control of Icebox.
No, they really were. I mean, from the outset, just streaking away with the round wins over and over again. ZETA was really struggling to find a footing there for themselves. So a bit of a rough go of it here for the side of ZETA Division. Clearly still some things that they need to workshop to be able to bring this Icebox up to snuff. I like the compositional changes, but Global with their own is just a little bit better.
So here's the thing, and I don't know if it's the thing that really affected ZETA here, but picking up the KO for Hirodon, it feels like he was struggling to create those openings with it. Granted that I think it was paper that said that he had like 15, 16 kills somewhere in the second half. In that first half, it feels like when they were trying to enter the site, he was just diving in, jumping around, not really having those, blade lineups, those flashes out just to push away the defense of GE. And it feels like that really hurt the first half here for ZETA Division.
On the flip side, the addition of Sage, Global Esports adding in Sage, taking out the KO, definitely paid off that wall. That one Sage wall came in so clutch so many times, whether they were in defense or attack. And Lightning Fast here, obviously, on the Sage, just proving his mettle.
Yeah, I mean, star-studded performance here from the one, holdover from the original GE roster of last year. He looks very well put there with that Sage. Like you said, the util, I mean, a lot of the slow ups that he was coming out with, we're finding a good amount of value. Depp was doing Depp things. He was still damn scary. But for the most part, I do agree. I think that Hirodon maybe just a little bit more time on that KO to find just full comfort to be able to bring that one out.
It just seems like, again, there was this kind of like disconnect in a way. And there was also these points where I think like they weren't really checking their corners properly. I think you mentioned as well where Colby got flashed by the Dizzy, and then they thought that, oh, we cleared out that boost spot for the Jet, and they didn't. So he got a shot off with the Operator. There was one where Lightning Fast was holding in the back of Yellow, gets that triple kill on the B side. So there's these really good timings or just really good punishes from Global Esports that was just sprinkled throughout so many of these rounds.
I just really like how cohesive Global Esports looked on Icebox, and Depp is a total menace here. He is so good at shooting and getting those kills, but when you have a team who's prepared for that, these are the results.
I mean, overall, the thing that we were talking about before we came into this map was, are they going to be able to just shake off that really one-sided loss on the opening map of Sunset? And they absolutely were. So clearly, the game plan was very sound coming into this one. ZETA still looking uncomfortable when it comes down to Icebox, and Global feeling right at home here on this map. So I think it's good that they could be able to move past, a 1-13 loss to open up a series and be able to come back in. And I think I probably should have honestly got a better read of that they would be able to do that, because when we saw them after that Sunset, there was smiles on stage from Spin, Big Time, all the players. It almost felt like they were like, yeah, our Sunset's not really there yet. We kind of expected this, but it's okay because we'll run it back on Icebox.
Honestly, attitude is everything. We've noticed, especially when it comes to VCT. If your head's in the right place, that could be the thing that carries you forward across the finish line.
I just love that because, again, it just spans you that you don't really make that many mistakes when you're just, yes, we got this on the second map. So I love that from GE here.
Yeah, good vibes means trust, and you kind of need to trust your teammates in these kind of situations. And I'm happy for Global Esports, but what I'm less happy about personally is we had a little game, and I hate de-ranking.
Oh, sorry.
But you like ranking up. The question was, who wins the pistol round on the second half? It was a very specific question. While I did predict Global Esports to win this, I lost this one.
As did I.
Both did. And I hate de-ranking. I hate that.
So, okay. Can I make an argument for ourselves?
Yes, please.
Yes, they lost that second pistol round, but then they won the eco immediately after. Global, they dropped it. They had the advantage. They're in the anti-eco. They end up losing the ZETA division. I think that that's worse than losing a pistol round. So I think that we should just keep everybody right where they are, and I don't think that we should get moved down, because we might not have been correct, but at least we didn't blunder the advantage.
No, I agree. I feel like we definitely at least lost less RR than a full, punishment of like 20 plus RR there.
Move us down to silver.
I'm just here smiling.
So does this mean Asura
he goes
ranks
up one.
Okay.
We go down a peg.
All right. Our first plat analyst here in VCT Pacific. Oh, it's silver. I hate this so much.
I felt like they just heard that I did this, and then they're like, we gotta win this second pistol.
The pain, the heart pain. Well, congratulations to your up rank here in Pacific.
It's okay.
Those things, it's really hard to predict something that specific, but you know what? A win's a win. Congrats.
Thank you.
So we are going to a map 3. So that's something that I can't say all of us have predicted. And it's Ascent. And historically, Ascent is a pretty good map for ZETA.
Yes, but also, not really.
Yes and no. Yep.
This is a map that, especially last year, we saw them always going to, and they were regularly picking up wins, but they were very rarely clean wins. Tons of overtimes here from ZETA Division. You think about just the monstrous amount of OTs, how many rounds they had to play to be able to scrape by wins on this map. And you can just look at kind of one of the last times that Global even played this. I think they played versus RQ, and then before that it was versus ZETA, and that was in an overtime scenario where it was a 12-14 loss for the side of Global Esports. So we haven't seen it from them yet. So in this season from Global Esports, I'm curious to see what they have prepared for us with this squad. The only thing I can really lean on is that we're probably going to see these two players playing Jet once more.
Yeah, exactly. These two have been absolutely critical in all 3 maps. And obviously for Ascent, when you have a Jet player on Ascent, this is also a make or break agent.
So if I could just add it from experience and what I've seen as well from Polvi when I was, just kind of researching about him when he was still playing, not here in Pacific in EMEA. He actually has a lot of highlight reels that's available to watch online that he's played a lot on Ascent. So at least in terms of comfortability, he's already there. Another thing that I just kind of realized when you get that last map on Ascent, when it is Ascent, is if you're a hyper aggressive team, no matter how coordinated the opposing team can be, you can always batter into be a battering ram into a site and just brute force your way in, which is what we've seen is the specialty of global esports here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, Global, they should have a decent jumping off position going into this map. I don't have any concerns about Polvi on the Jet going into this map. I mean, this has been the Jet map for so many years at this point. We do see a couple teams try to stray away from that, but that Jet is kind of always centric to Ascent. I mean, we had some really good performances from Polvi there on Icebox, some really nice multi-kills. He started off that first half incredibly hot for the squad. So I think that this is going to be the big head-to-head to watch, but it's going to be what's going around the Jets that, as I expect, it's going to be Jets. It's what's going around them that I'm really curious about to see from both teams. What kind of big overarching adjustments do we have, if any?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is just such an old map with a meta that we've just seen over and over again, especially from these two teams. I don't know. This is the season. This is the season where everyone's going to shift things a little bit. I mean, again, Carlisle kept saying, we would see surprises. I hope it wasn't only on Sunset.
Yeah, and I mean, if it's going to be the same comp, I think there's going to be a lot of struggles for ZETA Division because it feels like they just really can't click on, at least, here on that KO. And I'm looking at the stats right here. They're not really looking too hot on Ascent. Global Esports also has shown that they might be willing to bring a different composition into Ascent, which we actually haven't seen throughout Kickoff as well as Convergence from last year. So everything is up the air in terms of how creative they can actually be coming in to this final map.
I have to ask you guys, now that we are at a 1-1 score, are your predictions still the same? And maybe how confident are you in whatever your predictions are now?
I think my prediction is still the same because even though, again, I said that the wins for ZETA have overall been rough when it comes down to Ascent, I think they, they still usually are able to get those wins. I think that for all of the players on this team, even with the rookies coming through, this is going to be a map where they have a lot of comfort. It has been a bread and butter pick for them, so I'm sure that Carlisle has just kind of, maybe reinvigorated the Ascent from the past year for the squad. But taking a look, I mean, here we go. It's just back down to just standard compositions for both teams. No surprises at all.
Oh, mirror matchups, standard compositions. This is going to be really interesting. We were talking about individually. Now, when you have something like this, it's really going to come down to your ideas. But if we wanted to, we were comparing Depp and Polvi just now, and Depp is just a little bit higher on the stats board.
Yeah, I mean, he can go nuclear if he wants to do so, and he's been able to do that without the help too much of the other player of his ZETA Division, so definitely something to watch out for.
All right, we are going to go into map 3. Let's go over to our casters because we got ourselves a series.
Thank you very much, Victoria, Asarai, and Achilleos. Yeah, this is exactly what we've got. Same composition, but kind of like what Achilleos said, you kind of want to focus on what is happening around the Jets as well. You do have Depp and Polvi, and we are expecting great things out of them.
And I'm starting to look like there might be some kind of mid setup here for ZETA. Starting on that defender side, I'm seeing, both the flashes, if you include the paranoia in that equation, towards some kind of maybe tiles hit. I'm not sure. It looks like they're kind of thinking about it, and I think this is going to be a big-time tile scratch, especially with Laz's position there at short. We'll see if ZETA is going to be able to pull it off. But it's been sort of anticipated. That recon dart kind of out there to see if there's going to be that early push, seeing if they could catch it. Instead, it's just a pullback right now. A little bit of caution from ZETA just on the back of that one dart and not able to really pull off what they were hoping. Maybe also hoping for a mid-hit where they could counter that if GE went through there. Now they're just going to fan out across the map a bit, playing really deep on B, though, giving up so much space here. A little bit of info with Laz, knowing that mid is relatively clear. He hasn't had any contact. That's going to give them the info that they can slide back over to that B side. Okay. They're going to be right in GE's faces.
Definitely looking to shoot down some initial, maybe 0 points as well. Polvi already diving in. Deb trying to bypass this. As he tailwinds onto site. Angles are favoring ZETA Division for the time being, so a couple of shots go their way, but Benkai comes back into trade. Oh! Sugar Zero from stairs, though, gets shut down by Benkai too, and now it's a perfect lineup for the shock dart to tase them both down to the ground.
You're on. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant with that shock dart, knowing they're both going to be super weak. Unbelievable. Unbelievable stuff. But this is the ZETA we need to see. This is the ZETA we saw on Sunset, where they're reading the map incredibly well, and that's what gives them the advantage here. Laz is never really accounted for on short, and that lack of contact there through mid kind of just gives. What did he say?
He said he was funny.
He said a bad word. I cannot repeat that word.
Something, man. Okay.
But that's okay.
But that's kind of the ZETA that that we're starting to see again. Almost as if it's a combination of both Sunset and Icebox. Getting a good read, but also playing really defensively.
Oh, Deb.
Not necessarily overextending too much. It's just really early on. You've got the Marshall. Trying to pull it out in this skirmish. Lance has got his back. Lightning fast with the wide swing. But Huron there to back him up.
And you're able to keep all the important guns. Both Bulldogs, the Guardian, and a Spectre. You don't mind losing that Marshall in that round at all as ZETA Division. And yeah, Adept did a good job there, dodging that turret, sidestepping it just as it was activating, so he wasn't pinged by it. That gave GE a little bit of false confidence that they could push forward, try to reaggress the angle. That's fine. It's the ego. Challenge Depth with the Marshall. Might get lucky, he lifts the shot, and you can outdo him, but in that Depth, they're able to buy enough time with his dash and his smoke to get back and wait for the reinforcements for the rest of his team. So solid start for ZETA. See if they can keep it up.
It's also precisely why the desk was kind of discussing this. That map pick and bans are really important. The fact that this is Ascent, Global is the one that left it open. ZETA gets to pick the site that they want to start on. And starting on defense on Ascent is such a big deal, given how the map is laid out. And they're just doing such a good job at kind of playing defensively. I mean, look at the positioning from Laz. Good angle, takes down one player, and that's kind of enough damage. Because all of a sudden, the 3 players on A are prepared for that A hit.
Yeah, and that sends GE over towards the other side of the map, maybe feeling like if they've got that Killjoy dealt with, that's going to make the B site a lot more tenable to get into. Yeah.
We do need Polvi to pop off in this moment. The initial entry. Oh, but he just gets tapped.
Area.
Bit of a crouch. I mean, he had the Outlaw, so that's what he was going for, but Huron. Impeccable performance. Now Paranoia pushes him away, but take a look at what's happening on the mini-map. Our observers caught it too. Depp going on a bit of a journey of his own. Alarmbot catches him out, so he just rendezvous to go back with his team. Lightning Flash pushes out though, and still feeling sharp.
A great flash from Russ to set him up. Oh, Depp's gonna outdo him again. Russ though, quick for the trade.
2-on-2. Hiroran still has utility, not to mention Sugar Zero as well. Everything available. Meanwhile, Global Esports, they only have their positioning. Rusto with the shot. Swings out a little, catches Hiroran after hearing that flash getting popped. Sugar Zero now, Paranoia, just to buy a bit of time, a bit of safe space. Catches an unsuspecting Benkai, but now not enough time to defuse the spike. Walks straight into Russ, and look at that sidestep. Global Esports.
And Russ is involved in every kill in that round. What a great round for him. With that flash over into the alley, setting up his teammates so nicely, able to deal with the Laz, cheeky positioning, trading off of his teammates, playing time very nicely.
Go boys!
That's a round that you definitely want to see out of your IGL for Global Esports. Tremendous, tremendous round, and he's got that no command as his follow-up prize. So, Depth with the Outlaw and the Blade Storm. Of course, it's Odin time. It's Ascent. you just know it's an inevitability.
It's match made in heaven. we don't mess with these.
Truly, this is, yes.
The Guardian counter for it, though, is something that we've been starting to see now, and Yuran knows to walk away from it. You want to avoid that for sure.
An Outlaw as well could potentially be used if you felt like it, but with half armors for side of GE, Depth's Outlaw, on the other hand, could provide a ton of value, but Diligent Space clearing, alarm bot gone for the side of Zeta. Gonna use the drone to really make sure that this space is safe for Polvi to push in.
Making a bit of noise, too. Ooh. If Polvi does push in, yeah, Laz is ready to greet, along with Yuran as well, and that Odin. So that's why Depp made a bit of noise, just to kind of bait Global Esports into peeking down this pizza/market area. Funnels them in towards A short. As long as they can block off this entrance, they don't get to come in for an easy spike plant, Zeta should have this round.
And then you can pop the ult too to make this hit even harder for GE. Gonna have to wait this out or try to get it done with guns. Yeah, you got one player who can paranoia in. Oh, Russ winning that!
Good shot. Yuran from behind though. Great timing with this Odin. But the double swing from Global Esports, they capture the site. They know where Yuran is, and they manage to trade him down. Laz is the only one left. Tries to make a quick move, but completely surrounded. It's Global Esports coming back in the game with a 2-2.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff here from Russ. Great work using his ultimate to make it that much easier for him. Now you've got Benkai's lockdown. No answer just yet. A great recon dart there as well. Forced Laz into a bad spot where he had to try to make the drop down. Got spotted by it. Makes it even easier for Benkai to react. Everybody else is fired up, and Benkai cool as a cucumber as usual.
Always.
Always.
Just deadpan expressions. But who knows what's going on inside.
Depp, oh my god. They know. Yep.
We've seen this before. And that's also the other thing about Ascent, it's just how much have teams, figured out from each other at this point. It's imperative that Zeta Division brings new flavors, especially in this Pacific Stage 1 matchup. Still very much aware and in position around this catwalk area. Global Esports bypasses it. They walk through main, a couple players coming to reinforce towards top mid. Door's been shut. Should be an easy spike plant any second now.
Here.
Great timing on that to buy a little bit extra time. Take that Blade Storm temporarily out of Depp's hands. Gun dart has to be cleared. This looks like a phenomenal post plant setup for GE.
Oh. Clean and easy. You got players up around door generator as well. Russ right underneath Hell. Pulls them back in. Third kill secured. Russ is having a good game on this map.
He's having an insane game. Absolutely one of the best maps we've seen from him so far since his move over to this Global Esports squad. Just really reading the map so well right now. RGE in general is not really allowing any shenanigans from that Blade Storm of Depp to really find any value.
Show you, scary omen.
And now Depp is able to get into an op, but you do have Polvi with the counter op. Odin's on both sides as well, so. And then didn't need to use the lockdown for GE. The round was clean enough. They were able to find those picks early. So now they can really take their time with this. Be methodical on the map. A lot of attention in towards mid for Zeta. And now they're really crunching in towards mid. I mean, they're really expecting something to come through here. But it is sort of a feint from Global Esports where they're going to put some pressure towards B. Polvi hoping to see if he can catch him sneaking out. He does.
Good flick.
You should run.
Attention brought towards mid has all been for naught. Global Esports just kind of in control of things, Throwing a couple of jabs, a couple of feints, trying to bait Zeta into peeking into them. The Odin now being fired off, but it just pushes Zeta Division a little bit further away as Yuran reloads. Yuran may be able to get one frag, but traded off by Polvi. The From the Shadows invested by Lightning Fast as well to secure spike plant.
I think Zeta might have to consider a save pretty quickly.
Especially
got two big guns, yeah.
That's the thing. Dev's still pressing forward though. I think he can't quite get out. Recon kind of tags him as well. Blaze King, good information. Odin is firing off. Sugar Zero a couple of kills, but now when it comes down to it, you got 2 targets, Depp, and you've got an operator. Not an optimal situation to be in, so. Oh my god. Tries to back out, but just the incoming rain of bullets catches him in the back of his head.
They demand a fight.
Just brilliant.
Who are we to disobey?
GE so patient. It looked like it was going to be a fake towards B initially, but with that pick, and then the quick decision to invest the lockdown as well, got the spike being rotated over immediately, and they're able to use that from the shadows as well to really bypass any of the danger from those big guns that ZETA had in their hands, set up for that post plant. And honestly, I think ZETA maybe should have considered the save a lot sooner on that. That was going to be a really nasty defuse to try to go for. And you can see why. Blaze King with that Odin sitting in the back of boats, that's so tricky. Plus he's been great with his utility to set himself up.
It's tough to flush him out of that position unless you have the numbers to really deal with it. And ZETA just didn't have that in that scenario. So not only that, they've lost 4 rounds in a row now, Paperton. I feel like they should be bankrupt. So good timeout being called by Coach Carlisle, but he has to plan for the future. And that's the thing about this map, because Global Esports are in the lead now. This actually could be the first time that Global Esports takes down ZETA Division. It's first time in all Pacific.
Yeah, really starting to look that way. And in fact, it was an overtime the last time these two teams played on this map, so certainly ZETA could bounce back. But right now, again, GE on these maps, with the time and preparation that they've had in the offseason, done a really good job of kind of figuring out how they can expose the weaknesses of the way ZETA likes to play. And it felt like early on, ZETA was going to be able to read the map nicely, make some good rotations, but after that, GE's been just playing with their food. They have been just completely confusing ZETA. I don't know if they expected an op in that previous round, and things like that caught Laz off guard. So you really like the bounce back from GE.
Sometimes it's just tough to read too.
Oh my god.
What?
He knows.
Swings out, bit of a flash. Nanostorm to flush him out of position, but Russ just sprays it down. It is an anti-eco round, so all he's got to do is to pepper him full of holes. No shots found from ZETA Division, except for the one. Now Polvi comes in. Additional information. Russ online for the ace.
Give it to him. He's earned it. Although they might want to give it to someone else because he's already got the null command. So
true that. Give it to Blaze King.
Yeah, exactly. You'd kind of like this to go to Blaze King if possible.
Just locking out those angles. Yeah, they know he's up there. There's the ace. Russ should be feeling that one, popping off on the stage. 5-2, Global Esports just having a grand old time.
He's been popping off on this map. I mean, this is a tricky position to be in. Getting caught in the frag. Whoa, what a transfer there. Absolutely nasty. Grabbing that op, and they're fired up now. You better believe it. All right, well, this is an important round for ZETA. All these ultimates, they have to stop the bleeding.
That's what the timeout was for. Has to be. So off of it, they go on the offensive. Flashes sounded all throughout B lobby, but not too many kills. Only the one from Sugar Zero, as Global Esports expects it. They actually cut them down all the way from Catwalk. Les comes in to reinvestigate, but by this point, information's bad. Global Esports are gone. In fact, they've wrapped around from A main, coming back in to secure the site.
I mean, Laz is going to have to go nuclear here. This has to be just a multi-kill.
Okay, well-timed smoke.
I think GE is, after that
It's
smoke,
like,
they're
we don't
considering
go
going, yeah, good, exactly. Or at least waiting this out a little bit longer.
Russ has flashes. Lightning fast as well. They're trying to make ZETA Division think. Look, they're making them sweat paper thin.
It's really smart. Now with that knife, you kind of have a pretty good idea, but you have to be so careful. You know that op is still there.
Oh, last what? A triple, a quad! You said he was going nuclear, and he just dropped a bomb of global esports.
I just...
Can I get this?
It's just unreal what Laz can do sometimes. The guy is just unstoppable.
Okay, let's break down how he just did it, though. Anticipating,
crazy.
Thinking that they might have doubled back into B, steps back through, and just because of, you know, things aligning for him, the flash did not blind him, he manages to precisely pin down each and every one of his targets.
You don't have to use any ults in that round. I mean, you get the win on the back of one of the craziest 4Ks we've seen today. Just, I don't know. What do you do? I mean, hopefully GE doesn't get too rattled by that. Trying to clear open some space.
Okay.
We do get the kill off of that. Benkai able to use that Hunter's Fury on the other side of the map.
Open.
Yeah. A little bit of a distraction, and Benkai wins a duel.
Yeah, GE has the advantage in timing and position right now, but again, Laz is just feeling it. Walks back down in towards that market position, catches two players as they try to rotate down mid. Blaze King comes back in for the answer. A bit of pop flash from Hirodon now, and that's Blaze King down in the dumps. Benkai, 21 HP left, and unless, you know, there's not that much he can do. Tries to jump over to throw them off guard, but it's just not quite enough. He doesn't have enough health to sustain him through all that damage.
Yeah. Don't mind the idea at all, but the only thing I'm concerned about now is you lost your counter to the lockdown, the easy counter. I mean, most teams have plans, right, these days, where they know where the lockdowns are going to be placed by the defenders.
Lineup.
Yeah, they have lineups for days. You can rely on that KO in particular. A good fragment will take down that lockdown as long as it lands properly. Yeah, absolutely a good time for a timeout. Laz is getting fired up. Can't let that happen. Got to make sure you can stem the bleeding here, but ZETA starting to throw a few different looks and getting some big hero plays, but it's going to take more than that to beat this GE squad. As we saw in Icebox, you know, the good game plans, the executions, a lot crisper for GE than we saw in kickoff.
Yeah, definitely different looks from kickoff, and I think that's the biggest thing, you know, regardless of what the result is. Of course, GE fans would be hoping that Global Esports comes up with the win, but regardless, you know, it really shows that throughout that offseason, throughout Masters Madrid, throughout Paper Thin being in the elevator with all these players, everyone has, you know, worked on, you know, all of these maps. And right now, Global Esports actually look evenly matched up against ZETA Division. Completely different from what we saw in kickoffs and last year.
Yep. I'm really, really impressed. Again, it wasn't an easy start, but certainly looking amazing here. Trying to clear that alarm bot, I believe, with that nano. Just checking in. A lot of utility just dumped in towards mid. Nobody there, nobody home. So they're gonna take their time. Really spread out the map. Really try to get an idea of what ZETA's doing. See if ZETA's gonna go for any kind of aggressive pushes.
Wow.
And nothing being given over. So you know you have a little bit of space, but it has to feel like a trap, right? Like you have to feel like they have some kind of pinch play, some kind of setup off the back of any contact they get. They were sort of defaulty. Now they're kind of shifting back into a pretty similar position, and Depp so close with that op for a moment, but gonna move his way back up to heaven.
Pretty unsettling. Both sides starting out on defaults. ZETA trying to get a good read on things, but they're not finding out too much. Global Esports on the other hand, exactly. In all of these movements, there are some tiny gaps in ZETA's defenses, and it allows for Blaze to sneak into such a prime position. If someone tries to rotate over from this, he might be able to catch a kill onto them. So a bit of attention brought towards A short now, and that lures Hirodon in towards Blaze King's crosshairs. Suddenly, ZETA Division feels the pressure, and both of the players try to hide inside a hell. 10 seconds left for Global Esports to get the spike down, though, and Russ manages to get it done. Blaze King still in such a great spot, does the damage, Depp's still alive, able to shut down Polvi for the time being, tries to swing out wide, but Benkai denies him any joy. lockdown available, but I don't think Laz is going to be able to repeat that quad kill from before.
No, there just isn't going to be enough time. You would think. Yeah, he has to go for the save. Just not quite enough money to feel comfortable going for it just yet. Definitely the wise play here for Laz, but just too much space given by ZETA this time.
Yeah.
Those defaults started out good, but then I'm not exactly sure, what's going through the minds of ZETA in that moment when Hirodon shifts back to their spawn and he's holding that down. I mean, with all that pressure into mid, I think they felt like that was going to be the weaker part of the map, the part of the map where GE might explore. But Blaze King, a savvy veteran. Blaze King has been around since basically day one of Valorant, guys. Like, if you don't know, he's been playing
previous games and everything.
He's been to international
Boom
events a long time ago.
And so on and so forth.
Exactly.
Everywhere.
This guy's smart as heck. And he ruins.
Bro, what the fuck am I there, bro?
Careful checks, right? Yeah. He has no, how did I even get in through tree into window? And just, sometimes it just happens that way. ZETA Division, a little bit unlucky in that. But like you mentioned, the main factor is still that too much space was given up.
Yep.
So we want to see them being a little bit more proactive, but down to the last 2 rounds of the first half now.
And to try to accomplish that, they're going to put Depp in this position at short again. Trying to use this cubby to see if he can catch anybody. Getting a little bit too ambitious, seeing if maybe GE gets a little bit overconfident from the space they were able to take in the previous round. But with Polvi there, Depp might be in trouble.
Ooh, okay. Good little jiggle.
Here.
Managed to sneak away. But that's, again, the thing about this entire map pick is the fact that it feels a little bit defender-sided. And if you allow for Global Esports to come up with such a strong advantage, if this first half ends in an 8-4, ZETA Division might be in trouble. It's very crucial for them to come up with some wins right now. I think that's also why they're playing it really safe. They don't want to pull up any risks. If anything, minimal risk would peak at the right times. Laz is able to secure surprise kills like that in a blink of an eye.
Yeah. You can see they're really trying to buy a little bit of extra time. That's a great alarm bot. Deeper than normal. That's going to catch Polvi, give him a little bit more of information on where these players are coming from. And Laz plays it so well.
Paranoia as well. They are kind of funneled in towards Alley. Laz, very safe. Nobody pushed out too far, and he's just holding it down. Third kill coming through. Shut down by lightning fast in the 7th, though. Oh! 5 seconds left. Blaze King has to push in. Knows one is up by Boathouse. Goes in for the plant instead. Sugar Zero just swings and gets the kill. No time for Global Esports. ZETA Division trying to even out the score.
Yeah, there you go. And there's ZETA putting a little bit more pressure on the map in a couple different parts. That makes their lives a little bit easier. Great awareness here from Laz. Had been placing his alarm bot further up towards the stairs of mid.
Nice.
Pulls it back this time, and yeah, now Laz is getting fired up. Now you can see a little bit of that energy, a little bit of that passion coming through for the veteran.
Yeah, that calm anime character, before that, it just doesn't really do too much. He's happy, nice. But now, he has to show his final form. He starts to show his true colors a little bit more.
Well, when Laz is popping off, which he doesn't, his pop-offs aren't, very grandiose. But when he's popping off, things are going good. Great flash!
Oh. Bit of a trade. Yuran able to take down his counterpart. But that's another surprising thing about this map so far is the fact that, we might have thought, the head-to-head would have been between Polvi and Depp. But instead, we were seeing moments of greatness from players like Blaze King, players like Russ and Laz. Both IGLs doing so much and performing right now. Laz trying to sneak away with some of these sneaky angles.
Oh,
minimal risk factor.
Oh,
gets away free.
How?
If he can use that lockdown, that would be huge. Whoa. Odin's still firing away.
So dangerous. But they're going to shut the door. This should give them, if they can clear Lightning Fast, who snuck in on the other side of it, should give them the ability to put this lockdown in.
All right. Got to clear Lightning Fast first, though. That's the main thing. Good jiggle again. There's the lockdown. Lightning Fast under pressure now. Forces the Paranoia out. Stuck in an animation. The rumbling of the Odin fires away, but Sugar Zero simply peeks out. Peak accurate moments. And with the final shot, secures the defuse for Zeta Division as they tie things up 6-6.
Is diffused.
I like the attempted trickery there from GE. It's just lightning fast, a little too fast for his own good, where he pulled the trigger just a little bit too soon, and that gave Zeta the ability to quickly recover and kind of figure out what to do there, where they're able to at least get a trade out of it. And then you force that flood where they have to get through that door, back through that door to clear that lockdown. You force those players to come through there, and Zeta knows it. They're just able to hold the crossfire. So a 6-6 half. Interestingly enough, the last time these two teams played on this map, it was 5-7 on both sides, and it went to overtime. Are we destined for yet another Zeta overtime on Ascent? Sure feels that way, doesn't it?
It definitely does. Both teams feeling equally matched right now. But of course, it's a bit of a stamina game as well. Once you go into that second half, you swap sides, and Zeta Division has to attack. We've seen it before, how many executes they've got, especially when you've got players like Deb. You know, he'll do things like Tailwind and updraft up towards the top of Generator on A site. Perhaps even into B as well, sneaking past Alley.
Well, it's
Global
one of the
Esports has to be
things.
prepared.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I fully agree with you, and I was going to build on what you're saying. It's one of the things that makes Depp such a good player is that he takes advantage of the terrain of the map. He's so good with that as part of his game. Now, on the other side of the coin, I really liked GE investing in that operator early on their attacker side. It put so much pressure on Zeta, forced them to play further back than they'd probably like. And that was a big part of, I think, what allowed them to string those rounds together. So let's see if Polvi can get into another early operator and really try to shut Zeta out of this half.
Especially on this defense. That's where the operator shines the most. Of course, you got to get to that part first, and the pistol is where things kick off. Polvi already trying to sneak down, but blocked off by the dark cover from Sugar Zero.
Lightning fast already with the paranoia. This could be huge. Huge.
There we go.
Oh no.
Last opening pick. Depp just ignoring Benkai. They know they have the sight.
Look at these flanks. Oh, they're ready.
Last. There's the second one. And he's still watching the angles. Depp has his back watching up towards the top as players try to rotate through from stairs. Blaze King able to come back in to take down both players. Still a 2-on-3 though. Hiroran tries to get further information, suppresses them at that 0 point. Global Esports takes a breather.
Yeah,
Where could these players be positioned?
That's great info. It's going to take some fancy shooting.
And you know it's these common spots as well. Definitely one around A main, Generator. They're all watching it. Perhaps into Hell too. But without the kills, without any leg room, they can't make their way into sight. Global Esports, unfortunately, losing out in the pistol. And what a way for Zeta Division to pick up on these entries.
Yeah, that was, again, I like the idea from Global Esports. I really, really do. They try to do a really fast flank, but this time Zeta's got their heads on. Like they're so ready for this. That opening shot by Laz. I thought Lightning Fast did a pretty good job with his paranoia. He got the catch onto Depp and was instantly ready for the follow-up, but Laz just able to beat him there. You know, Laz with a Sheriff, a fearsome foe, no doubt about it. It's all classics for GE. No investment at all. One rifle for Depp in terms of the full rifle, and then a couple Bulldogs.
I think that's the thing too, is just the fact that Les is starting to have a much better game. Not only the pathing and the entries, but Global Esports not quite able to retake now. It's the setups though, again, swinging off of turret contact. Polvi picks up the kill. That's the rifle being dropped.
That's a Phantom, yeah. They're able to get it back, but Depp, a little over-eager there, a little ambitious to clear that turret and pays the price, so stuck around just long enough for Polvi to punish him. Now it's going to be shift over to the other side. Laz trying to work this door. Going to have to wait a bit. He's starting to get in. Is he going to read the position?
Has to anticipate it. Look at Russ.
So good.
Pristine timing. Gets the shot onto Laz now. Still plays around the boxes. Couple of shots, and he's just doing enough to chip them down bit by bit. The rest of the Global Esports players are still on pistols, so They're not out of the woods yet.
I thought Benkai might go through for a walkabout through B main, but instead they're just gonna death ball it. See if this can get over the line with these guns that ZETA has.
Revealing area.
Double back, good recon. Oh, tiny tags with the ghost too. Timer still ticking away. Blind shots being fired down through that dark cover. Hirodon, another kill in. Lightning fast trying to do as much damage as possible, but knowing where he would be, just a bit of a pre-fired shot. ZETA picks up the second round in the second half.
It's still a tremendous eco, especially with just classics invested, to take, you know,
so many guns
away. Right, you're only able to keep 2 for the side of ZETA. So honestly, that's a pretty big win for Global Esports, in my opinion. Doing the best they can with what they had and making it very uncomfortable for ZETA throughout.
I mean, again, those setups, you know, playing off of the Killjoy turret from Benkai, Russ just incredibly safe and sharp with that classic too. Global Esports are definitely making this, they're making ZETA Division work. And I talked about it before, it's this attacking side because you need to consider some of these positions. Depp cannot make such risky plays like he did.
This Outlaw is going to get a ton of value. Only half armor for Laz. And everybody but Depp is below the armor threshold.
It's starting to look like ZETA are slowing things down, similar to what we saw last year. And again, in all these tiny little gaps, tiny little lapses and moments, Global Esports pushes up. Firing off on the Odin now.
Yeah, expecting the deep push. Eventually, the Shock Dart comes in to clear him off that angle, but nobody holding main for ZETA. They are full on. Just gonna stack the site, try to catch them on these entries. This is usually pretty tricky to pull off without that other angle. But of course, with the weaponry, they have the stingers.
Good smoke too. This is a very interesting one. If they push downstairs, they will get clipped. But that's why most of them will try to go around the other side. Depp trying to catch them on the timing. Here's the reload. Okay, 15 left in the magazine. Hirodon with that Phantom making it sing. ZETA Division convert the bonus off of some smart decisions.
Yeah, it looked like it might be pretty tricky. Like they might just try to hold those angles. But Depp is no fear. See, time and time, you saw it in the previous round when he died trying to clear a turret. This round it works out because, like you said, he heard that reload as he was pushing forward and was able to capitalize on that timing. And then Hirodon, oh my word, hits Polvi right as he's coming out of the dash.
Wow.
Nice. Oh my goodness, Hirodon.
That's
bonkers.
It's not easy to, like, you have to time it. What?
I don't, dude, that's some reflexes. That's that rookie advantage you have. Jeez Louise.
So again, now back into it. While we do have some rookies coming through, they've got these reflexes. You've got experienced players in the form of Russ, and you can see that he's trying to command the team, delegate some tasks, and he's talking a lot right now. This timeout being called.
Yeah, the IGL, it looks like the coaches are going to trust in Russ, who's having a phenomenal map individually, to see if he can get his team back into this one. 16, 10, and 11 is a tremendous scoreline for a KO. Maybe still some more damage to be done. Half armors and a few weaker rifles with the Guardian and the Bulldog in the mix. Yuran going to be going for the Odin, as kind of interesting on the attacker side to see one this early, but the money good enough now for ZETA. I was kind of curious if Depp was going to maybe try to outduel Povi in terms of the opping battle on the attacker side, but Depp's just going to stick with the rifles. Lightning fast, going to be bullied off of his angle with some util. ZETA, kind of interesting setup here. Going to keep that turret there to keep an eye on that positioning at short. Now start to spread the map. Great alarm bot placement, expecting Benkai. He wants to get out on those lurks early, and ZETA knows it.
At the very least, Depp trying to stay mobile. Just trying to clear as much as possible. But Global Esports are nowhere to be found. I love that they're kind of rotating around towards tree, though, anticipating this kind of A-short push. The perfect agents to make it happen as well.
Take flight.
A lot of diligence.
Enemy
Be
tag.
noting
Oh,
the turret.
Okay, okay. Doesn't see
Just to make
Death, though.
sure. Yeah, no, that's kind of interesting. And Def's going to try to use that to his advantage. And look at how much room they're giving. Now, you still have the alarm bot, so.
Okay. Bit of a flash just to make them
30
think you're
seconds
going
left.
towards A. But it's that V-split setup.
There they go.
Now the green light is lit. Benkai, perfect position to shut them down. Tries to stay tucked away under logs. Pop blast through though, he's completely blinded, but they didn't catch him! Benkai, a triple kill, goes in for the spray. Death just sprays him down instead. Lightning Fast goes in for the transfer, and he manages to save the round for Global Esports. What a play!
I love it. Benkai.
Shenanigans!
I know, he wasn't allowed to have his little lurk out of B that he wanted, and instead he just tucks himself in that corner. A great one-way to set him up from Lightning Fast as well. They never catch a glimpse of him as they have to jump through that smoke, and they try to bully their way in and almost get it. That patience, phenomenal there for Global Esports. Now, a little bit deeper into the pocketbook, ZETA have to go. Not quite at a point where they're not going to have a bye for the next round, but the Odin spam duel.
Right here.
Not going to find any value for either side, really. Shock dart as well. Let's see if they can find any damage. Here's that turret. He wants to try to clear it. He's so close. He's so close.
Not quite lining it
He
up.
caught Laz with a little bit of damage, though.
True.
Consolation prize.
Back into it again. I mean,
Here.
there are these rounds where we just see ZETA Division like kind of getting a good read for things, good ideas, you know, baiting some players away, trying to keep them around A short, and then the execution. But it kind of falls apart when some of these tiny little corners aren't cleared, and Lightning Fast gets to cut you down as you try to cross. He gets 3 kills.
One enemy remaining.
3.
Spike down.
Now Polvi chimes back in, and it's just a feast for Global Esports.
Beautiful stuff. Lightning Fast this time playing a little bit further back off that angle than we'd seen previously. Just able to find the spray down. ZETA not really trying to disguise their movement in that situation. The turret gets cleared on the other side of the map, and that was the go signal for ZETA. They think, okay, well maybe they're trying to flank, maybe they're trying to push space, so you know, we probably got a couple of them over there. Let's see if we can take advantage of that. Let's see if we can use these numbers advantage, but Lightning Fast just was having none of it.
There it is. Lightning Fast. You know, we thought that Laz was having a good game. Now he's starting to cool off, and the other side is the one that's starting to heat up. Benkai, Lightning Fast, Russ has been just reading things all day, especially off of that previous timeout. Now Coach Carlisle wants to have a say in this. ZETA needs to adjust something around it. Their attack, again, ideas have been good, some tiny corners not checked. And then now, when they want to put the pedal on the metal, they want to go faster. They're not quite able to catch the right timing on it. Lightning Fast gets to cut them down as they try to cross.
Exactly.
It's always these 1 or 2 things that they're missing.
Yeah, it is those small things, and those cost you rounds at this level. You have to be so diligent. And ZETA just tries to see if they can use some speed and some timing to get over the line, but GE, of all the teams in Pacific we thought of in terms of like smarts, GE's got to be right up there. So many high IQ players in terms of Valorant game sense.
Especially this year.
Yes, especially this year.
Amazing stuff. ZETA Division trying to adjust back around it. Trying to sneak up all the way through. Maybe a bit of a fake as the spike is actually being committed towards B. A lot of movements from Depth, but they don't find anything. Russ tries to punish and catch them, but Yudon actually anticipates it too. Now going in for the kill towards Benkai. The B split happening right underneath their noses. You've got from the shadows on Sugar Zero. He catches Lightning Fast. And all of a sudden, Global Esports and their setups have been dismantled.
Yeah, it's
planted.
unfortunate for us. I don't say that often, but Russ made a great read, had the right positioning, just the spray was a little bit too wild. And Yudon has that big kill, that gets him fired up. They're able to keep Benkai at bay using the combination of him and
the updraft from Depp. That's basically them barreling in. Sugar Zero finds one along the way on site, and that's all she wrote. GE gonna have to go for the save at this point. Not much left to be done. There's enough money for another buy, sure, but you don't want to give away the bank at this point. You need to hold on to that cash. There's still a lot of rounds that are likely to be played.
Good timeout from Coach Carlisle, though. Really shows. I mean, this is what ZETA was kind of missing. This is why he was that coach that's brought in for this team.
I got things to do.
They had that similar idea a couple of rounds ago to sell a bit of a fake towards A short and then B split, but something was amiss. This time, being able to get the kill on towards Russ, being able to teleport towards the back of Lightning Fast, securing B site, that's what they needed.
An important round. Do have the tic-tac-toe counter to that lockdown with Euron still sitting on his Hunter's Fury. Hit it on. Let's have a no command. There he goes. They're gonna pop it. They're gonna really try to bully their way in through.
Just running and gunning. Russ stays tucked away and hidden. Oh, tried to play anti-flash. Does not work out. But hello, Blaze King. Oh, he's gonna get wall banged instead by Depp.
Gonna res him. Did they not hear it? I don't think they heard it.
Alright. Managed to pick it up. Global Esports just does not have an advantage at all in this situation. It's too risky to push out of defender spawn. Can't quite use the lockdown. No kills going their way. Even have that recon going right underneath Benkai's feet. He's gonna have to back out of there.
Yeah, money's getting a little bit dire for GE. And a save.
Oh,
Laz. Oh, he gets caught. Oh, Laz.
Oh, no. And with that, a Pulsar flawless win coming in from ZETA Division. Now the smell of the game, the smell of victory slowly, slipping away from Global Esports' grasp.
They're gonna have to make an adjustment because these mid pushes have been devastating. The last 2 rounds have been mid hits for ZETA. That's what's broken open this B site for them. Laz so good on these off angles, so good at keeping your flank secure time and time again. And ZETA 2 rounds away from taking this win. Lockdown of their own, a Hunter's Fury as well still to keep Benkai's lockdown in check. No Hunter's Fury just yet for Blaze King, a couple orbs away.
You don't really want to go. Oh no, Poldy!
Oh no.
It's not quite lining
Russ,
things up. Russ makes it a trade, indeed, on towards Depp as well. You do have these ultimates set up for the retake, but they're trying to be a little bit proactive on it to get information as well as to deal a bit of damage towards ZETA Division. Without Depp, the executes are going to be that much more difficult on the attack.
Exactly. So you're really going to have to rely on this lockdown, I think, from Laz. And I think that might be why they're thinking about, tuck it in the cubby. But look who's reading this pretty well is Russ. So smart, but I think they're sort of aware. It doesn't matter. He's just better.
Spike down mid.
Good tap. Knows he's in a bit of a tough spot now. Yuran catches him out. That does show that he already had a bit of an idea as to what some of these ZETA Division players are about to do.
30 seconds left.
But now that he's gone, numbers evened out. ZETA gets to barrel through. Global Esports just don't quite have the numbers to reinforce these sites safely.
You'd like to see Yuran be so careful. An early lockdown, anticipating this pressure. Yeah, this is a good time for it. Yes, you can clear it, but this buys you a little bit of time to get over.
10 seconds left.
Okay. Trying to make sure that you can get the spike planted safely.
You should run.
Laz's own lockdown now. Global Esports has to push up front. They're trying to catch them by surprise along with this paranoia. Wallbangs in. Counter wallbang from Yuran. Pushing out at the right time around stairs, and the trade's coming through. Yuran looking for the final player who is detained. He actually just slips right past.
He doesn't know.
Oh God, Ben. Oh, not enough health. Very close to it, almost winnable for Global Esports, but nonetheless, with the right ideas, with enough resources, ZETA Division pulls themselves over right to the edge of the finish line.
there's two rookie things happening in that moment. One, you don't recognize where Benkai could be sitting with that detain. And the other is the flick after he got. So it works out in the end. I mean, again, ZETA anticipating. He just gave him the hello, gave him the peace sign. But yeah, that's good stuff from ZETA. They're able to get into it, and the Hunter's Fury coming in, trying to shut this all down. But Death still able to find Benkai.
This is where ZETA Division just goes in full force, no fear. Great execute. Benkai not quite able to defend all that too well. Oh, what is that snap? 2 kills back to back, now onto the third. Lightning Fast shuts him down, but the damage has been done. ZETA Division right up towards the edge of it, looking for the closing play.
Shadows trap.
Lightning Fast wants to deny, smokes off the spike. Blaze King pushing in. First heads up duel goes his way. A second kill now under his belt. Lightning Fast pushing along with his teammate who has fallen now. Sugar Zero trying to stay tucked away and hidden. Buys enough time. No defuse available. And that's gonna be the end of the game. ZETA Division, Sugar Zero just with the patience for it, closes out the final map 13-8.
And a really interesting final map in terms of both teams having quite a bit of success on their attacker side, having really good reads, how their opponents wanted to play defense, but ZETA's just a little bit better. That final timeout really got them going, really got the tempo pushed up for ZETA. Not something we're used to seeing. At least, you know, last year ZETA, widely recognized as our slow team, our kind of more EMEA style, let's put it that way. Like, you know, a little more patient, kind of took their time. But they started dialing up some fast hits through mid, started really putting pressure on that part of the map, and that started to throw enough chaos in that GE had to scramble, got a couple recovery rounds here and there. You know, Benkai tucking into that spot, and Russ having a tremendous performance here on Ascent, but but ZETA, just enough in the tank here to get it done on Ascent. At least, you know, this time they don't even have to go into overtime. I'm sure they're feeling a little bit better about that.
I mean, getting that pistol and everything else along with it too, it just shows that ZETA Division started things off right, but Global Esports, definitely a lot of improvements along the way as well. I mean, Lightning Fast had a lot of kills as that stage, as the Omen on this map too. So both sides showing a lot of great performances, and just the sportsmanship is fun.
Yeah, oh yeah, these players get along pretty well in Pacific. I mean, and certainly, honestly, other than Sunset, throw that map out the window. Global Esports looked really good overall today. I thought they looked improved quite a bit.
You know what? We're going to toss it over to our analytical desk to break down all of this.
That was an incredible win by ZETA Division, but honestly, GE was fighting all the way through, and they had some very convincing rounds.
No, they really did. I mean, this was, I think in the end, a little bit more of a one-sided scoreline than I had anticipated. Again, I was talking about how ZETA, oftentimes they come into this map, they end up playing incredibly close series. And for, I'd say, like the first half, the first like 75% of this map, it really was that back and forth, that really neck and neck play between both of these squads. Lots of clutches from both teams, but ZETA ultimately just a bit better. I mean, typically over here in Pacific, we see a lot of defenders-sided advantages on Ascent, but this was very much a battle of the attacking teams.
Yeah, if I could just hyper-focus on some of the things here, it's, I think because of the fact that Heron was underperforming, I would say for ZETA Division, there were some rounds where he just feels like he kind of misplaced himself in the map, and that's where you see, again, you know, the the staple global esports where they like to spread themselves across the map, try to pinch as slowly as possible, but then create those lurk scenarios. One example of that was that tree position where Heron wasn't aware of the lurk that came from global esports, which opened up that A site, which allowed them to get into the site and bully, I believe that was Sugar Zero and Dep. So those kind of rounds happen pretty often here for global esports. And like Paper Thin was saying, the boop on the head for Benkai where he wasn't spotted at all, gets a 3K. Very big things like that for global was happening.
Let's just say both teams coming away with this one. ZETA, they can hold their heads a little bit higher because they get the win, but maybe go back and just check some corners. There's so many moments where, I mean, corners weren't being checked. Comms were definitely getting muddied a little bit because, you know, somebody would be posted up at an angle, they'd get a kill, and then somebody else would just come swooping in 2 seconds later and then just get picked off by the same person. Dep being just stuck in hell at that one round, and then Polvi not realizing it, just getting domed by him at the end. Like, things like that, that needs to be tightened up for both of these teams.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is a really good showing from both teams, starting off the stage 1. But you're right, there are some mistakes that are very fixable, and we want to see that kind of tighten up, cleaned up for ZETA Division, so you don't rely just on Dep's crazy 3-4Ks to change that momentum around. And we also had some really critical timeouts called by each respective coaches, so I think they have a lot of good ideas here.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams had a very solid approach to especially this last map. I mean, clearly, global, everything to do when it comes down to Sunset on that first map. A lot of prep to be done to try to get themselves up to a playable level with that map. But same could be said for ZETA a bit more over on Icebox, where they continue to have a rough time. This was a lot more of an even match between these two squads, and I think that both teams came in with decent game plans, and ZETA were just able to be a little bit more clutch, have some slightly better reads, and stick to the game plan a little bit better.
Yeah, I just loved how I think for the most part they had a lot more grasp on some of the tricky plays that Global Esports was trying to do. There was that pinch play that we saw on mid where it just didn't work out for Global Esports, and ZETA Division was able to sniff it out very quickly. So these kind of situations, those kind of quick adaptations really helped out ZETA and just, you know, evening out this entire series and, you know, this third map.
And look at how close these post-plant situations are. I mean, again, we just keep emphasizing this. This was not, I mean, we had our predictions, right? But I think a lot of us, maybe not me, but a lot of us thought it was going to be a 2-0. So I'm really glad to see this kind of performance here.
Yeah, you know, again, I think the rebound from Global, it shows a lot about the ability of the players to be able to just reset their mental, because getting dominated 13-1, that's not something that feels good at all. So be able to bounce back, be able to take away your map pick in Icebox and extend this series all the way to distance, and then again play a relatively close final map. I think that is a good showing for them, but it's unfortunately not the win that they're looking for. With this win here, that means that ZETA are now 3-0 over Global this year.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty pretty tough stat to go up against. But you know what? We've seen odds overcome all the time here in Pacific. And then we're now looking at the board for 2 MVPs, Russ and Laz. You know, we were talking about a bit about the performance, having a debate between who's the MVP here of ZETA, Dep or Laz.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue both of them, honestly, because again, Dep, he's the multi-kill king. He's basically throw into a site, he'll give you the entirety of it, but then Laz just has these moments where I know where you're going to be pushing at. I'm going to get these kills myself, and then he just also explodes. So both of them did really good this entire series.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for me that kind of tipped Laz into the heavier favorite for myself is just that he was so consistent throughout this. I mean, started things off on that chamber, had incredible impact with the headhunters and whatnot. The ops were a little bit rough for him at the beginning on Sunset, but everything else about his play was just so damn clean. He only died a handful of times on that opening map, and then we saw, you know, similar scenes from him in Icebox. Some really nice early picks coming through, and then here on Ascent especially just looking so very comfortable, whereas Dep was, you know, the highs are high, but we were seeing a little bit more inconsistency from him, whereas Laz was just this steady tempo, this steady impact and value that's being found for the squad.
And if I could just add as well, real quick, I think I remember from kickoff when he was only playing the Cypher as well as the Killjoy, he wasn't really setting up for himself as a Sentinel, but this time you kind of see, on Ascent, he'd have his turret right in front of him, he's gonna play there, no one from Global Esports expects it, he gets a kill. So these kind of things just showcase how much more he's comfortable playing away from the chamber, even though he's an amazing chamber himself.
Now, we don't have time to go through a whole power ranking or tier list here, but based on what we've seen today, the very first day of Stage 1, how do these two teams sit in the overall for you? Has it changed in your mind?
Not really. I mean, I think, again, Global, like I said, coming into this, I don't think that this was like a very clear-cut decision to go for one team over the other. I still favored ZETA just given the historical matchups and whatnot, and that kind of just remains for me. I think that Global still showed that they can be a team that competes. They can, they do come up with some very solid ideas, and there is a lot of firepower on this squad. It's really just about aligning it all to be able to maximize the output of it. Whereas ZETA, we know that this is a team that can just immediately peak, jump way up to the top and contend with everybody, but then also fall back and have some rough games against teams that you might not anticipate. So I think that widely, they kind of remain exactly where they were for me after kickoff.
Yeah. How about you, SRA?
I mean, everybody's improving, right? We see how much Global Esports have really put into figuring out some of the maps here. Some of them not so much yet. It's a improving process, but then ZETA just also did the same thing, and so it's kind of gone like that. If I could just physically move it.
They're moving in parallel alongside each other.
So they both get a star.
Yeah, for sure.
Like thumbs up and a star, and they both been doing really well. Now we were discussing about the rookies a bit, especially you, SRA. You were observing Hiroron a little bit, and do you have any, thoughts you want to share from backstage here?
I think he's on a level where he's trying to do so many things on his role that sometimes he just misses those slight fundamentals, right? He sometimes forgets to check this angle. He sometimes forgets that he has to hold this certain position so that they don't lose that map control. So these tiny bits for Hiroron costed some pretty crucial rounds here for ZETA Division.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the KO is something that still is just going to take some more iterations for him to really get the handle of and have it feel like a natural agent pick for him. Looks like right now it's still just a little bit rough, but that's something that's, obviously going to come with time.
Yeah.
Well, we are getting ready for our interview with today's MVP from ZETA Division, and I'm just really glad, first of all, I have to say, I'm really glad to see Chamber back, and I hope to see more of him this Stage 1. With that, let's go over to the stage with Jen and ZETA Division's MVP.
Thank you, guys. And here we have ZETA Division with the W on the board after their victory against Global Esports. Now I'm standing here with Laz for a quick post-match interview, and of course fans are already sending so much love to Laz. But Laz, congratulations. Now I want to start with Sunset. 13-1. You completely demolished Global Esports. Dap on Phoenix, and you back on the chamber. So talk to me about why this change came through.
まずは、優勝おめでとうございます。3セットが、13対1でかなり、大差をつけた試合となりました。で、デップ選手がフェニックスだったり、ラズさんがチェンバだったりと構成に変化があったと思うんですけど、どういった意図で変更になりますか？
はい、いろいろ試していく中でこの構成、この組み合わせでいくのが一番強いかなっていうのをチームで話し合って、今回、大会で出せたっていう感じです。で、個人的にはこの大会でチェンバーを出したっていうのがすごく嬉しく思ってます。
We tried a lot of different comps during our practices, and we figured that the new comp that we did on Sunset was the best choice that we made. Personally, I'm glad that I get to play Chamber again at the tournaments.
Yeah, as you mentioned, we love seeing you back on the chamber. Do you feel like there's extra confidence and extra oomph when you're running this agent yourself? And will we get to see more of that chamber on different maps?
我々ファンのみんなも、ラズさんのチェンバーを見れるっていうのがとても喜んでると思うんですけれども、ラズさんがチェンバーをやってる時になんか特別自信があったり、なんか気合が入るような運気があったりします。あとまたもっとチェンバー見れますか？
そうですね、 やっぱ他のセンチネルのエージェントよりアグレッシブなんで、普段より打ち合いが増えて、で個人的にやっぱりこういうスタイルが自分に一番合ってるので、気合も入りますね。もう自然と入る感じがします。で他のマップで見れるかどうかはちょっと今は詳しくは言えないんですけど、他のマップが出た時にお楽しみっていう感じですか。
Yeah, so compared to other Sentinels, Chamber is a little more aggressive. So I do feel that I'm a bit more aggressive. I feel more into the character and the agent when I'm playing Chamber. And regarding the other maps, you'll just have to wait and see.
All right, we'll just have to wait and see. Just briefly, I want to talk about Icebox as well because I feel like that was your only struggle today. What do you think went wrong and what do you think made it tricky?
今日のアイスボックスについてちょっと苦戦している印象だったんですけれども、何が問題で何が原因で結構なかなか思い通りにいかなかったのかなと感じますか。
そうですね、なんだろう、簡単に言えばもちろん相手にうまく対応できなかったっていうのが大きいと思ってます。でそれも結構普段の練習相手とかと戦い方がかなり違くて、攻め方、戦い方をされたのはかなり久しぶりというか初めてレベルかな。で光線も初めて見るようなもんだし、で大会の場で今まで対応したことがないようなことをやるっていうことで、ほとんど初めてみたいなものだったんで、そこで苦戦したかなと思ってますけど、次はすぐ良くなると思ってます。
So to say it out simply, we couldn't adjust to what they were doing to us, and they're a completely different team from the usual teams that we practice against. And there was a lot of first times. Seeing their comp was the first time. The way they play the game was the first time, especially on Icebox. So it's something that we really see at the tournament circumstance. So I think we'll be able to fix it by the next time we go against GE. But yeah, it was a lot of surprises.
The stylistic difference kind of caught you off guard. But yeah, congratulations once again, Laz. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for this interview. So best of luck in your next match. And I'm going to toss it off to a short break. But don't go anywhere because after this break, we have Team Secret taking on DRX.
I just want you to be more patient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立飛グループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ立飛グループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Stage 1. ZETA moves on up, being the first to gain 1 championship point. Woo! Woo! Exciting. Points are being given out, handed out to all the teams here. That was a rather exciting game, though. It was a result that not many of us could have foreseen. But we're going to go over to an interview with Team Secret for our next match.
Secret room. Now, Envy, I'm going to talk to you a little bit, give you a little spin. Now, you guys are going up against a new iteration of DRX. Your thoughts?
I think they would have like no practice, but I think the player they got is still pretty good, so I think it'll be a very close match.
Who's winning then?
Still us, but it will be a close match.
All right, well, good luck today, and I'm gonna keep my eye on you.
Wow, I'm watching you.
She's her eyes on Envy. The guy who likes Clo. Well, Asterai, Team Secret's lineup, not much has changed, and they started coming in stronger by the end of kickoff. Who should we be on the lookout for on this roster?
Definitely Jesse Vash and Envy. And it's because of the reason that they are the players that activate the other players of Team Secret.
All right, we're going to dig more into this later. DRX is ready for their interview with Jen.
Bane, I'm gonna steal you for a minute. Today's the day you've been dreaming of. How do you feel?
I'm feeling panda now.
You're feeling panda? But what does that even mean?
What does it mean? The panda. Poor Jen. She's just running all over the place.
Yeah, not really giving her much to go off of there, but I don't know. We will we'll see, I suppose.
Now, a lot of shuffling around for the DRX roster since we last saw them in February. Now, with this roster, the question is, with Bane in, who's playing what role?
Yeah, okay, so for those who don't know, Bane, this is a guy who has been in the DRX system for quite some time. He has been in their, kind of academy, their trainee team for a very long time. And then has been loaned out and has played on a multitude of different teams. Was playing on F4Q and Korean Challengers, went over to China for a bit as well to play with All Gamers before. So, he's been around the block, he's been in the scene for a very long time, and he's finally being called up to the main team by DRX. This guy typically does play Duelist, he's quite good at it. But it's a question, as you say, of who is going to be playing what. Do we see him stepping into playing Duelist over the likes of Buzz? Is DRX going to lean into more double Duelist setups, similar to what we see from Paper Rex and whatnot? There's a couple different things that they could do. I think that DRX is probably just going to end up doing the DRX thing, which is take a guy who's very good at playing Duelist and then make him play something else and make him good at that.
What do you make of that, Asarai? I know you're not as biased, should I say, towards the DRX?
Yeah, but at least from my experience, watching this team as well, remember how they brought in Foxy9 and they were just like pretty good with with that kind of adaptation. So not Paper Rex, but DRX is coming into this series still having that experience that they know how to cultivate these type of players with the very little time that is given to them to adjust with that particular new addition.
Now, I do have to ask, and like the graphic we're seeing here, this one is surely hard to predict. Team Secret was the very first Pacific team to defeat DRX, and that was last year. What's the secret sauce, Asarai? What is it that, gives them these moments?
So, the lore that...
what did you say?
They go A.
There's a Haven now, so what is it, Asarai?
Okay, the lore that, I've gotten when they were still in the Philippines, not going international just yet, was they do like to scrim a lot with the Korean teams. So I think it's just more of they have been, just basically diving into this type of region. They know already the ins and outs, and that's probably the reason why they just know the movements of DRX, just because they've been playing in this region for the very longest time.
That's really interesting information. Team Secret scrimming a lot against the Korean teams.
I mean, yeah, it's something that you definitely want to do. It's something that a lot of teams have been doing in Asia for a while. But I got to give props to Jeremy here. I mean, granted, Team Secret, they put up some really tough performances and some really great efforts in the kickoff, whereas obviously we saw DRX faltering a little bit. As far as KD is concerned, I'm not shocked to see Buzz down below Jeremy in this metric, but the fact that Jeremy's beating him in pretty much every other one is a damn good sign here for Team Secret.
Yeah, both of these teams historically have really incredible moments. And, we also have tons of data, obviously, since last year on their map win and loss percentages. In fact, we're going to go to the vetoes right now.
Here's see where they're going to be taking this one.
Well, newest, strongest map that I would say for Secret has been, especially with Haven being removed, I think has been Split. So maybe they have been
banning Bind and not showing as well, at least in kickoff. They weren't showing as much splits, but you're right. They have been kind of crazy on split last year anyway, and their roster is kind of the same.
Okay, but DRX, they actually banned Icebox, and I don't necessarily blame them for that, but that leaves Sunset wide open. And DRX, I mean, they haven't played this at all, nor have Team Secret, so I'm curious if DRX expected that Secret just also would just move away from Sunset here, and that both teams would just kind of leave it, and then they could ban it in the second round. I'm very curious to see if DRX does have a very solid game plan for this map coming into it, but with their own pick, they're going to be leaning on Lotus once more, and this is something that has bit them in the rear in the past.
Yeah, I'm just loving the Sunset pickup here. For some reason, it's the first map of each and every day, which I'm a big fan of,
I like that. I like seeing, the newest maps or the newest agents being used or being played. I think it makes it really exciting, and I'm not surprised Breeze has gone straight through. Both of these teams have been okay on Breeze. And Sunset, this is the first time we're going to see Sunset from both of these teams this year.
Yeah, and I mean, historically, when it comes down to debuting a new map, hasn't been great for DRX. So this does have me a little bit concerned. I think they need to be so over-prepared for this because you think about, you know, they were talking big game about their Fracture all the way back at Champs in 2021. Played it, didn't look great. They didn't play Lotus for the longest time last season, played it in the grand final, got absolutely bodied on it. So now they're going for Sunset, and I don't know what to expect.
I don't think any of us do, but you know what? We can ask someone. We have a guest with us. He loves cat cafes. He loves watching VODs. It's Team Secret's coach, Warbirds. Welcome.
Get over here. Get your mic. Come on.
Put the cats down.
I know. You had to run from backstage and then get yourself
we
up
have to
here.
go 2 flights of stairs. That's a lot of stairs.
It's actually crazy. This venue is enormous. Anyway, welcome. You know, Secret was looking really strong by the end of kickoff. And what was the game-changing factor there, the wake-up call? And what can we expect for stage 1?
Yeah, so for us, I think it was just like we were playing really sloppy in our first series versus Talon. And after that, like we took us some time, like the DFM series wasn't clean at all, but like we were still able to get better as like the weeks went on or like as the matches went on. So I think for us it's just, you know, hitting the reset button, making sure that we start on time because like especially some of the maps like we went down like pretty bad early on. So yeah, just making sure we start on time and then clean up a lot of the messiness.
All right, and Aster had a question about NDG.
Yeah, so you were, mentioning about how it wasn't super clean at the start. NDG feels like he had some. You're laughing. You see what I'm going with.
We joke about this a lot.
Yeah. So what's up with NDG? How were you able to kind of address some of the issues that he had during kickoff?
Yeah, I mean, for him it was just a lot of nerves. So like, we even talked about this like a few weeks ago, where like he was super like tense whenever he played. So it's like just relax, like. You're gonna mess up no matter what. Like, it doesn't. No player is perfect, so you're gonna mess up, and that's okay. So like, don't worry about it. Don't fret about it. Just play your best game.
Now, I was curious because every single time it seems that I have predicted for your squad to win a match, you don't do it.
Did you predict us?
Well, we'll get to that in a little bit. Why do you think that there's sometimes these swings where you come in and you're so dominant when no one expects you to be, and then sometimes you're not able to get the wins where we think that you should be, on top? What do you think kind of leads to that semi-inconsistency?
Yeah, I think nerves can play a little bit into it. Like you don't when we play to like not lose, that's when we play bad. But when we play to win, like. If we lose versus Paper X, like Paper X is expected, like last year's Paper X, like Paper X is expected to win. It's like there's now no nerves, nothing, like we just play our game. Whereas like maybe versus a team that we're supposed to beat, we like play to not lose the round, and we're not willing to take risks or like we're too much in our heads. So it's just about like leveling that out. Like don't worry about it. We're gonna make mistakes and that's okay, but.
Do you find that in those kinds of games, like when you're calling timeouts, it's mostly just reminding the players about that exact fact?
Yeah, a lot of times we do like, most of my timeouts tend to be like, okay, like it's just a tempo, like let's reset, breathe for a little bit, and then we can go on and fix stuff.
And I have to ask you, last year you were the only team to defeat both DRX and Paper X. Now DRX is looking a little bit different this year, a lot of changes suddenly. What are your thoughts on DRX now?
I mean, the core is still there, so they're going to be good no matter what. As long as they have that core, they will be good. So just because they had like some roster changes last minute, I think we'll treat them with the same respect as they were previously.
Did it change up any last-second prep for you?
Not really. Not really, just because like it's been so long to the point where you can start to phase out like anti-stratting and focus more on yourself. Like you can go back and look a little bit, but you don't want to delve too much into it just because it's been a month and a half, 2 months. So yeah, you don't want to rely too much on the anti-strat. And, yeah, just focus on it.
Well, keep focusing on yourselves. You guys are looking good, looking good. Anyway, all the best on your upcoming match against DRX. And take care, Warbirds.
Thank you. Bye
Bye.
Wait, you didn't answer. Did you predict us?
Oh hell yeah.
Oh no.
It's okay. I'll balance it out.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, this is really Achilleos' fault. They do it just to prove Achilleos wrong. We can't have them doing these kind of things.
I truly am believing. That's the thing. Like, It's up to them.
I mean, they've come close so many times. LCQ last year, even this year with Kickoff. Anyway, let's get into it. We're going to go over to our casters, Quack and Paperthin, for this highly anticipated match.
Thank you very much, Victoria, Achilleos, and Asura. Yeah, it's a big match. It's a big one, but the predictions have seemed to swing all over the place. Meanwhile, taking a look at the map picks, this is just kind of interesting, the fact that we're starting things out on Sunset.
Yeah, no idea what to expect here from either side. I've never played it, so it's fun coming into a match when you just get to kind of experience it, right? You get to see this for the first time, see what both teams are thinking coming into a new map. I think they're both going to have very good ideas on this map, frankly. I think it will probably be decently contested. Lotus for DRX, again, kind of up and down for them, as Achilleos mentioned on the desk. Breeze as the decider, can come down to a bit of an aim dually map, which has me a little bit concerned for DRX because by the end of kickoff, Team Secret was really popping. I mean, Jeremy in particular started to look phenomenal on the Duelist. NDG got his nervousness out of him. He started playing great. Envy is Envy. He's always strong. Jesse Vash had some big moments. So, the whole team, even Borkum had some good moments. So, I'm really... Sorry, Achilleos gave me a look, and it made me I'm really, really keen to see if we can get to that third map and how their relative firepower will shake up, because Bane's not a bad player at all. He's been on the DRX prospect team before. He's been able to compete against, in fact, when he was on that prospect team, they actually played against the ZETA prospect team, which had Hirorod and Yuran on it, and they beat them. That was quite a while ago, but he's a very good player, but mostly known for his Duelist. So that kind of leaves an interesting question here. Where do you slot him? Sentinels are oftentimes the easiest role to kind of shift into for Duelists. You can just throw him on the KJ. KJ's, let's be honest, not the hardest champ. Yeah, not the hardest agent to play in the game. So, but with such little time to prepare for a team like DRX, which is usually kind of prep heavy.
Right.
What's this going to look like?
That's the scariest thing. I mean, that's what we are going to be focusing on for this entire matchup is, can DRX, prepare to defend their title? They've been the strongest. They've been the giants. Stax said, I always go to these events.
He did. He did say that. And I told him, not yet, bro. Not yet.
Not this time.
Not this time. Not this time. Or nope.
So, I mean, that's the thing. Will they still be as strong as they've been before, even with, a prospect player joining their current roster? Or will Team Secret start to go up on this upwards trajectory? Will Team Secret improve and suddenly be the team that takes down DRX again?
I think they really can. I really, really like...
You're not just jinxing them.
No,
I'm
the opposite of that. I'm the opposite of that. My predictions are generally better than most, although Achilleos is usually right there with me. But but I really think that right now the form that Team Secret showed at the end of kickoff, really pushing Genji, that this should still be the favorite team here. I even think I would have picked Team Secret if Flashback was still in the lineup. So I'm very confident in this team right now. I really like the way that they started to play together. Their ideas got really good. They were able to weather some rough maps like Warbirds was talking about. And if they don't get off to those rough starts, then that's got to be scary for DRX, because that might be one of those win conditions you're looking at. You get somebody like Buzz or Mako to really start popping off early, and I think it's a bit of an uphill battle. I'll be honest, Bane is good. He's been on other teams like F4Q and Maru.
Sure.
Of course, he was over in China for a little while on All Gamers, but always playing Duelist. So the real question is how do you ship Buzz off a Duelist? You probably don't. He's too good at it.
And you got Foxy9 as well, yeah. So
yeah, exactly.
It's a bit of a thinker, this one, but it's DRX. They are kind of like the pride of Korea, which is the country we are in. So they're definitely going to give it their all. We will see how they might shape up, especially as Stage 1 continues to proceed. But for now, I mean, let's just see how things start off. We're starting things on a blank slate again. Sunset, never seen neither team play on this one. We've never seen any compositions that they run. How will it shape up? How will it go? I guess we're going to find out.
I mean, my guess is that both teams run pretty similar comps. Again, this was a really good point that Asarai was bringing up, that Team Secret has scrimmed a lot against Korean teams in the past, so I think they have generally very similar ideas on how to play a map, and they're not too far off here. Some changes, it is the double initiator for Team Secret, versus the Fade only. Just stacks on the Fade for initiator. Otherwise, you have a Viper for Mako, only one true smokes in Borkum, but of course the Cypher can provide a little bit of extra smokage for your team.
Sure, on Sunset, especially if they're starting things out on defense, this composition, might give them some ways to deal with, like, Buzz, for example, especially if NDG has to write trips. But apart from that, curiously enough, you're talking about, Bane, or we've all seen Bane being a duelist. They put him on the Omen. So
I mean, that is essentially another one of those agents that duelists can easily shift into, right? I mean, everybody is thinking about TenZ in that role, right?
Sure,
As he went over to the Omen for Sentinels and was able to take Masters Madrid on that.
Maybe
so
eventually
it plays a bit like a duelist because of the TPs and the paranoia, right? So
that'd be interesting if Bane plays Clove, huh?
I would like that. I think Clove is really good. Really, really good. I think a lot of people are underestimating Clove. I'm being perfectly honest. Like, I think there's potential there, and I would not be surprised if a team like DRX decides to go with it.
For sure. Yeah, I feel like they definitely will, given the agent's toolkit. But for now, again, I mean, just back into it. Both teams looking ready to go. The compositions-wise, it's a double controller. Can DRX really make use of it to kind of, go in for their classic, like, executes to break into sight? We've seen it before on other maps before, especially when they did it on Icebox.
Yeah, that's the real question for me. Part of the whole DRX equation is a team well known for their executes. Is that going to be something that I can see it going two ways? Either they're going to lean heavy into that because of the lack of time, where that's something that we're just going to make some really good executes, and use Bane as a paranoia machine, essentially. With a few smokes in there too.
Smoke
of course.
machine.
Yeah. And if I had to go based on history, I'd probably say they're going to go execute heavy. But I don't know. You could convince me either way, to be perfectly honest. I mean, obviously the defender side to start, I think, for them, but it's so hard to predict.
Yeah.
Is the real truth of it.
We don't have enough data on either of these.
No, and now we are on a map, right, that we've never seen from either team as well, to make things even more complicated.
A lot of question marks in our minds, but the fans are definitely just rooting for them nonetheless, especially, for Buzz and whatnot. And that's just it. Can DRX continue forward?
This sign says, if you win, I'll buy the DRX team capsule.
Only if they only if they win.
Only if they win, man, that's
what
pressure.
I've seen is people tweeting at the players and, like, whoever wishes me a happy birthday first.
Yeah.
That's the one I'll buy.
Whoever, just clout farming to get capsules. Amazing.
There we go.
Well done, social media.
It's the head of marketing. That's
you've really outdone yourself. Yeah, he has taken over the marketing for Sentinels, that's for sure. So Team Secret on the defender side. Actually, no, it is DRX on the attacker side. My mistake. So this is where we're going to see about these ideas. If it is going to be a little bit execute heavy for DRX, or if they're just going to kind of try to rely on trades and a little bit of teamwork to get in there. Smoke out to mid early. A couple pieces of utility thrown into mid and B main to see if there's anybody around, but a pretty aggressive push from Team Secret. Trapwire was there for DRX, so they know there's going to be somebody potentially nipping at their heels. Yes, Mako will wait, but he isn't going to be watching the spawn angle, expecting potentially that they might go through, but the timing good for him. Let's see if they can get through this defensive setup of NDG.
Pretty incredible that Team Secret are pushing in for that big old flank. Bash able to step back and walk away from that boombot for now. Although DRX gets the spike plant, they have no idea that they are being completely surrounded.
And they have to clear this back angle. They have to clear this.
Oh, they're completely pigeonholed into B main. I mean, look at this. Easy pickings for Borkum right now as he gets up a double. Foxy and Mako a bit of a trade, but as they go back into it, Vash leaves himself exposed as he tries to go in for that spike defuse. Simple shot for Stacks. DRX picks up the pistol.
it was not easy at all for DRX. Pretty good ideas here from Team Secret. Send in 4 for the crunch, and then just leave Jesse to try to stick the defuse. It just didn't quite work. It was very, very close to working. They were just that extra gun might have made the difference. If Jesse was involved, I don't know. But it's spicy for sure. And again, DRX with some good diligence with those trap wire placements from Foxy9, keeping their heads in the game for sure. Now on the eco, push for the orb, be able to feed it over to Envy, build towards those rolling thunders. Stack's already well on his way to a nightfall. Only 3 orbs out already. Could pick up definitely a couple more kills in this round, but DRX really, really taking things slow, really taking their time.
Yeah.
Worried because it has to be in the back of your mind after that first round that Team Secret is willing to get aggressive on this defender side.
They actually, contrary to what we thought, you know, they're not going to go for that default-ish. They're going to work together as a team and really work their way in carefully, you know, methodically, meandering, clearing out every single bit of utility, every corner. And then now coming into it, Buzz. Again, once more, they are surrounded. The paint shells almost tagged them up.
Taking a ton of damage.
But they're still able to secure the site. And as it comes down into it, only 1 kill secure, 1 gun stolen away by Team Secret. DRX makes it safely into the 3rd.
Yeah, a lot of damage taken, but not many kills found, so DRX able to stave off death. Foxy9, 4-0 to start. Having some huge impact with that rifle. Oh my word, that is pretty nasty there, Foxy.
Nice. Pretty interesting, like sticking him, you know, before when he was on that duelist, he would run amok, and I think Stacks might not have enjoyed that too much. They want to, you know, get him to play with the team more. If he's on a Cypher and he doesn't have that mobility, he has to play with the team regardless.
That's true. And that's, I mean, I think it's been a pretty good shift for Foxy9. He's had reasonable amounts of success. It maybe isn't what you want entirely, but overall, you know, got to be feeling like maybe there's a little pressure on him as well. Good fault line. Back Mako off, but tripwire gives him enough room to back up, and the crossfire's great.
Still, that's DRX a fold. With that, it's good punish. 3 players left on the side of Team Secret. DRX might just be able to pick up the bonus.
Pretty well looking that way, and with that toxic green set up towards A. NDG. Yeah, NDG's getting too far ahead of himself.
My ultimate is ready. Cage trigger.
Simple burst from Foxy9 will do the trick.
I know exactly.
Got our ultimates. Eurostep coming underway. 40 seconds left. Now, whichever site they decide to go towards, they'll have numbers advantage. And a lot going in for them. As long as they don't get stabbed in the back somehow, DRX should pick up this round.
30 seconds left.
That's full upgrade on rifles, though. The back of those early picks. So the discipline paying dividends. Jesse Vash, though, takes down Foxy.
Spike planted. Last player
Fade
standing.
picks up Jesse Vash. Envy with a bit of a sneaky hop up. Catches onto Buzz. Tries to, you know, reroute his pathing in towards Market. But nah, he's
got to think about a save. There's just not much left to be done.
Precisely. Even with the utility. And you're never quite sure where these DRX players could be positioned on the site. There could be a crossfire on the other side of Market too.
Where are you?
Especially if they play around Pillar. So he's not going to want to get too courageous in this moment. Opting for the save, DRX picks up the bonus.
It would not surprise me at all to see Bane TP up on top of that box and Market at least once, just because Tens does it all the time. And like, all the players, you know, in the world, and especially here, have a lot of respect for Tens, the way he plays. So it's got to be in your mind the way he's able to punish people right there on top of that pillar in there. And it really just, so what we're seeing from DRX so far, Quack, is that they're playing patient. They're kind of deathballing. It's not exactly execute heavy. It's more that they're just expecting aggression from Team Secret, and 2 times out of 3, they've been right. So now I think definitely, you know, Warbirds is probably going to tell them to pump the brakes a little bit. play a little bit, or it's a tech pause. I thought this was going to be a timeout.
I was not going to say anything, seeing this is our first day and everything, but all right, here it comes, tech pause. Welcome to the Ham Quack Paper Thin podcast.
All right, I was gonna ask you if you're feeling Panda today.
Panda?
Yeah, when Bane earlier during the interview, the arrival interview, he said, Jen asked him how he was feeling. He just said, "I'm feeling Panda," and held up.
Like, what does that mean? Yeah.
I know. That's what she said. Nobody knows. Maybe you're feeling lethargic and hungry for bamboo. I don't know. I mean, bamboo's actually pretty delicious.
Really?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
But yeah, I mean, thinking about the game, that's precisely like you said. DRX is going for that slow but steady style, and as long as they, gain control over certain areas, they're prepared enough. They can go in for their executes. They can secure the sites pretty much freely. Team Secret, on the other hand, also a bit prep heavy, relying on a lot of counter strats and anti-strats. If it's a map like Sunset where they haven't encountered any of this before, they're gonna have to adapt on the fly.
Oh my god, this fast hit from Jeremy. He's going ham.
DRX just completely evades it. Buzz making a quick push in towards the B site. Team Secret still playing it safe.
Able to get the plant down. Very similar to the last eco.
Planted.
In a lot of ways. Team Secret's gonna have all 5 members, but this time around not nearly as much damage. Stack's still sitting on a Nightfall in case things look a little bit difficult. Again, when you're in this B main area, so difficult to defuse.
Nightfall.
Yeah.
Face
your
your
fear. It's gonna connect onto all of them. Paranoia's out too. He's trying to go for some blind sprays, but Jeremy keeps them at bay with his interesting angle. Good fault line from Envy as well. Borkum starts to stick the defuse. Mako able to spray all of them down. It is just one heck of a firing squad.
Yeah, I mean, DRX seems to be making all the right decisions to avoid any of this early contact play that Team Secret's trying to go for. This is an eco, so whatever. Not as really impactful. But geez, Foxy.
The crowd loves it.
Going absolutely nuts right now.
Shots through.
There's the timeout. Now for realsies.
Yeah, now that they get to buy up. That's what I'm thinking about. Like, I mean, for the past 4 rounds now, we saw this from Team Secret last year where they just repeatedly went to A side, especially on Haven, but that's not in rotation anymore. DRX are repeatedly heading into B.
Yep.
And they've just pretty much been doing the same things. Plant out in the open, double back into B main, make it a firing range.
Yeah, and it's part of the nice part about having a fade in there is you have a lot of ability to clear some of those close angles of where a Cypher or utility or player
Prowler through, yeah.
Exactly. And so I think definitely that's got to be part of the idea behind that. Is stacks on that fade is maybe going to be a little more impactful on this side of the map versus A. And if you can kind of disrupt NDG, keep him off balance, and make it a retake heavy idea for Team Secret, if you have that B main control, it's so difficult to undo it. It reminds me of some of the other sites like Bind B or something like that, where it's really, really challenging if you're able to get comfortable to deal with it. And you can see every round they've got that trip there as well, right outside of the B main door. This time around it's going to get cleared though, I believe.
Okay. Try and make some plays around the smokes. Bus just satchels in though, along with the Moonbot, gets a bit more information, but some sprays coming through Jesse Fash from inside of the dark cover. Oh. Not something that DRX expected. Pushes out, gets one more tap onto Bane as well. Rookie does not expect it whatsoever. A is suddenly no longer a viable option, along with the operator sounding off. Mako has quite an impossible task ahead of him.
Yeah, this is near impossible. I mean, yeah, he can get the spike. He's got a time. He could, go to the other side of the map, but he's going to be walking into death. Yeah, as soon as that poison cloud ran out, he was just done. They knew exactly where he was. Good job here by Team Secret. A good recovery, and you can see why the A site maybe not, where they're really comfortable going. You got to try a change up, so you got to go for something a little different, make him respect it. But great plays here by Jesse, really crispy. That third kill in particular.
I think that was the big things too. I mean, apart from the third kill, hiding inside of the smoke, reading the movements.
I think Jesse, I wanted to see this. I think he has a shock dart lineup to clear this trip outside of B main. And I'm pretty sure that's what he's going for.
Scanning ahead.
Yep, yep.
Deploying.
I saw it in the last round. I saw it get cleared on the map, and I'm like, Jesse has a lineup for this. Love to see it.
Oh wow, Hunter's Fury as well. Actually catches Buzz for a second. Not quite the final beam though.
Tried to get a little help on the ping from NDG to try to get that final Hunter's Fury to go, but it's not quite there. Envy one away from the Rolling Thunder though, Quack. They got it. They got the orb.
Very big tool. DRX slowly doubling back in towards B. This time a bit more of a split push. Jesse Vash traded out. Stacks now peeking outside of market. Trying to soften up the site, soften up some of these blows. The rest of the team now looking in for that spike plant. It is that retakes game, but like you mentioned, Paperthin, it is that Rolling Thunder available.
Man, oh man.
Okay, fired off. Has to push out now. Borkum trying to provide some additional support. Paranoia, although it does connect, timing a little bit off. Able to take down Mako, but it's a one-on-one versus Bane, where Borkum has low HP. Needs the headshot to seal the deal. Playing around the smoke. Just right up around the edge. With the weaponry, though, it's just nothing but a dink. Bane secures it. And with that, DRX back in the lead.
It was so close. He got the headshot, but he was just outside of the insta-kill range with the Phantom. And Mako steady as ever. Foxy doing a great job here on point. These crossfires have been brutal that DRX is able to find, whether it's the crunch from B main and market, setting up outside of Boba, making things really, really difficult for Team Secret. This is the problem, like, if you get into retakes against DRX, very few teams can find a lot of success breaking them. They're so well disciplined, no matter who's playing for them. This is something Termi has done well since he's been around.
Ever, yeah.
Yes.
Vision Strikers days.
Yes. He's good at getting people into crossfires, into post plants, being patient and disciplined with their utility usually. And you're seeing it on full display here on Sunset.
It's just playing like textbook Valorant to a T, making use of all your utilities. Once you get the sites, they know how to hold those chokes, and they don't let their opponents go through. Team Secret now back onto a bit of a half buy, and just trying to get a feel for things, holding some positions, not quite able to catch anything though.
Yeah, wise Jeremy to get out of there quickly with his blast packs. After that Prowler, DRX is looking to set up a play. Not able to find it, so good discipline from Team Secret. And now the entire force of DRX is shifting over towards the A site. Getting ready. And Jeremy! Jeremy!
Okay, 2 taps.
30 seconds
Bane
left.
thankfully trades it right back. This is not a round that DRX should be losing, but some individual heroics, and all of a sudden you might be looking at tables turned upside down. Envy now with the Guardian, taps away. All that's left is going to be Buzz. Borkum makes it a trade, and this round that should not have been won was just taken over by Team Secret.
Yeah, and it's just the good patience now from Team Secret. You're seeing that they're being a little less aggressive on some of those moments, and it works a treat. That is a snappy shot. That first one was
at the fault
really
line from
good.
Envy as well. That's good reads.
Very good stuff.
Nice! Let's go, boys!
That one got Envy fired up. And you know, you heard Warbirds talk about it in the pre-match interview, right? Where he was saying we need to not get off to a slow start. And if they could turn it around right here, right now, if they could string a few more rounds together, then you've mostly averted that crisis. It was only a minor crisis this time, if they can find their footing. So you do have a showstopper, you do have the neural theft, you got Borkum's TP, you got a lot to play with, but Mako and Buzz only one away from their ults as well, so team's gonna be looking to see if they can steamroll some of these ults into a win. And DRX doesn't like what they see. Gonna go on a little bit of an explore. Got some good coverage in mid. Could be a little bit of a duel for Foxy coming up is he had to go down to just the Sheriff. They're gonna stack up.
Same movements, yeah. Stacking up, trying to get a good feel for things, but wow, NDG with the positioning up around Market. The trip enabled him to wallbang down onto another player. And then, of course, Jeremy coming in to support as well. Setups coming in from Team Secret denies DRX the entry. B is no longer, a viable option.
Yeah, the spike's down in Market, too, to make matters worse, so great setup there from NDG. The Wire working a treat, his positioning, able to avoid the Prowler. Now they're going to body block it because of the TP. This is very, very smart. This is something that I think I've only ever seen one other time in Valorant history where you have to stack up players on top of the spike to make sure that the Omen can't TP on it and grab it.
I don't think they're going to go for it either. Just a bit of a save. That's what DRX is going to do for now. 2-on-4 still a little bit tough, even if they do get that spike planted. Perhaps with Mako's Viper Spit it might have been different, but yeah, given the body block, no way that round was going to be DRX's.
Yeah, fantastic awareness from Team Secret. And yep, counter timeout, right?
Incredible.
Should be, I believe. Okay, good. I was worried that was not going to be a countdown, and it was going to say 2 words that I will not mention. Remain unspoken.
Do not, yes. Words that shall not be named. But yeah, I mean, this is also a little bit interesting because, again, this is not something that Termi did really often last year. Right? DRX just often having a good time and being very much in control of things. But now this year, especially with the roster being shuffled around so much, they look a little bit lost. Termi has to intervene, give them some instruction.
Yeah, and it's just, the way that Team Secret is now absorbing the initial contact of DRX. They aren't kind of getting too overextended. They aren't getting trapped in some of these crossfires that DRX was able to find earlier. Now they're forcing DRX to get into bad positions where they're able to punish them either with utility or their own just phenomenal shots like we saw with Jeremy with that Sheriff play, things like that. So now is DRX. Now you got to try something different. What you came into the map with, that kind of death ball-y style where they were just sort of working the map, kind of anticipating some of that pressure, is no longer going to be there. So now you got to make a change. Let's see exactly what it looks like. Looks like they're kind of spreading things just a little bit. Mako again, going to be on A main duty, making sure that there's no lurks that are going to be attempted by Team Secret. So they are going to be drifting in this direction.
Okay. The smokes, though, they are good. Some counters coming up now, and it just calls for the signal to spray through. Buzz managed to capitalize on that to punish down on towards Envy. So a bit of a TP away, and Borgum tries to stay alive, but still, how long can you really keep yourself alive if DRX is trying to pull up a bit of a split? Buzz trying to go in for this quick 180. Doesn't quite go through. Jeremy, even with the showstopper, gets shut down mid-air by Mako. Stacks now coming back into it too. And all that's left is none other than NDG. Tries to walk up. Toxic screen down allows him to creep forward. But again, look at the positioning, the crossfires. Stacks can easily wrap back around elbow, and NDG would be none the wiser. Able to get the spray down, though. Only for the first.
Yeah, I got caught by that vulnerable. A little bit easier to find the kill. This is a pretty interesting start. I don't mind at all what Team Secret does here, where the smokes come up and they just kind of let loose. Oh, there's just enough of a gap there. But Borgum does a great job here behind Jen, getting 2 kills. Nice. Jesse tries to step in, just couldn't find the spray in time to take down his opponent. And then Mako is Mako. He's always good for one.
If that showstopper would have ripped off, it might have been a different story, but
right.
That's the shot. So back into an A main again. Initial contact. Not really feeling all too much, but still watching in case there are potential lurks or potential sneaky players pushing through.
Grenade!
Oh, it is going to be some smokes put down into mid And pings coming down already from Team Secret, so they're reasonably aware of this attempted pressure. Jeremy, only one to initially take contact, and he's shot right down by Buzz.
That's that Jing peek. Satchel into the kill. Off of it, onto the next. Buzz is looking to tear this round up. Paint Shells lands right on the dot too. 2 players left, and they're probably going to go in for that save. I mean, the pathing and everything, the reads, just trying to condition Team Secret to focus a lot of their resources into this A main position, and then doubling back into B.
Yeah, this is Buzz's round. I mean, the way he anticipates these positions of his opponents is so good, and then the immediate grenade to counter the Boba push from Jesse, the icing on the cake there.
That's the thing about DRX. I mean, you might have some of these new players, but the greats, I mean, Buzz, Stax, Mako, you can always expect a lot out of them.
Yes, absolutely. And that's, you know, again, why they've been at so many international events, why they're constantly talked about, why people kind of scratch your heads a little bit if you predict against them. You know, it's just, they have been really good for a long time. I just was so impressed with Team Secret. A little bit of a laugh there from Buzz, and he's getting them fired up as well. Wants to see if they can string a few more together, make this attacker side really powerful. You do have that Rolling Thunder again for Envy, something to worry about here as DRX. They're waiting to see if there's a big hit.
In a really good position to set Jeremy up as well.
Exactly. But if Mako can get that Viper's pit down, it could be a lot trickier for Team Secret to play retake on.
Incredible, okay. So they know that there's some players on the other side of B main. Buvak goes out. There was Paranoia as well. Thought they were going to try to maybe sell a bit of a fake to double back into A, but
I think you're exactly right. I think initially here DRX was considering just kind of double pumping and just holding at B and waiting it out a little bit, see if they could get some rotates, but Stax, for whatever reason, thinks, okay, well, maybe A is going to be the better option. You know, we've got enough attention over there. We really don't have a lot of information. Maybe it is still going to be a B hit. They've got to worry about mid, and smokes are up, and the door is down.
As soon as they break the door, though, look at this, the instant response from Team Secret. They've got to watch market. Oh, there's that perfect Rolling Thunder, but Buzz shuts it down with a shorty. It'd be a good double spray, but then Mako comes back in for the trade. Buzz tagged down 8 HP from the shadows denied, and Borkum is here and ready to play. And DG just stays tucked away in the corner. 10 seconds left. Mako and Bane have to shoot their way out of this one, and they managed to do it. Borkum not quite arriving on time. Mako invests the Viper's Pit to secure this round indefinitely. How's Borkum going to work his way around this? Bit of a dark cover. Good peek into it. But again, Crossfire, 2-player setup right in front of him. Impossible round, virtually impossible for Borkum to work his way out of.
Oh, that's so hard as an Omen player. You just don't really have much to work with, you know, especially if you don't have a Paranoia. It's near impossible. Love the idea here from Team Secret, but the counter reaction from Buzz, once again, so strong. Having the wherewithal to immediately switch to that shorty, bad push on the back of it.
Incredible, yeah.
That goes there.
So
Fire
smart.
rate affected, like, doesn't matter. I'll just use shorty. One pump, that's it.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Like, you don't need to be, it doesn't matter if you're stunned or not with that thing. Like, you just got to get him close enough.
Incredible.
And now ults, again, cycling well for DRX.
Okay.
Judge, though.
Nightfall execute. Oh, wait, didn't connect? And it allows for Jesse, Vash, and NDG to walk away with a bit of a steal. Stax and Foxy9 thankfully trade back up, though. That was a little bit odd. But nonetheless, here comes Team Secret with a bit of a retake attempt. Good double peeks out. Envy managing to trade for Jeremy. 2-on-2. Sneaking back up around the pillar. Stax comes up from behind. Mako able to hold his own as well. Once again, the mainstays of DRX staying consistent throughout this first half.
This is very impressive. Again, you know, Bane hasn't had to do a ton on the Omen, but again, Omen can be pretty flexible as long as you kind of have the right smokes at the right time and you've got some good paranoias. You know, you're getting a lot of value for your team. Bane's had a couple of nice kills, but this is a team effort. Foxy popped off early, then Buzz showed up, had some good moments from Mako and Stacks and everybody. So this is a team effort, and you've got to be really impressed with what DRX has done so far. The map, you've never seen it from both teams, but never seen it from them. And on top of that, you know, having to switch out a player on short notice, you just gotta like what you're seeing. And again, this is where Termi, I think, really shines, is he does a good job with new talent, with young talent. I think it's something that a lot of people don't give him credit for. You know, yeah, there was some stumbling with Foxy, but in the past, he's been really good about integrating new players into this roster really quickly, so.
Certainly, last year it was working pretty darn well.
At first, yeah.
Stumbled a little bit, but you can see that they are still steady enough to pull off performances such as this. And mind you, this is Team Secret's map pick. I think they were perhaps trying to pull a surprise one up against DRX. DRX did leave this open though,
No more
so
charges left.
definitely showing that they are here to play this year.
Yeah.
Even though they didn't make it into Masters Madrid.
Right. I mean, certainly that's got to weigh on them. You know, that they don't miss many international events. They want to get right back into it, right back into the swing of things. Don't care who's on the team, don't care how. You gotta be feeling that you're good enough to get there.
Like stoic, studious kind of vibe that I get from, you know, the coach and the entire team sometimes.
Yes, absolutely. Termi is both of those things. You hit the nail on the head.
There.
Secret, on the other hand, though, sometimes a little bit whimsical. Always good with the preparation. Now that they are on the attack, will they be able to dictate the pace of the game? Starting things off with a bit of paint shells, a bit of utility invested, pulled the rotations over from DRX, now cutting noise, trying to... Ooh.
And that Mako utility might have actually been too good, because they totally went over to B, and I think Team Secret's going to re-explore the map here and either re-aggress through market or shift all the way over to A. And it's definitely, seemingly, the better move potentially, because all of DRX, except for Foxy, is stuck in Boba.
Okay. You also got that toxic screen.
30
that is
seconds
a little
left.
bit pesky, but right now it's not up. Team Secret gets to walk in. Footsteps being heard now. Foxy calls the rotations over.
Oh, look at that.
Oh,
wire.
Great trip. Doesn't quite connect it or convert into the, initial kill gets Jeremy. A bit of a
Buzz?
team kill by Buzz. But as they continue to push forward, Borkum can't quite make his way through. I mean, Foxy 9's damage has been done. Dark cover in front of NDG as well, and wow, he's not even on the defuse, just knows that NDG would push past it.
It's both pistols on this map going the way of DRX, and definitely felt like maybe a must-win for Team Secret in this situation. Given how one-sided the first half was, you know, that follow-up pistol after you get kind of bullied like that when it's like a 9-3 or a 10-2 or even an 8-4 to some degree, that pistol round has so much more pressure on it. Love those wires from Foxy, man.
Yeah.
Low to the ground, not
Very
anticipating
tricky.
that, yeah.
You would not know unless, like, you have dealt with it before. Maybe then you'll send a boom bot towards that just to clear it.
Yes.
But whatever it is, now DRX definitely in the lead.
This is a nice spot.
And expecting
This goes here.
maybe some kind of B entry, quick B entry here as Foxy, setting up those wires right where maybe players are going to be sprinting into the site, but a little bit slow to start here from Team Secret. Doesn't look like they're fully committed to coming in just through B main. They're way into mid.
Just looking to punish a little with these sheriffs. They can secure a weapon or two. DRX definitely knows to anticipate this, so playing extremely safe. Buzz with the outlaw. Punches right through two players. Bulldog now swung over the
One
head.
enemy remaining.
Oh my.
Spike down B.
And again, the crossfires are so good. Buzz reliable. with the Outlaw as well. And DRX, they're up 11-3. It's feeling like maybe we're just GG go next and over to Lotus.
Certainly
This
feels
is Team
a little bit
Secret's
like
pick.
that. Not the way they would have wanted things to start, I don't think. So it's a little bit unfortunate for Team Secret, given that this is their map pick and it's not really quite going the way that they want to. But who knows, perhaps this is the round where things turn around. They've got that full buy, you've got Jeremy going in for a bit more rehearsed plan as they stream in towards Elbow.
They need more utility to clear this angle right off of this.
Mako. Great positioning, great shots too. Able to catch on the first, a good dink, but nonetheless better coming out from
remaining.
There you
Team Secret deal against DRX with Brimstone and Fury.
Spike planted.
Not the agent Brimstone.
Oh yeah.
I liked your saying though, I really did. I mean, I like Brimstone as an agent, but maybe not so much on this map.
You cosplay as a good Brimstone.
I could. I wish I had Steve Bloom's voice to
man.
pull off the Brimstone lines, but
No, just say Bub a bunch.
Bub. He has done some Wolverine. Oh my God! Okay.
Close.
Okay.
We knew that was not quite going to happen, but I did not expect a double kill like that. Even a dink onto the third one.
Yeah, that was pretty nuts from Foxy. He is
I need this.
feeling it on this
My
map.
tank.
18-10 right now. Bane 13-5, playing so safe, so cautious, really steady in the back line. The game plan here, I think, really smart as well for a new player coming into a roster. Don't put a lot of pressure on them to TP all over the place and break open sites and stuff. A lot of time he's just in the back line, just covering his teammates, playing for trades,
They
playing
do their
cautiously.
job.
Yes, exactly.
And that sometimes is enough. You don't necessarily need to outshine your teammates or anything. Definitely talented players nonetheless. Sometimes it's a bit of a culture fit as well, and let's see how DRX really utilizes some of these players, at least for this series.
DRX has to play way back because of this Rolling Thunder. You can see they're already kind of trying to find a way to get ahead of it. No. Oh, be a 1-for-1.
Stacks able to play around it. Foxy9, look at this. Cyber Cage just blocks off so much. Great Rolling Thunder from Invito allows for the rest of Team Secret to break past this initial defense. Now you've got Stacks and Buzz, the duo. So this time, try and make use of some of these positions. NDG though able to catch out against Stacks, and now looking like much more of a bit of a tricky situation for DRX. I thought they might have saved, but it's just going to be Jesse Vash taking them to school.
And a really good kind of test of patience for both teams on that. Knowing that that Rolling Thunder is in play, you can see that DRX was feeling it out, just seeing if they were going to maybe just send it at the site initially to try to go for the execute. But it's patience from Team Secret, and then once they started getting contact, DRX tried to press back, right? They tried to say, okay, we're going to get ahead of this Rolling Thunder if we're going to do anything about this. They can't. Team Secret holds tight, and then they send the Rolling Thunder, and Jesse gets just enough ahead of it that he's able to find that corner that Foxy was hiding in. Really nice stuff from Team Secret.
That's kind of what we expect from them, especially if they have the reads, they know the timings. It's always fun to watch how they just let their plans rip.
Stacks is,
of course,
way out here.
Pushing all the way out.
Yeah, he does have this tripwire to deal with. There's not a lot he can do to clear it other than shoot it, but he's trying to find an angle, trying to see if somebody won't be ready for his position.
Doesn't quite see all too much.
He's got all this info, right?
Yes, he knows it's going to be an A hit for the team. Great pick off by Jesse. Foxy has to break that trip, and there he goes. The rest of the team now just trying to play around some of these unorthodox or closer range duels. Team Secret respects it.
They don't want to mess with Mako's corner. He did some damage the last time from his position. So now they're waiting out the smokes. Toxic Screen is going to come back up. Bane's able to take down one.
Wow.
Oh, Buzz.
No way.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Good little right click. That all comes down to Stacks.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
I just noticed that his keyboard shortcuts, it says VCT.
Oh my gosh, it does. That's adorable.
That's nice.
Nice pickup there. That's something I never look at. Like,
I don't normally look at it, but just because it's a virtually impossible 1-on-3. But hey, 6-11. Team Secret slowly picking up steam now.
They're looking good on this attack side. What a drive-by by Jesse there. Yeah, Bait gets one, but this time the corner is accounted for. That paint shells. The swing to follow. Nice job. Nice job here by Team Secret. And who knows, maybe it's just an attacker-sided affair here for both squads. A lot of ults. Excuse me, Showstoppers and a Hunter's Fury. For Team Secret, a couple ults on the other side as well. Showstopper and a Girl Theft.
If anything, I'd say looking a little bit more likely for Team Secret as they anticipate this push coming out. Jesse Vash with 2 Hunter's Fury kills. Mako trying to spot some heads, but not quite any connections. It all comes down to Foxy to stab off this initial onslaught. Oh, good sprays, but no, not quite able to do it all by himself.
Poison's off.
So 1-on-3 now, Mako.
Spike planted.
Initial flick, spots the head. Gets tagged by the yellow drone too, though. If he gets peeked by some of these players together, that's going to be tough. In fact, they're just going to play it safe. Oh, he tries to sneak through, but spotted by the recon. Plays around the pillar. Double dips back in, and that's how he gets punished by Jesse Vash.
Fantastic discipline from Team Secret on that post plant. Jesse almost gave up a kill to Mako there. And wisely just got crouched, stayed crouched, waited for his moment so he could get out, regroup with the rest of the team, and don't give Mako any of those easy 1v1s. There's only one given up, and then
nice one, boys.
Double held.
Fist bump, fist bump.
Just fist bump, yeah.
Yeah, Jesse.
Really chill.
Really chill. He's always chill. Jesse's just the definition of chill.
I'm surprised that DRX aren't, I don't know, calling a timeout or not feeling so chill.
Yeah, I mean, I think, oh, wow, Mako, that stinger.
Okay.
Takes Jeremy right out.
Don't need it. Just getting a read against Team Secret now.
Look at this push and pull with the utility there.
What?
A drive-by, a paranoia right after it, and then a follow-up. That's great synergy.
Sensing the timings too, but now that his teammate's fallen, Mako knows to back up, holds the off angle instead. He's got teammates watching the other entrance if needed.
They can't go this way. I mean, with where Jesse is, I think you need to go to the other side of the map right now.
Foxy 9 then would have to be the difference maker here. If he falls, B falls along with him.
He might just walk into this.
The crowd is cheering it.
Oh my god.
All right.
That is, as they say, squeaky bum time.
Jesse still staying tucked away. If then Foxy pushes out.
And every ult in the world here. Oh! Now the neural theft can come. Huge!
There it is. Picks up the Vandal. Spots them through his cyber cage. Sneaks under their noses. They have no idea.
Oh, they heard the footsteps.
Now. Buys time for his team to arrive on the scene. Stacks with the Nightfall. Bane up from behind. It'd be down at 1 HP. It's the headshot from Foxy 9 and a thrifty win for DRX. It starts off with Mako's stinger kill around around A.
Yeah, great adjustments here on the fly by DRX. Not having a timeout called by Termi. And I know Termi gets a lot of flack for the lack of timeout calling, but I think people need to understand that there's a lot of good reasons behind why he was doing that for so long. And he's now able to have a lot of trust in Stacks because he was forcing Stacks last year to have to adapt on the fly. Now you can have a little bit more trust. You can have a little bit more comfort, a little bit more cushion before you decide to start calling your own timeout. You can maybe wait an extra round or two to see if your team can do it themselves, to give them that confidence, to have that trust in an IGL, to be able to kind of figure things out as he goes. So yes, it at time was frustrating if you were a DRX fan last year, but believe me, I personally feel like there was really good reason behind it, and I'll stand on that. I'll die on that hill.
Heck yeah, we'll trust in IGL Stacks, and it really shows. I mean, if he's able to adjust mid-game like that on his own, now the calls are going their way. Oh, Flick just shy of an inch. Jeremy able to sneak the entry through. A blind showstopper even connects onto Mako. And it's going to be Team Secret looking to capture the sites. Jeremy overextending his welcome just for a second. Stack's able to shut him down.
Didn't even hit a bullet.
Deploying drone.
Unfortunate. But at the very least, the team is here. Vash still on the op. Nobody's able to go for any sneaky peeks.
Scanning ahead.
Great spot for his recons to connect.
Stax ducked it though. They might not realize Stax is coming out of market. Oh, Jesse aware.
Shots. Bane and Stax though. What? And all of a
Oh
sudden,
my God!
It'd be great Rolling Thunder just to secure that one more round.
Had to.
Isapa, let's go, Team Secret.
Had to, or it was map over potentially. Nice try there from DRX on that retake. Stax being so sneaky, but Buzz just overstaying his welcome in B main. Pays the price for it. Jeremy with a great follow-up from his showstopper, but a little bit off the mark after that, but you can forgive him for that. The first two were quite good.
Yeah. Just trying to keep things alive. One more round. One more always makes sense to one more. But DRX looking to close this one out. Jeremy going for the quick entries. Now we've got a bit of a split push coming into where it's A. They've managed to capture elbow. Mako trying to stay hidden. NDG deals with him just quick. And that's going to be the spike down pretty soon. What is Foxy9's game plan here?
Yeah, that time Team Secret turns up the tempo and it catches Mako off guard enough. He thought maybe he had enough time to use that utility. Jeremy takes Bane off the top of that box. Really nice diligence. Very close. Oh, what?
Two snaps. Push forward. Prowler gives him all he needs. He even gets a wallbang onto Borkum past that box. Pops the showstopper. This could be it. NDG dodges. Goes back in for the third kill. Stax now playing off of the defuse. Secures the round for DRX.
I mean, you gotta like what you're seeing here from DRX. You know, being dealt kind of a tough hand coming into this match. They handle it very, very nicely. Foxy popping off, Bane slotting in so well with his first match with the tier 1 DRX team. He's, again, played for their prospect team before, but absolutely tremendous stuff. And a slow start for Team Secret cost them dearly once again. And let's see if they can turn it around here. Seems like this has been a problem that Warbird's identified coming into this match, and yet his players haven't quite figured it out.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, we've got some great performances that our analyst desk will break down.
Well, it looks like we have seen a little peek into Sunset for these two teams for the first time. And DRX, you know, the predictions doubt them. And yes, they didn't make their first international event, but they are not to be trifled with or underestimated.
Yeah, gotta say, I think just across the board, a lot cleaner than I was anticipating from DRX, both on Sunset and with Bane in this roster. But just slot him in and say, okay, you're just gonna be playing Omen, and he just does his job. He gets smokes out, he gets paranoias for retakes and just, you know, staving off attacks and everything, so plays that one perfectly smoothly, you know, checking off boxes. And then everybody else is just playing absolutely gorgeously. Foxy9, what a beginning to the map for him especially.
Yeah. And because of that, this Team Secret just could not find that rhythm that they were kind of hoping for. I was talking about how it was so important that Vash and Envy become the enablers here, but even then, when you can see them setting up, it still wasn't enough for, you know, players like Jeremy, NDG to kind of feed off of. When Vash and Envy are already out of the equation, they just can't seemingly connect themselves into that round win.
Yeah, I mean, again, one of the things, this is kind of what we are used to talking about with, you know, last year's and previous iterations of DRX is even when they're not getting those first kills, they're starting the rounds down a player. The 4v5 conversion rate continuing to look good for them. Secret, you know, coming out with 12 first kills over top of DRX, but then only getting 8-round wins. That just speaks to this clutch potential and just how well DRX can pivot when they do lose somebody early on. But as I mentioned, like Foxy, an incredible performance from him, 23 and 15. This is one of those kind of performances that you want to see from a player that has been in question for this squad, has had his rough showings, has been moved over into this Sentinel position, and this is a hell of a way to kick things off in stage 1.
Oh yeah, I mean, moving him onto a Cypher that looks pretty damn good. I mean, aim aside, he made some really smart decisions.
Yeah, and I just loved how very energetic he is when we always go for that player comes like, whoa, let's get this.
I think everyone's now realizing that you have to have a vibe merchant on the team. You have to have somebody that's keeping the spirits high. That has been proven across the board. You know, Zelsis is the one who's very much instilling that. Rossi as well for Team 1. And it looks like Foxy9 says, you know what? I will pick up the mantle for DRX.
Who's that guy for Team Secret?
Probably all of them.
You know what? I'd say it's NDG if you've seen some of the games where he's like, woo. He's had
what?
He had a game where he actually just did that.
Did you do that one more time? What was it?
Woo.
Okay. Yeah, it wasn't as much of a commitment for the second one, but I appreciate the effort. But yeah, I mean, we see how important that can be, especially if you're starting to get kind of beat down, being able to just get the vibes back up so you can try to rally back. But there was some just really nasty moments. I'd say a decent run back attempt for the side of Secret there on the back end. It was looking like maybe they'd be able to make this a little bit closer, maybe get themselves up into those upper double digits and threaten for an overtime. But the start, I mean, 9 and 3, 9 out of 9 on post plants for the side of DRX. This was just such a damn near flawless attack half of them.
Yeah, I just wanted to add as well, like if you're looking at the highlights here, it seems like there's so many rounds where certain players of Secret would kind of just double peek to chase down the slight map controller position that they lost. You know, when Jeremy got pushed back because of the Prowler, he'd start to just re-peek it again with the Operator. That one with Borka with the pistol, he gets knocked out. And this happened so many times on Secret that I think it just was second nature right now to DRX. Like, they're gonna keep doing this. It's a thing that they've been doing over and over again. Let's just keep punishing it. And they've been doing that. That's why we see that 9-3 happen on that first half.
Now this was a Team Secret map pick, and yes, in the past, across the board for VCT, we often see teams lose their map pick, but we didn't actually see much of that happening during kickoff. So this, I would say, is a pretty big blow, considering this was Secret's pick. Now, the second map is DRX's pick, Lotus.
Yeah, and like I said, Lotus has had its ups and downs for DRX. You know, from the time that they first debuted it, it is night and day. It was absolutely abysmal when they first brought it out last season, but it has been a hell of a lot better for them. You know, even just going into Champions, I think it was still in question, and that's where they were able to pull off that 2-10 run back against Billy to be able to get the win. So this map overall has been pretty steady for DRX, but in kickoff we did see some wishy-washiness from them. You know, changes in composition, changes on who is going to be playing what role, and they come away with the 50% win. But the same could be said for Secret, who did stray away from what we were used to seeing from the team. They decided not to go for the Sova, which was one of the things that I think was giving a lot of other squads difficulty against them when they were playing Lotus, because a lot of teams weren't used to playing against that. Those Sova timings when the recon darts were going to be coming at you, having that extra post plant or delay plant utility, and the shock darts as well as that Hunter's Fury. So I'm curious if Secret are going to pivot back to that, or if they stay with the Sky.
Yeah, there's so many options still available here for Secret. But aside from that, it just feels like this is a map that they have to prove themselves on once more with, what Warbirds was mentioning about how, we just got into our heads. This is a match that we should be winning, but then not. That kind of showed itself with the Genji and then the DFM match. So moving forward into this one, there's still so many things that is still up in the air here for Team Secret.
Yeah, and it looks like they're really going to need to clean up their defense side as well. Yeah. Going to now, it's game time again for Pacific, where we rank up or lose a rank. And this time for the guessing game question is the map score difference. The round difference, will it be more than 4 or less than 5?
So basically, whatever the final score is going to be at the end of this map.
Yes.
So
the round difference, is it going to be pretty big or not, or will it be pretty close?
I'm going to go...
Where's
I got mine. We'll wait. We can do a grand reveal together.
You want to do a grand reveal?
Yeah.
Okay, and I definitely want you guys to make your case. Wait, let me think. Yeah, I'll stick to this.
Okay.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Oh. Less than 5.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't even look what you guys picked up.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, I think that Secret, I think that they're a team that we know that they can kind of brush off map losses. So even if they do drop Sunset and it's their pick, I think that overall, Lotus is still a very strong map for them. I think especially if they pivot back over to Jesse Bash and Lasova, I think that that could be something that maybe DRX doesn't really expect anymore, given that they showed him playing twice with the Sky in the mix and whatnot. So I expect that they're going to come in. I think they're going to be able to play a pretty close map here on Lotus. So I think that it's going to be less than 5 between them.
Okay, I think like for me, Envy's still on a ticking time bomb. He was doing fairly well on that first map, and I'm looking that on a map that they're a lot more versed in is going to be able to help carry over this team over that hurdle.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a lot closer this time around. Secret is definitely, I feel like they're a slow to start kind of team, except for that one match in kickoff where they just had this crazy like revenge thing against ZETA.
Run it down.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was a crazy game for Secret. So yeah, I think it'll be a lot closer this time. If we looked at historically the 1 or 2 times that they played, they're both kind of evenly matched. So yeah, I think it'll be pretty even.
I think this is also just another map where it's like it takes a lot more team coordination going into Lotus, given that you do have just the triple sites and everything like that. And I think that with Bane coming into the mix, that's where things could be a little bit shakier for DRX. So while I do think that they still have the upper hand coming into this map, I think that that's going to lend itself to being a little bit closer.
Yeah. I also did ask Jen. She was lamenting our stage host that she never gets to do a pick, and I think she agreed with us actually. And let's find out what the agent picks are. It looks like they like to play double controller on this map, understandably. So let's see what it is.
Curious to see
roll.
Where we're going to go. And it looks like, okay, Secret just going to be sticking with the same stuff. Obviously, there's some change-ups in quotations for DRX because it's going to be Mako going over to the Viper. And then we get Bane here on the Omen. But Stax just gets to play back-to-back games of Fade. So Classic and Comfort widely here, I'd say, for DRX. And Secret just still believing in this composition, not wanting to go back to something that I guess has, a million hours of tape on it. But I'm curious to see how improved this can look for them.
So something that I've seen, DRX be very good in Lotus in is just those link control plus that swinging doorway outside of Mound. That's such a strong point for them. So Secret definitely has to contest that.
All right, we are ready to go into map 2 Lotus. Quack and Paper Thin, what are your votes for the round differential?
Thank you very much, Victoria, Kilios, and Asterai. I'm going to go with less than 5. I do think that this is going to be a close game.
I think it should be pretty close. If this attacker side for Team Secret is as potent as it was previously, then certainly you got to give a slight edge to them. They did some real damage on this side of the map. So, for DRX, it's all about weathering this early storm. Mako over on the Viper. If you guys remember, he's pretty darn good at Viper.
Pretty darn good.
Pretty darn good. I think back to some of the way he would play Pearl on Viper, really kind of
really ratty,
yeah, and really ratty, and also saves his Viper's pits for retakes and things like that. So kind of curious. That hasn't been the MO for them on this map so far this year, where they'll use those Viper pits early to take space and things like that. But, Mako's style, a little bit different than some, but maybe more of a team idea. Just a tap of the spike.
Truly is
going to be popping through. Who is?
Mako.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, I'm just going to change my answer because we're not on that rank board thing. We don't have our ranks yet. We haven't gone for our placement. So I'm just going to change my answer just to mess around with Victoria and say that I think this is going to be a quick game. DRX is going to take this really quickly. Bane is going to start things off with an initial kill onto Jeremy. A hop over and he just clicks away. Stacks now with a bit of a double 2. And all of a sudden it's going to be Envy, who's not quite able to do all too much. Too many targets in front of him. And Team Secret's C approach just kind of got fumbled.
Yeah, and this is all 3 pistols so far going the way of DRX, and certainly a concerning start once again for Team Secret. really just locking things down. Foxy continues to be very sharp, getting that one kill when that player barely showed their head. Just enough time for him to pop it. You got 3 Bulldogs, Spectre, and the Ghost for stacks. Full classics for the side of Team Secret. No investment whatsoever. Trying to use this toxic screen. Sneak up past Rubble. Door already open for Bane. Trying to see if he can spray someone down, but just enough time there for Team Secret to squeak on through. They're just going to try to death ball it. Buzz going to have to put down some good shooting. He's got stacks there. A little bit across. Oh man.
Well, the death ball gets received, gets taken really quickly. NDG even getting hit by the paranoia now. He knows that he's completely surrounded. Tries to swing around, but Bane makes quick work of him. 2-0.
Yeah, Bane, what a phenomenal way to start his VCT Pacific career on Sunset.
Like, pretty solid, yeah.
Yeah, really good. I mean, he was the highest rated player. He had so many assists, 16 and 10 in the scoreline. So nobody missing a beat here for DRX so far. And they've got a great follow-up here for their bonus, especially again on this defender side. Such an attacker-sided map at times. The more damage they do,
cool Buzz.
This is going. Look at that. Look at that snake bite. Just really making sure that if anybody pushes that corner, it's a little bit easier for Buzz if he goes deep. Bane as well, moving up on top.
This is
covering that A door. Yeah.
A being blocked off. That's right. Team Secret has to go through either B or C. And B is a side that's pretty tough to defend against. I mean, once you get the spike down, that is. So, wow, good C's coming in from stacks as well. Incredibly well timed. DRX are controlling the pace of this. Again, though, even with Team Secret's guns, now that Buzz has pulled away from A, Rubble.
Ouch.
Cover going
It's all down to Bane.
Took a tick of damage there. Most of that was from the decay. Oh, Buzz. Oh my god.
Set up.
Spike down A.
Both of them are down. So it's not impossible for Team Secret to recover from that.
And you don't have any of that KJ utility online.
30 seconds left.
You lost NDG in that exchange to check for Mako's late lurk. You can just set this up. You got plenty of time here. Yeah. Envy trying to get ahead of it, but actually, in fact, nobody's there. It's even pinged out by DRX. So aware that somebody could be pushing this.
Okay, Foxy spots out barrels. Tries to go in for the spray with the Spectre. Knows that he doesn't quite have the optimal range for that duel. Runs up around the other side. Team instantly here to receive and help him out. Jesse Vash, although he did get the first 2 kills, Foxy9 will put him in a coffin.
It's just spectacular awareness from DRX to know that somebody was likely to push through the top A area, and they're just ready for it. And Foxy plays it so well, realizes he's got 2 players there. He doesn't get the initial spray to go. Has to back out. Throws the turret behind him just to make sure nobody can chase.
I mean,
his crossfires are so good, dude.
That was the one that really set it up for me. I mean, you start things off with Buzz and Bane in that beautiful combo. Very oppressing stuff just to take control of a Rubble. If Team Secret ever wants to reapproach the A side, they have to walk through that. And unless they're able to take out Bane somehow, who is tucked away really safe, this is really tough. Same thing now going in this round. It's a bit of an anti-eco. Death Ball works out for the time being. They take down Buzz. Paranoia does connect onto Bane as well. Borkum doing great work with this. However, Mako well-timed on the toxic screen, just able to push them off, and he even gets a collat. Exactly. Bane trying to fire off away as well. Team Secret having to hang back for a second. They did manage to retrieve a weapon though, I think. Phantom in the hands of Envy.
And again, no KJ. All that util's dead. This is so brutal.
Okay. Bane just has to stay tucked away. Foxy9 in case they try to rotate back. Team Secret gonna tap the spike any second now.
This is just giving Foxy more time to move into position. Stacks now making his way off of B. Very tough for Team Secret.
They're gonna try to sneak.
Cover going out.
Got trees blocked off. Everyone's here and ready to party. Envy trying to play close contact, able to take down Mako. That's quick. Gets the angle onto Foxy9 as well. Envy taking things into his own hands. Just does the round for his entire team. Incredible decision making.
That's incredible shooting from Envy. I mean, this guy, we know how good he can be, and he's taking matters into his own hands for Team Secret. That's a crazy good round.
I mean, you expect them, you get the spike down, you'll probably stay on site to defend it. Envy actually pushes out front, actually catches Foxy9, and then anticipates the player peeking out from stairs as well. The sensing from that deserved pop off. I'm surprised he didn't say the other word that Asura was laughing at last time. We go back into it. Next round, it's going to be DRX on a bit of a half buy.
And he's got a pit here on the back of that 4K, so this could be a really, really difficult round for DRX and put Team Secret right back into it. And that's so needed. Oh my god, Jeremy.
Quick moves. Double kill already for Team Secret. Make that a third as everyone starts to chime in. Buzz, despite having the Vandal, is going to have his work cut out for him. Not quite able to retake by himself. 3-2. Team Secret definitely not out of this game.
Yeah, a huge breath of fresh air for Team Secret. Able to hang on to that Viper's Pit. Now you've also got Seekers. Buzz does have a showstopper, one away from a Nightfall for stacks, so
out of charges.
There could be some counter ultimates in the cycles. The Envy's just so fired up right now. Spray down there. Oh my goodness. Let's go.
So we got DRX buying back up. Are they gonna go for that same rubble hold? No, not too aggressive this time. Definitely a good one-way smoke nonetheless.
It's that same kind of execute. That snake bite in the same place. Let's see if Team Secret this time is going to be able to deal with that crossfire if they decide to push that way.
Caution
Already
here.
going to take down the baby door. Head on in. Thinking that without any contact out of A already, got to worry about Jeremy. Not going to see the feet unless Jeremy pushes a bit further forward.
Doesn't see anything yet. Alright, the Boombot does give a bit of information. But Team Secret knows, like, it's just too risky.
That got the paranoia out. That's huge.
Seek them out.
Utility gone, they might just be able to, if they can take this site, DRX doesn't quite have enough utility for the retake. Actually doubling back into B now. Stex was not prepared. Showstopper will connect for Buzz though. Not able to plant the spike, but Jeremy turns back around. Buzz answers back.
One enemy remaining.
Mako getting one for himself as well, and that's all down to Jeremy now at 2 HP. 30 seconds on the clock. Opponents could be anywhere.
Just when you think Team Secret has got some momentum, Buzz just shuts it right down in that round. Not much time to work with here. Has to grab the spike and plant it immediately.
I have the spike.
Look at the player cam. Jeremy's eyes constantly shifting towards the map. No time at this point. Tries to bait out Buzz, but yeah, he's not feeling it.
He just had to stick it. I mean, risk it, but he decides to go to see if they're going to try to push him instead during the plant. Bit of a gamble there. Doesn't quite pay off.
Not quite in this.
Oh, Buzz. Oh, my goodness.
Buzz is dialed in.
He's on one today. As usual.
As usual. And that's, again, the thing about DRX. We're seeing great and solid stuff from Bane. You know, he's doing his job. Nothing too flashy. Foxy9 on the Sentinel now, not quite allowed to go for his usual antics. It kind of allows for the team to work. Team Secret, on the other hand, you know, they've managed to break through, but usually that's off the back of Envy so far. You've got all of these ultimates now, though, and they should be able to make something happen. Envy with the Viper's Pit available.
If they invest a bunch of ults into this and it doesn't work, because there is a lockdown as well if things go real bad. Yeah, Nightfall could be invested by DRX. I think they should. They might as well. Foxy's one away from a lockdown of his own.
You should
Okay.
run.
There's the initial lockdown coming in from Team Secret. Pushes them away. Brings the timer down to about, I don't know, 25, 20 seconds.
It's pinged. But they might turn off. Foxy's kind of aware of it.
Yep. Caught. Nightfall out at the right time too. Buzz going in along with it. Initially found Envy. But Envy's still a menace. Staying inside of the Viper's Pit. He goes in all around the corners. Now outside of the Viper's Pit, he slipped around. Jeremy working along with him. They bought enough time. They pushed DRX away. They've taken down Stacks. Team Secret again. The younger players shine.
They're probably a little closer than you'd like, but you invest the ultimates, you get the win, you still got the showstopper. That's fine. Envy is unreal.
Honestly, yeah.
With how quick he is to react to stuff. Look at him. He is trying to keep Team Secret in these rounds. He is single-handedly doing it, it feels like.
The awareness that this guy has.
Satchel out.
Arguably, I mean, I might actually just say he's the best player out of Philippines.
I think so. I'd agree with you.
All right.
Oh boy.
Good flash. Well, no, that was a team flash. Allows for a bit of an initial kill, but because it's just pistols, Team Secret's still able to walk away with a kill. I think Jeremy meant to turn away from that one.
Spike
But
planted.
that's it. Spike goes down. It's only Foxy9 with the Stinger. Maybe Stacks with the Sheriff.
Not the end of the world. Losing one player as long as the rest of this is clean. Mako?
Wait. No way.
Player standing.
Just a stinger for Foxy.
Yeah, good response coming out from Jesse Bash too. Although Foxy did pick up the weapon, now playing around with the positioning, just tapping that door, it makes him think. Foxy9 is starting to feel very uncomfortable in this position, and he walks into the double stack. Team Secret tie things up 4-4.
Yeah, maybe a little bit spicier than you'd like for Team Secret, but still, job done. Still plenty of money in the economy. A couple players, some decent bankrolls behind them. See Bash making up for a little bit of a team flash, finding some big impact kills at the end of the round. And that double stack. There's a little laugh out of Jesse.
That's adorable.
Probably about that team flash, potentially, but hey, that's okay. That's all right. It happens to the best.
Yes, it does, it does. Still got the round. And now aggressively taking back into its rubble control.
There.
Do have Mako's Pit to work against though, but what is this from Buzz? Oh, he goes in for a showstopper, connects onto a third. Just a little bit overheated for a second. Borkham able to shut him down, but Mako coming back in, asking Team Secret to take a seat, please.
Dude, Buzz, man, he's put up some huge multi-kills for DRX, and this is
how.
Again, I mean, DRX is really happy to try to take this space by rubble towards A main. The utility there from Stacks,
it's like,
or excuse me, from Bane backing him up. That is nasty from Mako.
Playing with the timing off of it, especially, you know, working along with Bane, because they know that Team Secret's going to take control over it. Team Secret's going to set up for something. Just as they're about to set up, Buzz goes in.
That Haunt checking for the deeper push, but it's all stuck on the side. They move their way sneakily forward. Buzz this time going to be playing back with Bane, going to show him a bit of a different look as this A push continues. Just Bane on site. Buzz going to try to hold the door. See what they've got. This is everybody thinking about making their way over, but DRX kind of pulls off all of a sudden. The contact, maybe not as quick as they were expecting, makes them check B, but without baby door cleared, you gotta know that they backed way off and they wrapped all the way around to B. That's what you have to be careful of here as DRX, but let's see if they can make another crunch work. Oh, that spot.
Oh, there's that wraparound now. Buzz starting to make a move. He knows that they could be rotating over onto B. Foxy9 knows it's too risky to peek out, so he just doubles back, lets the lockdown go, and Team Secret gets the site. Look at Mako, though.
Dodging all that utility.
Oh, saw the barrel. That's going to be DRX securing yet another kill. Jeremy's going to be
The one that blocks off Baby Door. DRX continues to try and push through, but not quite able to swing past Jeremy. Oh, NDG now chiming in. Foxy9 out from behind. Jeremy swaps over the Classic just to keep himself alive, but DRX takes them apart.
It's just, again, showing a different look. It's just been A aggression, right towards Rubble, just fighting for that space every single round, it felt like, for DRX. And this time they pull back, this time they pull off, and it gives enough of a pause here for Team Secret that DRX can kind of put themselves into good positions, never really ceding control over B, and that's eventually where they try to make their way into. And Foxy9 not having any of it. Mako clean as heck. Mako with a Viper's Pit and a Judge. Oh, this is scary, scary, scary. I think I'm really curious again if Mako's just gonna hold on to that Viper's Pit. And it looks like he is. This time Team Secret's aware. They know what DRX is trying to do. They find that little angle.
Mid-flight too.
Yep, that's sick.
Okay. Still, they have to know that they are on a bit of a half buy, so just trying to play it safe. DRX knows that they shouldn't be pushing out too far too.
Yeah, that pit now.
So you don't have A, you don't have C.
Yeah.
You go into B, that's all the Killjoy utility.
Yeah, it's going to be tough one way or another for Team Secret. Certainly they can get it done, but not making it easier for them, especially with the low buy on Team Secret's side. A Judge and a Stinger and a couple Sheriffs. That's all you got to work with.
Pinged out, the choke points are up around B as well. So that's Link blocked off, Heaven blocked off too. Stacks just disrespecting the smokes, walks out front, picks up the triple. Foxy9 getting a couple himself. DRX picks up the 7th win. They've got 3 rounds in a row now.
It's just brilliant stuff. And again, I've said in the past that Mako is a kind of guy who likes to hold on to those Viper's Pits sometimes for retakes and stuff like that, but in this case, this is what we've been seeing from DRX so far this year, where it's the Viper's Pit to control space, to give information, and they work a treat off of it.
What did he say?
I didn't hear him.
All right.
I don't know if he said Kaja, which is like, let's go. That's what I think he said, but I wasn't listening very close.
Either way, DRX starting to celebrate a little bit. It is still 7-4 though. Team Secret able to come back if they play their cards right. Have the full buy in this round. Jesse Vash still on the Seekers. Stacks on the Nightfall.
Bane?
Oh.
So aggressive.
He has been hopping up just to check.
This just makes it so much easier for these rotates to come through for DRX, where they could swap sides of the map because they have so much pressure on one side or another. They know what's happening.
Pressure being felt up around A. Some shots being fired up around C as well. Senses gives the warning signal to Team Secret that they should fall back. Now they know that Bane is in a bit of a tough spot.
Oh,
playing it patiently. Envy knows the swing is about to come. Takes down both Buzz and Bane.
So good. The way that Team Secret takes their time on this A hit this time, they get themselves in a position where they're ready for where Buzz and Bane have been playing. One behind Rubble, one next to the door.
30 seconds left.
Envy's just so fast with that transfer too. It's absolutely insane.
Spike planted.
Figured it out.
Remaining.
Now DRX, whatever they try in this retake, dropping off of Heaven, walks right to welcome and open arms of Jeremy. Okay, Foxy9.
Man.
Starts off with a bit of a double. Team Secret knows where he's about to approach from. What are you gonna do? Drop your turret? They're like just waiting for him to drop.
Oh, he's gonna use that. I was like, he's gonna use that toxic screen against him, but Borkum not fooled in the slightest by it. And we switch sides. A pretty exciting half. A good comeback here from Team Secret with what looked like it might be DRX kind of running away with it, but is it good enough? You know what I mean? That's their attacker side. Yeah, I don't know. It could be. It's kind of like, sometimes I think people forget that sometimes Pacific is like upside down land with like what side on the map is actually better.
Yeah.
Like we've had this like last year.
Different styles.
Yeah. Like Ascent was just attacker sided earlier today. Like, I mean, you never know what you're gonna get.
It's like a box of chocolates. But that's what's fun.
I mean, I think that if we can expect the same level of success for players like Buzz and Bane, then it would work out on the attacking side because they have worked together pretty darn well. And then, of course, you got Stacks with the exceptional calling today. Foxy9, you know, he's just doing incredible stuff because he's fundamentally that strong, mechanically that strong. But we are also starting to see Team Secret adapt to some of these things, where especially up around A Rubble, you've got players adapting to the timing of things. That round previously, Envy shut down both Bane and Buzz because of such reads.
It feels like about 3 of those rounds for Team Secret that they won were Envy.
Yeah.
Envy won those rounds.
Yes.
So that's great for Team Secret. Envy is, I fully agree with you, the best player from the Philippines that we've seen so far, and he's showing you why. He can go toe-to-toe with anybody and make a meal of them.
There.
And he's so fun to watch. So looking at the guns, Jeremy looks like he's going to go for a Sheriff. Goes for Jesse. 3 classics otherwise. A little bit of utility. So Jesse not going to be getting the heal. It's going to be the dog and the bird. Not just the dog, really. The bird's free.
But the whole zoo.
Yeah, and as usual, DRX the whole zoo. Well, we're not playing the zoo comp here yet.
No, not yet. Okay, DRX.
Mako, it's about half damage there. Has to concede the territory for now, but DRX certainly with all these goes wouldn't mind a little bit of a longer range skirmish.
Not gonna be that long though. Okay, we've got Team Secret backing off. They've gotten the information that they wanted. 50 seconds left. Anticipating a bit of a fake as well. They fall back and watch B. Tap on towards the door for DRX, but they're not fully walking through tree.
Yeah, they're really being diligent about this. They're expecting some kind of trap to be sprung on them. This is going to be tougher, I think, if they go B. They're not going to realize it, but
30 seconds left.
There we go. 30 seconds left, though. Paint cells well timed by Jeremy. Sheriff shot fired off as well. Bane, pinpoint headshot coming in. Doesn't quite swap over to the Sheriff, and his right clicks will work out. Now picks up the Sheriff. He's going John Wick. Jesse Vash not quite able to fight back as Bane kills 3 men with a pencil.
And that's another pistol round. Flawless pistols for DRX today in terms of their round score on it. Haven't dropped a single one. And now they're gonna, are they really gonna grab like a bunch of rifles? They're just going all in here? Like, it looks like they were really gonna try to swing this game. Try to end it, try to throw that knockout blow onto Team Secret. Bane, so tricky, great movement, making it hard to find those right clicks. Stacks is getting into it, he's fired up. Yeah, 3 rifles and then a Sheriff and a Ghost for DRX. Really interesting purchase. You don't see this too often from them. Usually it's like Bulldogs and some other stuff. Feeling confident, feeling like they can close the door on this map.
I really wonder why. You still want to respect Team Secret, never know. Especially what if they force. Of course, right now it's just Jeremy on the Sheriff, but for the time being, DRX feeling confident in their choices. Even in the previous round, getting a good sense for things. Jesse gets all of this delicious information right now, pulls out the Titan Mail Mace.
They have no idea. He slipped by the turret.
That's it. All right, first pick. Bane answers back with the Vandal.
Here.
When in doubt, Bane is on Rubble.
There we go. That's what the Duelist Omen players do, but Borkum now comes back in for a bit of a right click. Envy getting taken out too.
Here.
Mako still pretty much in control of it with his snake bites. Forces them off the defuse. We got Bane just here to support as well. Going for a bit of a tap. Secondary dark cover coming out.
1 enemy remaining.
What we got to do is just continue to spray. Peek out at the right time. Good amount of weapons taken away from DRX though.
Yeah, this isn't the end of the world. They're able to keep 2 of the Vandals, but, you know, Jesse maybe could have got a little bit more value, but just did not expect Bane to be up there. great lurk by him. Again, he's been so good at that this year in particular, like especially on this map, right? How many times have we seen him just completely bamboozle his opponents and get these great kills? Yeah, well, he's no doubt about that. He's smart.
That's it. I do think, like, economically speaking, because, you know, a couple of players from before on DRX were on those pistols, they're able to buy back up a little bit, making this round pretty competitive for Team Secret. DRX looking to secure yet another bonus.
And if you push Team Secret off this round, they're on an eco. So you can see the methodology that DRX is working with in these anti-eco buys, and how they've been able to bank up even still a ton of money. And who knows, Bane's got a From the Shadows. You could play around with that potentially a little bit, try to get into the back, get into their heads. A B hit maybe, and it's completely read by Team Secret so far. Let's see if this is going to be a commit or if they're going to maybe shift towards C and shift towards the door. The turret there. It's got to give you
now.
Yeah. But does DRX know?
Mako,
They figured it out.
Mako might just call for that C.
He does.
Yeah, door opened. Now it's going to be NDG quickly rushing over, trying to keep them at bay, but there's not much that he can do. If they plant out in the open for him, then he might be able to spray them down, but nah, these days, going for that plant up around the stairs. Perfect snake bite, direct impact. But that's, you know, just a little bit of chip damage.
I'd love to see Bane TP behind them when they try to make the retake. I think that would be just so funny to watch.
Okay. All right, a little bit of paranoia. Buzz on the other side, watching for those peaks. Stacks and Buzz, the mainstays, taking what is theirs. It's DRX 10-5.
Don't even need a TP. Just a solid hold by the guys on the site. Bane just watching the off angle to see if there's any lurkers, and there are not. This is just so clean.
We've seen this sort of approach from DRX a couple of rounds now, especially on the second half, where they create a bit of presence on one site, cut noise, start to rotate over. Even if Team Secret gets a bit of a read, they make the quick move to, you know, head over onto C.
Yeah, and I mean, Stax is making some really good calls here today. That decision to move off of B after they got the turret contact, and of course it helps that Mako's kind of taking a little bit of space as well, but still, the coordination, the communication looking really, really solid for DRX.
Still, yes, fundamental DRX stuff, and I gotta say, you know, it's Stax IGL, maybe a bit of credit to Coach Termy, but everyone's playing their part, and that's always textbook DRX Valorant styles.
Exactly. This is, again, if there's anything Termy's good at, it's getting people into the right positions to try to do their jobs.
Do their jobs.
Yeah, I mean, again, like holding crossfires, you know, putting your utility in the right places.
Truly.
All that stuff is certainly superb at. And Bane's, you know, been around the team long enough, he has a pretty good idea as well.
Prospects.
Oh my god, Stax.
Okay. Vash able to keep them away for a second. Jeremy with the classic actually connecting onto Foxy. Borkum says, no, you're not going to go through Link. Envy now with the Sheriff, a double connection. Only a bit of a trade, and that's going to be the thrifty win for Team Secret. Something that we did not expect. I don't think DRX expected it either.
It's a massive, massive thrifty for Team Secret. They desperately needed that. They're able to kind of bait DRX into these close quarter battles.
Wow.
They're able to put Stinger, the classics, to good use. The Sheriffs as well. Not ready for Envy to be tucked into that corner at all. So a good repeat, a good comeback for Team Secret. Let's see if they can get something rolling. First 3 rounds of the half were not great. We'll try to set up a push, but yeah, they're able to get the Omen into the rubble position, and DRX is really turning up the pace.
Okay, Buzz has made his way through. Slipped right underneath them. Tries to deliver the uppercut, but NDG shuts him down instead. Perfectly read. And then as we come back into it, it's going to be Foxy9 going in for a couple more. They're relentlessly pushing forward into the C site. Jeremy answers back with a bit of a showstopper as well. Jesse Vash falling off of it. Picks up the head of Bane. Now it's all down to Foxy 9 and 1-on-2, and with 2 players staring down his barrel, not quite able to push past it.
There we go, Jesse. That's looking good. That was some snappy shooting from the veteran. And now it seems like Team Secret's starting to get a read on things. DRX tried to change up the tempo. I don't mind this call at all from DRX, but it's just handled so well. You know, NDG on point, quick backup to help him out. Jesse there to clean up the job. So certainly timeout warranted, I think, for DRX to try to reassess things a little bit, try to get their heads back in the game, just a skosh. That's what I can say where I'm from, which means a little. It's a very Midwestern kind of dialect.
Skosh.
A skosh.
How'd you spell that?
I have no, you know what? I actually have no idea, dude.
S-K-O-S-H, perhaps. But Relentless, I mean, regardless, excuse me, it is just DRX right now pretty much having a good plan for the second half. Team Secret able to fight back for a second and then wanting to definitely close things out. The timeout has been called.
And a good time for one, for sure. Try to see if you can maybe find a way to punish some of this, you know, early A aggression that Team Secret's been doing, just like they were doing. You know, maybe something like that. You're really close to a couple ultimates.
That's right. Yeah. If they can go towards those alt points, alt orbs.
You get like 2 alts online if you can work the map a little bit here.
Okay, but there's all that utility just all thrown in towards Rubble. DRX hears it, and they're like, no, we're just gonna go straight to B.
Oh,
but
Jesse!
Good idea on the pathing, but unfortunately, as the lands, it's gonna be Jesse Vash takes him down instead. A little bit more prepared for this one. Even with the game plan, even with the ecos, DRX not quite able to land their shots for now. The firepower still prevailing for Team Secret. Spike has been lost.
Are they gonna stack it again? Try to block the TV?
That's what I'm thinking.
I don't know if they can. They're a little worried that he's gonna push that angle.
Okay.
So they're just gonna kind of deny it. Yeah, try to deny it.
50 seconds. I mean, what is
cover going out?
What are Bane's options?
He's got to get to a site
TP
and TP.
play.
Yeah, that's it. There's not a lot of other hope. I mean, he's got some time. He could just try to work
Sneak
this
through door.
Yeah.
Does he want to go through stairs?
Try to work the link.
He's running out of time.
30 seconds
Goes in
left.
just to check link. It's clear so far. Jeremy spotted. Not quite able to get the initial duel. So
Not
that's it, yeah.
Not bad.
You don't have any splints?
Now they're starting to really feel it.
Multiple fingers.
An idea for now.
Finish.
That's again the thing about Rubble control so far. Both teams making great use of this one spot.
Yeah, it took a while for Team Secret to figure it out, and I mean this was an equal round, and DRX wasn't even really messing with it. Let's see if this time though, maybe they try a counter play, but you know it's already being pinged out here, so Team Secret expecting some kind of attempted aggression, and there's just too much util for really DRX to do much about it anyway. Trying to make their way through towards C, trying to clear any of that util that they can. They get the alarm bot, but the Nano's still there for NDG, right in that landing zone where the Razes like to go. Wow, that's aggressive.
Flight path does not allow you to head into C. Meanwhile, Team Secret pushing out on the other end of the map too, going in towards A main now. A lobby, excuse me.
And you'd love to get ahead of DRX so they can't put these ultimates into play. Like, if you can do that, if you can shut the round down before it even really begins, that's why they go for a play like that there.
Don't let them set up and everything, but here comes the lockdown for now. Bane setting up for that deep push. Everyone from Team Secret is starting to respect this. So easy pathing for Buzz to go through. Catches an unsuspecting Jesse Vash. Forces him to take a seat as compared to the previous round now. Viper's pick comes up as well. Invi has one of his own. Not quite able to use it for the time being. A paranoia being sent out by Bane to connect in towards B-Link. Invi Envy now takes a step forward into the fray. Mako just fires down. The one choke point catches onto all of them. Buzz and Bane chiming in as well. It's DRX securing yet another round.
Yeah, and this kind of becomes the problem for Team Secret now, is that the ult cycle kind of favors DRX a little bit, right? With this lead, they can invest a lot into that round, and maybe, you know, if Team Secret's able to pull it back close again, maybe get a few more into cycle towards the end of the half, and get that extra little oomph they need to get over the line potentially. We're getting close to that less than 5 score line, you know what I mean? Like, we're not too far away.
Getting close to it. Not yet. It is already that scoreline. Even if DRX makes it a 13-8, it's already pretty much less than 5. But that said, Team Secret does have a chance at making this really competitive. You still have those 2 defensive ultimates from Envy as well as NDG. Either for a retake or to push them off.
You got an op now for Jeremy as well. So, diligence being done here by DRX.
I always want to watch out for Buzz, though.
Yeah, no, I know. You all, yeah, especially with a showstopper, right?
Exactly. Just watching towards door. Jesse Vash trying to gain information, but nobody's there for now. Door opened, tapped again. Borkum knows they haven't pushed into B yet, so it's very likely going to be A. Here comes that showstopper. Oh,
the Prowler
just clips Jesse in the back.
Spike planted.
Great follow-up off the back of that Prowler. Good combo play. Ooh, but
Poison's off.
Borkum gonna get Bane down.
All right, good initial pick. Counter lockdown coming in. Just waiting for the optimal time to peek out. Maybe going for a tap around the door to make them think that nobody's playing around tree any longer. Mako knows that Borkum is there. Still able to find a couple kills as Team Secret tries to rotate back onto the site.
Last player
It's all
standing.
down to Envy now. It's, oh, Stax not quite able. Stax shuts down the entirety of Team Secret along with Mako.
Yeah, the discipline here from DRX is just so good. Getting close to the site, kind of working their way up, immediately anticipating that lockdown, falling right back in a tree. Buzz there, again, the combo with him and Stax sets that up. I mean, it was brilliant. Mako, okay, Mako.
That was through the smoke. The time, he senses it.
Yeah, that's just one of those where you just gotta shrug your shoulders as Team Secret and say, what can we do? You know, when they're reading the timings and reading the pace of the game that well.
Making use of those ultimates. So down to it, 8-12. Team Secret in danger of losing this first matchup now.
I did not certainly expect this to be a 2-0 for DRX. We're one round away from it being the case. See if we can push to an overtime for Team Secret. But I thought, really, in my head, I thought Team Secret, at worst, would lose like 1-2. Because I thought they looked so good at the end of kickoff. Thought they kind of figured it all out, but it's yet again another slow start, that thing that Warbirds was so worried about. And they just can't seem to quite find their footing at the beginning of stage 1.
Because they've always been a team that, you know, does really well when they have tape to study, when they are prepared for it.
Right.
But DRX are pulling out these different plays now. You've got the combo of Buzz and Bane up around Rubble. Even on the attack, they kind of tamper with Team Secret's aggression on towards Rubble. And we're watching it right now as Bane just sidesteps everything with a shrouded step in towards Jeremy. Mako and Buzz securing each and every single one of their own angles. Envy so far has been the hero for Team Secret. Can he do it again? Only for the time being, until Foxy9 and Mako arrive on the scene. 13-8, DRX opens things up in stage 1, day 1 against Team Secret.
And that's finally the round where DRX decides to challenge that Rubble area. Bane TP's deep. They come in and get a big win over Team Secret. Smiles, and what a welcome to VCT for Bane. Had a very solid performance here today, a great performance on Sunset, solid on Lotus. This DRX team doesn't seem to be missing much swapping in Bane here. And you gotta really tip your cap to the way that he played today.
Yeah.
just the way that they're going into this. I mean, we were talking about it, you know, he's not going to be too flashy. We're waiting for that TP perhaps because he used to be a duelist. It's only in the final round that he actually TPs in towards someone.
He wasn't really doing it much. I mean, he was, you know,
very solid, safe.
Yeah, controlling that rubble, but that's like set plays, you know, to get him that space. It's not like he's fighting for it much.
Well, that's it for now as we head on over to our analyst desk to break down what just happened.
It is all smiles for DRX. Even with a little bit of a shuffle on the roster, you cannot doubt these guys. And they're here to take their crown back.
No, they really are. And look, I got to catch up with Ken Young before, like right before this series began. And one of the things that he was saying to me is that after witnessing Gen G's performance in Madrid, he was saying that the team was more motivated than they ever have been. They have now been surpassed by another Korean squad. They want to be that team that is once again leading the region. They want to be the ones that get Pacific, get Korea the first trophy. And he said even with some of the swaps, the circumstances, etc., the players were still looking to persevere, and they definitely did today.
Is it just me, or is the energy from DRX, you know, in terms of when we look at the player cam, so different from kickoff, where everybody, Fox and I, is just like, yeah, like, let's keep going.
Vibe Merchants, it just, again, it continues to prove to be so valuable to a squad to be able to just maintain stability, to be able to have spirits remain high, even if you lose a round that, you know, you feel like you really shouldn't, you give up that thrifty, but having just that rallying cry, that energy being maintained, it can help you just get right back into it. So, I mean, DRX not really ever looking too concerned in this this second map, even with it being a bit closer.
We've seen this across the board for VCT in general, where everyone is playing at such a high level. And yes, there are strats that go into this, but often the teams that end up taking these trophies, a lot of it is credited to good vibes on the team. Chemistry, good vibes. And you're right, Ezra, I've never seen Foxy9 like this before. He wasn't like this last year either. I feel like his real personality is just out now. And who would have thought Foxy9 was meant to be a Sentinel?
Yeah, this is truly blossomed. And there's so much energy from the crowd as well. They say, finally, DRX, you know, showing what they really have. And Bane just kind of integrating well with the team. And you see, like, I believe that was Buzz that was just giving him a nice little shoulder tap at the back. Just so happy to see Bane play at that level at this, you know, starting series.
Now, guys, there was a mini game that we had, our own game. And we're smiling from this too. For the Guess and Gain game, where the question was about the map differential. All of us had picked less than 4 and below for the round difference, and it was, I think we were just like smack.
Yeah, it ended up being perfect. Yeah, so less than 5, and it was right on that mark.
Yeah.
You know, secret, thank you. You got to round 8. You allow us, for myself and Chubby Ninja, to be able to move back up to gold. But I guess for Asteroid, this means that he gets promoted into diamond.
Yay!
So I don't know if we're keeping these like day over day, or if we're resetting it every time. I'm assuming it's day over day.
Yeah.
So this, who knows how far you're going to be able to climb.
This is our season ranking. This is like a new Battle Pass season for us.
So we're going to keep this the entirety of stage 1. So
right. We got to work on a rank. It's not the best rank.
It's okay.
I'm glad
we got promoted, but we got right back on the horse. We got right back in there. We got back into gold, and now it's just upward from here.
Yeah, that's right. And maybe Asterai can.
I got lucky.
Eventually be our carry.
You know how when you play rank, you said my teammates carry me? The teams that I voted for carried me here.
Well, they clearly did. And you know what? Lotus was close, but DRX, you know, every single one of their wins was really, really clean. It was undeniable that this map belonged to them.
Yeah. Now, one of the things that I'm going to be curious about, and that we'll obviously be tracking as we go deeper into this tournament, is just how does the performance continue to evolve from DRX? Because it's not like we haven't seen teams come out, you know, with changes, new squad, etc., look hot and then immediately fall off. I mean, Talon is one of those teams that we saw just back in kickoff. I mean, what a huge explosive beginning for them. Governor dropping over, 30 kills. That Breeze just running people down on Neon. And then just kind of fizzling out as we got into the future series for that squad. So I'm curious to see if DRX is going to have something similar here with Bane, or if this actually is going to be a very solid, mainstay performance from him, where he's going to be able to continue this across all of their series here in stage 1, with Foxy being able to put numbers up like this on that Sentinel role. I have to wait and see a little bit more from the squad, but already I think this is a very good introduction to this iteration of DRX.
Yeah, I mean, we all doubted a little bit, and I'm really glad to see this kind of result happen. Now, Buzz, of course, continues to rock with the Rockets.
Yeah, absolutely. We had that one play where he was just super aggressive on Rubble, throws out the nade, 2 kills away from a showstopper, gets those 2 kills, follows
Blast
up with the blast back up over Rubble, gets the kills, and this was all supplemented by just well-timed utility throws from his own teammates. So you really see the coordination that DRX has. Again, let's just put aside that Bane is the new player. It looks like he just, again, has integrated himself well. This means that DRX still looking like that DRX that we know and love, that they're just so good at these kind of plays.
And for me, sorry, I just wanted to highlight both Vipers here, because I think Mako, it's been a little while since we've seen like a really Mako-esque performance from him. This was that. Huge performance out of Mako. Just, 20 and 9. Huge lurk plays, just consistently putting up the clutch. But Envy played his damn heart out from the very outset of Lotus. That start from him was just red hot. It's like 14 and 3 at some point, and just really never gave up. Had the rest of the team trying to pick up the steam alongside him. It was a really great performance from him, so I just had to shout that out.
Yeah, that's a really good shout out, actually. I'm really happy to see Mako back in his Viper form, because he was such a crazy Viper last year. He's famous for it, and I'm glad to see him kind of back in that action. And you wouldn't even know Bane hasn't been playing with DRX this entire time. He
hasn't been playing Omen.
Yeah, and Omen on top of that. So that was... I love all of it, of what I saw today. But Team Secret, on the other hand, we were talking about vibes, and we were kind of observing Secret a bit, and their vibes, I don't know, they didn't seem as on as they normally are.
Yeah, I mean, Envy was trying to hype himself up and the team with that the Thrifty 4K that kind of led into something, but it still was definitely, I think, lacking compared to DRX.
Yeah, but you know what? Secret, if anything, when you start to doubt them, they also come back, and that's exactly what happened at kickoff. Now let's talk to our winners. Jen is on standby with our MVP.
Standing here with DRX's Foxy9. Now, congratulations, Foxy9. What a great way to kick things off. Even with the sudden changes, you guys managed to 2-0 Team Secret. So now, the first thing I want to ask you is, how's the team vibe like? And, are you guys getting along? And how's the team coordination going? 팀워크랑 합이 어떤지 좀 궁금합니다. 아무래도 이렇게 갑자기 변화가 생기기도 했지만 연습할 시간이 많이 있진 않았을 것 같은데도 불구하고 좋은 경기를 보여줬거든요.
팀워크나 합은 솔직히 이제 주어진 상황에서 저희는 굉장히 열심히 한다는 마인드라서 솔직히 분위기 같은 경우는 저희는 나쁘지 않습니다. 다들 좋은 상태이기 때문에 그거는 걱정하실 필요 없고, 팀워크 같은 부분은 이건 이제 시간이 해결해 줄 문제라서. 그리고 팀워크 솔직히 저희 팀에게는 뭐 다 잘해가지고 그런 건 시간 의미는 있는지 모르겠습니다.
Well, first of all, in terms of the teamwork, we're coming into this 5 players all with the same kind of mindset that we give it everything we got. And also, I think given time, our teamwork's just going to keep on improving. And also, we have great 5 talented players. So I think the team synergy and the vibe is going pretty well. Well then, what can you tell us about what's been going on behind the scenes when it comes to who plays what, especially with you and Bane? 그러면 베인 선수와 이제 폭시나인 선수가 포지션 배분에 있어서 좀 어떤 과정이 있었는지도 들어보고 싶거든요.
이제 어떤 과정이 있었는지는 제대로 이야기는 하진 못하지만 이제 베인 선수는 이제 이번에 일부러 콜업 되고 나서 지금 첫 경기이기 때문에 굉장히 긴장을 하고 있다는 생각하거든요. 근데 이 선수가 긴장 안 했을 때 샷적인 부분에서도 생각하는 부분에서도 진짜 정말 좋은 선수이기 때문에 앞으로도 많이 기대해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
Well, I really can't tell you much about how we distributed our roles or what's been going on behind the scenes because I don't want to leak stuff. But Bane, today was his first day after he was being called up to the first year scene in VCT Pacific. And I think he was a little bit nervous on stage, but I feel like with given more time and with him kind of warming up and feeling comfortable on the stage. I think he has more to surprise people with, and he has more to show because he really does have great mechanics, and he also has a great understanding of how to interpret the game and how to play the game. So I think you can expect a lot from Bane in the future. Well, last but not least, we saw you on that Sentinels role, Cypher and Killjoy. How has that transition been like for you? And do you personally enjoy playing the Sentinels? 그럼 이제 폭시9 선수는 또 감시자 역할을 오늘 굉장히 잘해줬는데 어떤 식으로 준비를 했고 또 감시자는 개인적으로 좀 잘 맞는 것 같은지 궁금합니다.
예, 개인적으로 저는 저번 키보크에서도 말했듯이 모든 역할을 다룰 수 있어가지고 솔직히 역할에 대해서는 저는 개인적으로 저에게 의미는 없는 것 같고 감시자 같은 경우는 랭크에선 많이 했지만 이제 연습 때 살짝 안 해본 감이 있긴 한데 그래도 이제 대회나 그런 거 보면서 많이 배웠고 그걸 토대로 대처한 것 같습니다.
Well, as I mentioned in kickoff interview, I can pretty much play all the agents there are, and I don't think, well, the champion pools or the roles can limit me. I kind of transcend the concept of roles. So when it comes to playing different agents, including the Sentinels, I'm feeling pretty confident. And, I played a lot of Sentinels in ranked game as well. But when it came to practicing with my teammates and kind of bring it up to a form where I can play it in a pro level, it was there was a lack of experience. So I tried to make up for that by watching a lot of VODs and trying to learn a lot of lineups. And I just feel like I'm having so much fun and I'm feeling confident with my new role. Well, thank you so much, Foxy9, for the interview and best of luck in the future.
Thank you so much.
Well, that was Foxy9, everybody. And now, with the end of the interview, I'm going to toss it over to the desk.
Well, that's our vibes guy, Foxy9. And here are the standings now after today, day one, for the Alpha and Omega groups. We got our two teams also winning their first championship points.
That we do. I mean, big wins there for the side of the DRX and ZETA, taking that first step towards champs here in stage one. So, curious to see how everything is going to, continue onward. Obviously, we get to see, maybe some wins from the side of Alpha tomorrow as the action will continue. We got 4 straight days, so who knows what's going to happen across all of these matches as we get to see every single team.
Yeah, so far there has to be some sort of answer from Alpha here because all of the losses are on the Alpha group.
Yeah, I wonder if there's gonna be a little mini competition here between the groups. There's so many games happening here at the in the Pacific League. All right, up next tomorrow is gonna be a pretty exciting day as well. We got Bleed and Talon. Of course, we got Paper X and T1. Do you guys are you guys excited for one more than the other, or are they all pretty like, oh my god, this is cool?
I think the obvious choice is the second series in PRX versus T1, just because that's probably going to be expected to be super high level performance. It's the return of Jing, etc. But I'm actually more interested in the first series, just because again, that's Zest coming back into the Pacific League. RB in his own right has been having a whale of a time over in China. So I'm curious to see how Zest is going to be here on Bleed. So I think for me, that's the one I'm going to have my eyes on.
Well, we're going to get to watch it tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for joining me at the desk today. Asarai Kilios, I'm Chubby Ninja. See you guys tomorrow for more VCT Pacific action.
Last player standing. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.